Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Daytona International Speedway. It's a warm welcome. In fact, it's not even a warm welcome. It's a red-hot welcome here in Florida. The sun is already above the horizon and the temperatures are rising. It's going to be a fabulous day to go racing, and we are concluding our Daytona Classic 24 hours presented by Mission Foods this weekend. It's all about this next segment, these next races. We call them segments. There's been 4. We've already had 126 minutes. We're about to finish off after a 168-minute 4-race format. It's all about now. It's wherever you've been overnight. We've been racing since 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. We've even taken in the clocks going back. So we had 2 races at 1 a.m. That wasn't confusing. But here we are this morning. The sun is up. My name is Joe Bradley. Alongside me this morning and for the rest of the day is Marshall Pruitt. Now, Marshall, welcome to Daytona Classic. You had the best job in the place yesterday.
And now I'm getting punished by having to sit with you all day, Bradley.
in the bright sun.
No, but
roast.
Beautiful, beautiful morning. A almost cloudless sky, beautiful sun overlooking us. Slightly cooler this morning than yesterday morning, not by a bunch, but slightly cooler. Humidity is a wee bit down, so a more friendly greeting to the morning. But since we are lovers of endurance racing, historic endurance racing, Sunday morning's greet is never truly warm because we have folks who are bleary-eyed, who've been working overnight, running overnight, while many folks were asleep. We indeed had the sounds of amazing race cars running around Daytona International Speedway, and we are getting ready to resume this here on the live stream. Amazing cars just rolled out on their warm-up lap, so we're not far from going green again.
I take it you just unfurled a sleeping bag and lay in the paddock all night. Then you didn't bother going back to a proper hotel bed or something. You
didn't hear me snoring beneath the bench.
Beneath the bench, yes.
Fair enough.
We have got Jeff Wright, who is down there in the pit lane, and Jeff will be taking us through our podiums because we are crowning our champions. We've already crowned our first champion. Was the Gerard Lopez Marcel Fassler Lola T70, who is the first winner, in fact double winner. They won Group A in the 2023 event. They've just matched that with a win in the 2024 event, and it was a splendid sight. You can catch up on the results of that on the website, but right now we have got to get on with the proceedings, and it's Group B that's out there at the moment. So we've got 3 cars on the lead lap, Marshall. They are well gapped out. There's 1 minute and 35 seconds, for instance, between the Porsche 935 of Jim Norman and Scooter Gable, in difference to the Angus Rogers Kevin Wheeler 911 RSR. We've then got another 52 seconds between second and third, which is Yves Samama.
Indeed, and they're rolling off of NASCAR Turn 4, pace car out front. Everything looks tidy so far, Joe. Flagger, stand waiting and waiting. A nice slow crawl coming to green flag. We are off and racing and ducking right to the inside. Went 3 wide there momentarily. Porsches, Datsuns, Porsches.
Brilliant. Into turn 1 then. And a small depleted field of 7 cars have taken this the start of this. Sorry, 8 cars. There was one hidden behind one there. But 8 cars have taken to the track. And it'll be 8 cars that we will be talking about in the next 42 minutes. Pit stops as well. Same format as yesterday. And the field already into the East Horseshoe.
Turbocharged Porsche power leading that beautiful Interscope Racing Porsche 935. One of the glories once we get into nighttime with the flames firing out of the back of those twin turbochargers. Joe, perfect for photographers and anybody with their cameras out to record.
You can take the photographer off the trackside, but you can't take etc., etc. Yeah, absolutely brilliant sight. And if you are out there in the stands or in your camper, then you really need to be trackside because it's the last opportunity to see these cars out there. We've got the last sight, for instance, of the Porsche 935. It's the Interscope liveried car that you can get to see there. Porsche battles abound in this class. and it really is been a bit of a Porsche celebration, hasn't it, this weekend? Seems to be the car of choice, and it doesn't really matter of the age. We've got the car of choice in this 1960s groups. Porsches abound. The 1970s group, loads of Porsches, and even the modern iteration in Group E, what we kicked off the event with yesterday. It was like a grid of Porsches with the odd Corvette thrown in there, here and there.
I wonder if there's some sort of predilection to liking vehicles that start with the number 9, because it seems like we have every variant here this weekend.
Yes.
Coming off of NASCAR Turn 4 again, we have a glorious Porsche 935 being chased by Chevron, staying close. A massive disparity in horsepower, but also much lighter weight in that baby blue Chevron, keeping close, staying tight, very nimble car. Just once we start to stretch our legs, Joe, on the straights, we do indeed see 3-4 times as much horsepower on display. Once we get close, though, in the braking zones, as we shoot now into the International Horseshoe, we do indeed have the cars closing up. So nobody pulling away yet here, getting into our second lap of racing.
It's not very often you can see a Datsun 240Z under the rear wing of a Porsche 911. That's the Datsun of Joseph Viola there, and he's underneath the rear wing there of a 1974 Porsche 911 IROC. That's Craig Conway. The IROC cars, Marshall, I'm from the other side of the pond, so IROC.
International Racing Champion.
Yeah, I remember seeing maybe 2 races on a Saturday afternoon sports show called World of Sport, and it was probably about 3 months old by the time we got it. But it was pretty big here, and you had some pretty big names came together from all sorts of motorsport disciplines.
For folks who might be familiar with the Race of Champions, where pull in the masters of whichever current discipline, that was indeed the IROC formula. Leaned heavily towards NASCAR stars, but we had Porsches, we had Camaros, then went to more NASCAR-style cars, but all spec, all identical. And indeed, it was the greats of open rail racing, stock car racing, sports car racing.
Who used to come out on top?
Well, one of usually the NASCAR drivers,
right.
But some of the fun ones, say Martin Brundle, for example, having gotten the invitation for all of his success with the TWR Jaguars in Group C, got the invite, was running incredibly well. Most of those races were on ovals. He was treated to an education
he still tells the story
yes.
of being in the connecting area, about to get in the car, and Dale Earnhardt kind of bumping into him, kind of deliberately.
Yep.
And as he bumped into him, he said, and Martin still tells this story, Martin Brundle, he said, think about your family. He was called the Intimidator.
That is how you get the
Dale
nickname.
Earnhardt Sr.
The Intimidator.
The Intimidator.
We still have this wonderful battle, Joe. I have a feeling it's going to go on over and over and over here. The closing and the gapping and the separation between that Porsche 935 and the Chevron. But that Chevron's hunting. That Chevron is looking for any little mistake to get in front and get ahead.
You talked about that 935 in one of your Paddock shows yesterday, didn't you? And you mentioned, you showed us the size of the turbos just pushing all of that power, I think is how you described it. We're going to see that, all right, the nimble Chevron there, the bright blue car, that's a Chevron B36. It's a mid-70s 2-litre sports car. Came in the 2-litre sports car category as part of the World Sports Car Championship. One of my favourite periods, I think when I was a kid, I used to sort of see these pictures. But there, the 935, that's the bit I was about to come to. The 935 and that awesome power, just being able to keep that cushion purely out of grunt.
At the same time, the amount of power you might be trying to push through that twin-turbo Porsche motor, knowing that back in the era, many of these cars did indeed have a boost knob, pretty much a turn for explosion knob that you tried to not let the driver monkey with too much. Could indeed eke out a sizable power advantage, but here now we're into day 2, somewhat getting close to checkered flags for the event.
You don't want to turn that knob too high, do you?
So
tired engines, etc.
I think that's why we see the Chevron here, that of course being driven by Graham Adelman and Andy Willis, staying very close. We actually have a draft going on here coming down the front straight, Joe. Just phenomenal.
We've still got the Porsche and Datsun battle going out on the bankman, and they're still together. The 1974 Porsche 911, we mentioned the IROC there. That's Craig Conway there, just staying ahead of the red dots, and they're about to be joined by Yves Samama, it looks like. Yves is just in that Porsche just behind them there, third in that car train. But the 240Z, two very, very different cars, two very different engineering concepts. That's a late joiner. That's going to add another car. It's David Roberts in the 1974, another IROC car. And he will start this race 3 laps down, but it's not about that necessarily, is it? You're out of contention. Where is David Roberts in the scheme of things? He's currently 6th overall, 3 laps off the lead lap. He's now 6 laps off the lead lap, but he's either had a lie-in, a late breakfast, and he's decided, yeah, let's have another 40-minute blast.
Appears to be slowing just a bit with the Datsun, what we call today Nissan, having changed their name. Yeah, that phenomenal battle, regardless of where you are in the overall rankings, just seeing some glorious fighting.
Yeah, it is. It's all about the experience. It's all about just seeing these cars that could effectively grace any kind of museum or automobile museum. It is about seeing that. Now, David Roberts has come out of the pits. We've got a car pulling off, and it's the Datsun.
Yeah,
it's the Datsun. Yeah, we call it a Datsun, Marshall, because that time it was a Datsun.
First race car ever drove.
It was a Nissan in Japan, wasn't it? It was branded Datsun in Europe and the US.
It took
was
us
the first
a
car
while.
you ever drove, did you say?
Raced. First
Oh,
race car
really?
ever drove.
Wow.
Datsun V210, the little hatchback version of the 510. Just so much fun. But here we have Le Mans hairpin, Porsche's crashing through. How many times has that sentence been spoken over the decades?
What's your thoughts on the new paving there? They've taken away the grass verges from the Le Mans chicane, formerly known as the bus stop chicane, and I think from a safety sense, if you do get it wrong there, then you're probably going to get away with it rather than have to scrabble for grip on gripless grass, quite frankly.
Less risk there, and we do indeed have a change for the lead of the race here, Joe. That Chevron has gotten ahead of the Porsche. We'll have to see what's taking place here. Is this just a bit of early race conservatism, or is this indeed so? the Chevron showing it has the legs and it wants to go stretch?
Well, the Chevron is out of contention. He's 5 laps off the Jim Norman car. Jim Norman, he can let him go. He's thinking overall. He's thinking the 168 minutes. At 126 minutes, Jim Norman was on 57 laps, and the Chevron was on 52 laps. So yeah, the Chevron needs to go around about and lap him 6 times before he takes the overall win. However, that doesn't detract from the accolade of actually taking a segment win.
Exactly.
And yes, you won't necessarily be on a podium for this win, but you can always go home and say, well, I kind of won a heat. It's kind of what it is. It's like 4 heats, isn't it?
The stage and heat-based format here does indeed reset in terms of we go rolling, and whomever's leading within each one happens to have the success in that 42-minute race. But added up and added across, indeed, we do determine the winners. Friends, Mr. Norman, of course, the Normans, that 1980 Porsche 935 K3, they are looking in a rather good spot, Joe.
Yeah.
For that overall victory.
Yeah,
and
they are.
We have
Isn't it great to see?
We have the Chevron pitting here, entering the top of pit lane.
First pit caller is the Chevron. I'm just going to check in with Jeff Wright to see if indeed Jeff is down there. Jeff, are you in the pit lane by any chance? I can see him striding towards that car. What have you got for us, mate?
We're out in that number 34 car. So we'll get more over him here in just a moment. They are doing a quick driver change. The seat cushion has to be changed out, the different statures of the driver. So they changed that out to fit the next driver getting in. And that is the number 34 car. So Alex Willis, Graham Edelman got out of the car. This Alex Willis getting in the car now in number 34 as we see the preparations going on there for that car, so they'll get their pit stop out of the way early, like I mentioned earlier on the Tony Seiler pit stop in the previous race, getting it out of the way early. Unfortunately, it didn't benefit Seiler for that race, but it might benefit this number 34 car. Again, Willis in the car now, and Edelman just getting out. We'll give him a second to get his helmet off and get a word with him.
Okay, Jeff, just give us a shout up if you get a driver to talk to. Right now, we've got Robert Summerall out there on the track in his BMW. It's a 1972 3.5 CSL, and Summerall looking like he's trailing a bit of smoke there, Marshall.
Got a couple of inline sixes here, staying close.
Thank you, Jeff. Great stuff there. Thank you, Jeff. We are back out on track and with Jim Norman in that 935 K3. I'm a little bit worried about the smoke coming from the back of that BMW. What have you seen there, Marshall? I know you've been scrutinising the screen there to see if we can see more. Is it on the? It's like, is it on the lift off when he lifts off, or?
Haven't seen enough to warrant concern immediately. So you never know. Is it an accumulation of rubber that has gotten up into the fender well, say the right rear, knowing that the right rear is bounced quite a bit, coming through some of the faster sections, and a little bit of contact between the rolling tire and the rubber that's accumulated. So we'll keep an eye. We'll see if anything stands out. But so far, looking good, chasing that beautiful, I guess we have to give more credit to that British Ford Capri, the RS 2600 outrunning. So we do indeed have BMW chasing Ford in front, chasing a Porsche.
There's the chevron, fresh from its pit stop, dropped down the order to 7th here in this segment. It's Grim Edelman at the wheel of that car. That's the current leader, not just of this segment though, not just of this 42-minute race. This is the 4th and final race of the weekend for this car. That is our overall leader, Jim Norman. Scooter Gable sharing the car with Jim across the weekend. As he comes down across the line, he'll have completed 7 laps by the time he comes underneath us there. 7 laps in the bag for Jim Norman, heading towards a Group B win. However, 27.5 minutes remaining. I'm not going to say any more on that, because 27.5 minutes is a long time in a 935K.
Let's not call the race quite yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The engines have done a lot of work, not just in the past couple of days, but they've been... You get a lot of track time with HSR events. You get a hell of a lot of track time. And when I first started coming over here, I was quite surprised at how brave the car owners were for how many miles they were putting on their classics. It doesn't deter them though. Every opportunity they're out. I mean, we start racing here at 8 a.m. with our WeatherTech sprint races across Friday and Saturday, and those grids are absolutely chocker with everybody wanting to take part.
You look at how many crew members are attached to each car, Joe, and it's not just, say, the older format of you and I bringing a car and just running it, you driving, me being the mechanic, playing and having fun. You look and it's multiple folks, knowing that the heat-based format is one where you go and run for 42 minutes, have a few hours off until you run again, but in that time, you are using that time checking all the oil, doing full assessment of the vehicle, because, to your point, you're running Saturday in daylight, Saturday night, Sunday morning again, possibly Sunday afternoon. So you're bringing 2, 3, 4, 5 people per car, making sure at each stop that it is ready to do more. So a little more intense. Yeah,
we had a full service. That's the BMW. Just ahead of the BMW on the track there is the Ford Capri. The Capri RS 2600, 2.6cc, V6 Ford engine. It's from 1973. That's the car there, just going into the Western Horseshoe there, the blue and white Capri. Now, he had a catastrophic engine failure, as Nick described it to me. We did get it reported that it was an oil union issue. However, I think it was what was cause or effect. It lost its oil and then catastrophically destroyed itself. But that was a brand new V6 motor. I'd only been looking at that car, and you mentioned there about the standard of servicing that the cars get when they're not on track. That car looked like it had just been taken out of the cellophane. And yet it had been on track about a dozen times.
Beautifully
absolutely
presented.
beautifully
prepared, as you mentioned. One of the sad things, though, when you are at a historic event, Joe, and you see a spare motor being uncrated, you know that everybody on that crew is going to have a heck of a story to tell when they get home.
Yeah, we've all got overnight engine changes, haven't we, under our belts? Overnight chassis swaps as well, after rolling a few. I did work in Clio Cup, though. That was pretty much the standard operational practice. We have got 24 minutes of this fourth race for Group B. At the moment, out there on track, it's Jim Norman leading in that beautiful Porsche 935 K3. It's in the Interscope livery as well from 1980, which just sort of sends shivers, certainly for me, watching Danny Ungaius at the wheel of that car back in the day. Angus Rogers sharing that Porsche of his. The beautiful blue 911 RSR is in second. Yves Samama currently third. Craig Conway in his Porsche fourth. The Ford Capri of Nick Matthews that we've just been looking at and talking about, that's in fifth. A little bit further back from that, the Robert Summerall, the smoky BMW, the smoke seems to have gone away. Then we've got Graham Edelman in the Chevron. Now he's down in seventh. However, he's the fastest car on the track at the moment. He has served his pit stop. So he is going to start climbing back up the order towards the front of the field, which is when he pitted. He pitted from the lead. So keep an eye on that when we get into the pit stops. But we are another 18 minutes away from that pit stop window closing. There's the Chevron there. He's the fastest car on the track at the moment. Fastest lap being 1:59.9. The only car that's dipped inside the 2-minute mark. That's how quick that car is. And I'm a big fan of that 2-litre sports car era of the mid-70s. But I often think, is that because as a kid I was just discovering race cars outside of Formula One? And that was one of the cars that kind of smacked you in the face. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, look at that. Look at the lines on that. Oh, look at the size of the tyres on the back of that. Same with the 935. It was just when you were sort of discovering that motorsport existed outside of Formula One, certainly for me.
I think with the U2 formula, that under 2-liter formula, I think the giant killing dynamic of it, Joe, is what always stood out to me. The fact that, yes, there were the large bore V8 powered prototypes. You had these pesky little Chevrons and Lolas and other creations using the small displacement motors, much lighter, physically smaller as well, not necessarily as wide or as long as the bigger, faster prototypes, but they sure kept up and/or gave them a really hard time and occasionally came out on top. A few more cars pitting here, Joe. Just mentioning we have the white Porsche, we have that gorgeous Ford Capri as well. So starting to get into that mid-race almost pit stop timing, mandatory pit stop, driver changes coming up.
So we've got the Capri diving into the pits. Nick Matthews into the pits. He's happier now that he's been able to put his older engine. They just put that new engine in, by the way. They've been using the older engine in the Capri. The new engine went in. Whether it was an oil pipe becoming detached or it losing its oil, I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of that. I'm getting some good information here. Jim Norman, our current overall leader, he won a Rolex in 2013, co-driving to Scooter Gable. He also won one in 2007 at the, you knew that, didn't you?
Dr. Jim, highly accomplished, so not here by a mistake. and also just in a truly amazing car. We're so thankful we get to see this. It's one of all these cars are special, Joe. There's some though that are a bit of a different tier. You walk by them and there's instant reverie, and a Interscope Porsche 935. It is exactly that. Down in the garages yesterday, for example, a lot of youth here, which has been fantastic. A lot of younger folks. Not often, it's a lot of gray beards like myself, but they're all congregating around cars like the 935, which they know from an Instagram feed or whatever it might be that this is like seeing a lion in the wild. But right in front of you can walk up, get close, take photos of it, enjoy. Just such a special car.
We interviewed a 16-year-old on the grid, didn't we? Yesterday's pre-race. I mean, that's how young they are. Let's head down to the pits for Jeff Wright, who's right there in the midst and the thick of everything going on there. Jeff.
Thank you, Joe. We're here with Nick Matthews. Nick, you just got out of the Capri. You guys are showing 6 on the board right now. You've been having a pretty good week here and pretty good day.
Yeah, we've had lots of issues, but we're still running and really enjoying it. Thank you. Really excellent.
Car feeling good? I mean,
it's great.
Feeling good for the morning?
Yeah, no, great. The guys had to do some work last thing before we got on the grid, but we were on the grid.
So Griffiths is going to take it the rest of the way out.
Just a second, sorry.
The co-driver Griffiths is going to take it the rest of the way out.
Yeah. Co-driver will finish the race, hopefully.
And there he goes back underway, Joe.
Thank you, Jeff. One of my first cars was a Capri, Mark 1.5 as it was called in Europe. It looked exactly the same as that, same light cluster at the back. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Capris. Made me very popular with girls at 17. And at 17 I needed all the help I could get. And that car there, I have to thank a lot. Not that particular car of Nick Matthews, of course, but you know what I mean. And I'm delighted. Big round of applause. Nick Matthews got the car out, I think, in his second segment. He's completed 42 laps as he came into this segment, and I think he'll be happy just to get the car to the flag and finish the event. It's not necessarily about where you finish, it's all about being here and competing, I think, at this level. Yes, there are elements of competitors here who, for instance, Jared Lopez, Marcel Fassler, they came here to do the double-double. They've achieved one double, looking very, they're not going to manage the Group F double, more of that later when we get to them. But right now, Nick Matthews and Griffiths, I think it's Mike Griffiths, isn't it? They're just enjoying plodding around and enjoying that Ford Capri, liveried as it was at Le Mans in 1973. Now, it's hard to believe that a Capri, a Ford Capri, albeit a V6 engine, 2.6 litre Ford Capri, actually ran at Le Mans. Incredible.
Singing motor in that car, that V6. But you raise the central point here, Joe. This is a race. This is a organized, competitive weekend.
Let's head back down to the pits where Jeff Wright has caught another victim. Have you, Jeff? Who have you got?
I don't have anybody. I have the car there, the 00 car right behind me. You can see him there on pit lane, just waiting patiently. The beautiful 00 car, K935 Porsche, as he waits to get back underway. He's been on pit lane about 2 minutes now, so time running out. The engine revs go up. He's getting ready to get out of the way.
Yeah, just along from you, Jeff, just past the Rolex Arch, the Bob Summerall BMW has come in. Now, that caused us some concern with some smoke billowing from the car. It might be an idea to get down there and maybe find out if that is a concern to the team as we watch the later stages of the 00. That's the 935 K3 we were talking about, Marshall, just pulling off its pit apron. And yeah, I mean, as a young driver, as a young person, seeing that car from 40 years ago and seeing it here on the high banking here at NASCAR's 2, 3 and 4, it's a sight to behold, and it's something that you've probably up until now, until you get here to the Daytona Classic event, you've only seen in pictures in magazines and books. But to see that in the flesh and to hear that and indeed feel that car, because you don't just see it, do you? And you don't just hear it, you actually feel it. It's visceral, the experience, when you're standing next to that.
We just heard with Jeff on pit lane and his mic open, we heard that Porsche sitting there almost sounding like a dragster, Jeff, we're going to go right back to you quickly here on pit lane.
Thank you, Marshall. We're looking at the 201 car. David Hinton just got out of the car. David, how's the car running? A little bit of smoke coming out of it as you came in.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a gearbox leak and it's dripping onto the exhaust, and under braking it's smoking in the car pretty bad. But I think we can survive these last few laps.
Yeah, we're getting close to halfway on that. So Bob's in the car now?
Yes, yeah, Bob's going to get in and finish. He did the first and third session, I did the second, and we split this one. So,
How you feeling this morning?
a little tired, but not bad.
Yeah, I think everybody's tired. It's been a long week, but a great week here at Daytona. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Jeff.
That's David Hinton here, driving the number 201 car with Bob Summerhour.
That's not just any David Hinton, Jeff. That's former President David Hinton. David Hinton, the former President of HSR. And this event, the reason why we are sat here, Marshall, is because of that man's vision there. All right, it was himself and George Toomer and Jim Pace, God rest their souls. But they made this event happen, and what a great idea. It was, all right, I remember speaking to George Toomer, and he got the idea, looking at the Le Mans Classic, looking at the format of the Le Mans Classic, and we've kind of matched that and emulated that in the same format of kind of heats, aggregating to an accumulative score. But that was 2014. I can't believe it's been 10 years. Not exactly the 10th running, because we didn't run in 16, I believe. We came back in 17, 2014, 2015, back in 17. But yeah, I mean, this event is now very firmly, certainly on the US Classic calendar, and it's sort of it's pricking up attention from Europe as well. As we've heard lots of British accents, we've heard lots of French accents and Italian accents. It is becoming quite an event to try to make that journey across the Atlantic to be part of.
Just under 14 minutes left to go in this race. Joe, want to pick up on a couple of things that you'd mentioned we were going on to. Talking about that beautiful Porsche 935, for example, you having seen that run in period when it was brand new, the great memories that it brought to you. Always mindful of the fact that there are folks of whatever age seeing that car run for the first time today. So that big impression it made on you 40-odd years ago, it is doing for the first time for someone here running right now. Something, again, that I love so much about historic racing. These might be the cars of yesteryear, but if you're seeing them for the first time, they're speaking to you.
Yeah.
Folks will want to come back, but also capture them in their own ways. Again, whether it is TikTok related, Instagram, you name it, the modern ways of capturing and sharing content compared to those old magazines and whatnot that you and I bought and looked at and probably still have. But just the fact that these cars never age in that capacity. For our eyes, many of these cars have connections when we first saw them and built the passion within us. That building of passion is happening today, this moment, this lap for many folks. So I love that about historic racing, bringing everything from the past forward, but also the competition side. Obviously, everyone comes here, flies cars in, trailers them out, sends crews. It's a big production for each team. We have these races. We have amazing BRM wall clocks that get awarded to those who have great success at the events. We know that those are the trappings at the end, but ultimately, why is everybody here on the competitive side? Because they love driving. So guess what? Here we are, Sunday morning, been racing for what feels like nearly 24 hours. We're not quite there yet, but for so many, they might be laps down. There might be no chance of visiting the podium, but there's joy because the underlying aspect of why they're here isn't chasing awards and clocks and spraying champagne. That would be the beautiful benefit at the end, but the raw passion and love for driving, that is indeed what has all of our entrants here, all of our drivers here. So the lap chart's a wonderful thing in historic racing, but you know there's smiles in every single car no matter where they're going to place.
I absolutely get what you're saying, and I think everybody here is a kindred spirit, really. We're all one big family. The reason why you have made the journey out to Daytona this weekend is because you're a geek like us. We love race cars. We love old race cars. For us, these were new race cars when we were kids and when we were younger, and to have them brought out. I mean, like I say, I mean, the the leading car overall, Jim Norman in the 00. That car would grace any museum really, but no, why? This is a moving museum. This is a museum. This weekend for the HSR, the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24 is a live museum. We get to see these cars in their natural environment, in their natural habitat. Craig Conway out on track at the moment there, in that he's third in the B5 group. Craig Conway third overall. He's fifth at the moment on track in this part of the event. Our leader is still the Chevron, then the Porsche 935. The gap is a good chunk of time, actually, 33 seconds. And Craig about to be lapped, I think, by the Chevron. There it is, the bright blue, or the light blue, I should say, the powder blue Chevron of Graham Edelman, about to put Craig Conway a lap down. They're not in the same race, though, these two cars, are they? They may be in the same group, but I think the Porsche driver, Craig Conway, knows fine well that he's not going to compete with a 2-litre sports car in the form of a Chevron B36.
Well, that Chevron comes up to about his hip
Yes.
when he's sitting in his Porsche, so
Well,
indeed.
take the bodywork off that Chevron. Those drivers are on it. They're on the car rather than in it. It just looks like they're in it because of the fiberglass bodywork. But those aluminium monocoques, they're barely hip high. It's like a cart. It's like sitting in a cart. Beautiful. That's how I grew up.
I know what I'm getting you for Christmas.
Yeah. What's that?
Joe, I'll get you a 2-liter Chevron for
Oh,
sure.
absolutely. Oh, yeah. Please, mate. If we win the lottery, I'll get you one as well. Here they come then. As we look out on track, it's down inside the last 9 minutes of the event for these Group B runners. And at the moment, the driver and car that is en route and heading towards that BRM chronograph wall clock is the number 00. As we watch one of our Porsches around the track, the sun blaring into our booth here. You'll never hear me complain about the sun. It's the 52 Yves Samama Porsche, and what a beautiful example that is. Currently second in the B5 class. I think Yves Samama is 57 laps completed. This is one of only 3 cars that were on the same lap as our overall leader, and Yves Samama 51 seconds behind Angus Rogers. He stays behind Angus Rogers, so at the moment our overall podium does look like Jim Norman in the Porsche 935, Angus Rogers and Kevin Wheeler in their Porsche 911 RSR, and this car here, Yves Samama and Scooter, have shared the 1974 Porsche 911 IROC.
You know what we aren't seeing in these images? Tiredness. Lack of motivation. We are seeing that car getting pushed hard through the Lamar chicane.
Incredible.
We are seeing it move. We're seeing it roll. We're seeing front to back a little bit of a rocking horse moment, and you go, hey, the checkered flag is almost in sight. About to wind down, put it away. No, we're not slowing down.
They're not. Absolutely. We saw that in Group A earlier on this morning before we went live on the live stream. And again, mentioned in the live stream, Matador Motorsports. How can we ever thank you? We're able to share this and share the love across the world, not just across America, but across the world. We've got people messaging us from literally everywhere, and they've tuned in. They want to see these cars, and I think what the Matador Motorsports live stream is going to enable this event to do is to grow, is to absolutely grow, and we'll soon be getting people travelling from. Yeah, incredible, 93,000 live views. Wow, 93,000. So yeah, if we're going to need more marshals on the car parking if we get 93,000 people to come to this event. But I mean, that's people are going to see this and go, I want to actually see that Capri in the flesh. That Capri, this Capri up close. It's got all the stickers there from the 73 Le Mans 24 Hours. It's got all the event sponsors. In very discreetly, but there, as the regulations had to have it in 73. And Nick Matthews, big round of applause to you for A, bringing that car out, and B, for absolutely making that a showpiece of a car. And yes, you've had some bad luck losing an engine last night, but all credit to you guys down there for rolling your sleeves up and getting on with it to give us the pleasure of seeing that car out on track.
One of the things, Joe, for sure, whether it's here in HSR, a lot of Capris of those that are still in the wild and running are found across Europe, UK in particular, but might have a little bit of something dangling beneath that Capri, by the way. We'll keep an eye on that, but knowing that Porsches tend to dominate the entry list wherever we go for historic racing, these Capris, anytime they're on track, tend to bring everyone out to the fences.
Yeah,
they look amazing, sound amazing, always a rock star wherever they appear.
Absolutely. Something spotted dangling underneath. My Capri always had something hanging off it, whether it was a handbrake cable or an exhaust or something. That is the same model of Capri. It's classed as the Mark 1.5. The bulge on the bonnet was different. The Mark 1 had a flat bonnet. They brought out what was deemed the Mark 1.5, which had the bulge on the bonnet. That made it go a little bit faster. I had a 1600 Pinto engine in mine. I swapped it out and put a 2-litre Pinto engine in. Mated it onto the 1600 box, which wasn't an easy thing. Different size clutch disc to the flywheel and pressure plate. It had a different set of ratios because of the 1600 box. It went from 0 to 60 in about 1 second. However, it petered out at 80 miles an hour. And I was a street racer. I didn't need it to do anything at over 80 miles an hour. So yeah, I have played around with Capris. Not a V6 Capri. A friend of mine had a V6 and I was very jealous of it. There's the Chevron. He's actually our leader in this 4th segment. And he's got a lead of 36 seconds. That's going to put him further up the order. He came into this final segment about 5 laps down, and I'm being told that he's received a penalty.
36 seconds, which would negate that 33-second lead. So it would appear that pit stop did not exactly meet
6 seconds short, I'm being told.
Yeah, did not exactly meet all the time requirements there. So
that 36 seconds, he's in the lead by 0.3 of a second at the moment, last time by. So if he can pull another couple of seconds on Jim Norman, that car there is our overall leader, currently first or second, depending on the gap at the line. We are getting towards white flag time. Not sure if it's going to be next lap or the lap after that, with 3 minutes remaining.
You mentioned Ford Capris and your love of them and knowledge of them. I can tell you that my stepbrother forever has a little bit of a twitch in his neck when the Capri name gets mentioned. My father and I had found a Taiga Formula Ford in baskets for about $3,000 minus engine. Stepbrother had a Ford Capri sitting out in the driveway with a 1600cc Kent motor.
Oh, Kent motor.
I can tell you it did not have a Kent motor sitting in it after we found that Formula Ford. The only slight problem, we didn't tell him we were taking the motor out of his daily driver and effectively stole that motor. Had that prepped by Tom Rust Racing there at Sonoma Raceway and put that in the back of our Taiga Formula Ford. So
Brilliant.
Yes, one thing, if you have any vehicle, since they're so rare, those 1600 Kent Formula Ford motors, if you have anything in the driveway that has that motor in it, hide the car. It'll get stolen by a racer.
Do you know what a big 7-Eleven end block clock, my imaginary friend, is telling me? That's the correct block. You know where we get them from now? Brazil. Brazil. Brazilian block motors. They're in Formula Ford 1600, massive still in the UK.
Yeah,
massive.
Every junkyard here in the States has been rated for them. There are none left.
Yeah.
That's why we've moved
I think
up.
Clark might have some in his garage by the sounds of it.
He might
How
have
many
just...
have you got, Clark? He doesn't have any anymore.
Okay.
Smart,
he sold them. Nonetheless, Joe, we are now getting down very close to the white flag being waved.
It's certainly being unfurled.
Yes.
We stay with the Capri going into turn 1. We're going to look for, now then, the gap is out to 37.4. So effectively our leader is the Chevron. He's overcome the 36-second penalty, and he will take the 4th race win Here he comes. Yep, he's been identified as the race leader. He will take the white flag while we continue to watch Mike Griffiths in the Capri.
As we do whenever possible, massive thank you to our volunteer flaggers, whether it's in the stand here, at the stripe coming across, start-finish line, all those out on the corners, all the corner marshals, volunteer from the Sports Car Club of America. Thank you so much for dedicating your weekend to making this Classic 24 possible.
Here is our overall leader, currently second in this fourth race, coming down to receive his white flag. We'll try and follow him around the last lap of the event. The Porsche 935 K3 Interscope colours, reminding me of Danny Ungaius, the Hawaiian driver who drove for that team.
Ted Field, the proprietor
team,
of Interscope Records.
Yeah.
Massive, massive organization.
Massive race fan.
Oh, thank you to Ted Field for everything you've given to the sport, not just this car, but so many others in those beautiful, beautiful, iconic colors. But nonetheless, indeed, Dr. Jim Norman, Josh Norman as well, just flying around here for our pure delight Porsche 935 K3.
There's the race leader about to enter the Le Mans chicane for the final time this weekend for him. The chevron of Graham Edelman negotiates first the left right, then the right left, accelerating now foot to the floor, just up through the box, top gear and maximum speed through NASCAR turn 3. Stays in the middle of the banking, probably the safest place to be, and he will continue on around the banking and comes into sight on the tri-oval here and down underneath us to take the checkered flag for Group B. He will finish down the order overall, but he has the accolade of taking this fourth race win. And we look back towards the NASCAR turns 3 and 4 banking. In fact, there it is at the Le Mans chicane. It's the Porsche K3, the 935 K3. It's Dr. Jim Norman and Scooter Gable who have brought this car home to what will be the Group B overall win. And I'm not going to take a punt quite yet at who will join him on the podium. We're going to leave that to Jeff Wright because the results that I shout out are all provisional. It's going to be sanctioned by the time we get to the podium. And there it is, the checkered flag for second in this race, but the overall win over 168 minutes. That is the car that takes Group B and the BRM chronograph wall clock.
Flat 6 Porsche Turbo, Joe. Unstoppable, undefeated time. How many races has that engine architecture won? And yet again, we have phenomenal job done by this team at this event. Massive congratulations.
I estimate that this car here, the Angus Rogers Kevin Wheeler Porsche, this is the car that is finishing third here on the road, but actually finished on the second step of the overall podium in Group B. And that car has been well used this weekend. I think every grid it seemed to be on that I called in the WeatherTech sprint races. But Angus Rogers and Kevin Wheeler, KMW Motorsports, round of applause there for the standard of prep. I mean, Kevin Wheeler knows how to put a race car together. He's, a big part of the Michelin Pilot Challenge with that Alpha. Brave running an Alpha, the only Alpha TCR, but it doesn't stop him, and it doesn't stop him getting results. Here we are across the line for Yves Samama. My estimation and calculations have Yves Samama fourth in this race, however, third on the overall podium. He'll get to meet Jeff Wright down there when we get down to our presentation as the rest of the field marshal come through.
Standing on that grid for the very first heat yesterday, all the wickedly impressive prototypes pushed to the front of the grid. How beautiful is it to see persistence, reliability, skill paying out in the form of a number of GT cars getting ready to fire into victory lane and take part of the podium ceremonies.
This was the group, remember, that included the Gulf Mirage M6 of Chris McAllister, and I still want to thank Chris for bringing that car out. But I heard a great story that in the 1972 Daytona 24 Hours, They reduced the length of the race to 6 hours to accommodate the Formula One engine Ferrari 312 PB, the Mirage Cosworth engined, because they felt that they said it was the fuel crisis, but it wasn't. In fact, I think it was 72, might have been 73, but they shortened the race. They didn't shorten Sebring. They kept that at 12 hours, and they didn't shorten Le Mans. So in kind of true style, we lost the Mirage very early on, and that was a shame. Beautiful car. But talking of beautiful cars, there's our overall winner, making his way down to the podium area. He'll be waved through underneath the Rolex arch. He comes down to his pit garage. There'll be somebody there to greet him and show him where he needs to be. That's Jim Norman. He's going to turn hard left now, and we will be joining Jeff Wright very shortly to take us through the podium presentation, as well as getting a chat to the winning drivers. I'm not sure that car has much lock on it though, Marshall. It's going to need to be sort of pushed backwards and forwards to get in there, I think.
It does have a first gear, though, and a clutch and about 800 horsepower. So
like
you can rotate the car easily with
spool
one
diff
foot.
as well. Spool diff on that. Yeah, so we've got effectively a lock diff. It's got no differential. Very, very hard to drive. My mate Tim got a ride as a passenger with John Paul Jr. at there's a small road course close to West Palm Beach where Kevin Jeanette's place is. And Tim said he's just in between the corners. He's shifting, he's turning the boost knob, he's changing the power that's coming from the engine at different parts of the track. And Tim said, it was at this point I realised I was never going to be able to do that. And the spool diff, literally throwing the car in and getting the spool diff to act and rotate the car. I mean, you know, that's how tricky those cars are, and that's why I'm sat here.
Spools, perfect and found in every oval racing vehicle. Not exactly the first thought for road racing.
Yes.
Wow.
Needing to turn left and right. So there is our podium presentation area, the winner's circle, as they call it there. We've got a group of cars there. And we will be heading down there very shortly. In alphabetical order then, coming up next, there will be our Group C runners. But before that, we've got Jeff down there in the podium area. Jeff Wright taking us through the presentation.
We're down here with Andy Willis in the 34 car. Andy just got out. Great run there, a little bit sweaty, a little bit hot out there, but it's worth it, right?
Oh, it's absolutely worth it. It's a bit early in the morning. I'm not really sure what time zone I'm in or what time of day it is with an hour change, but you know, it's a fabulous track, and any opportunity to drive here, anybody should come over and have a go.
It doesn't matter what time zone you're at Daytona. That's all that matters.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a special place.
Great run there in the number 34. Where's your co-driver? Is he coming out? We'll get him here in just a moment, but great run for you here today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Let's see if we can get a word with Yves Samama. He's just taking his gear off. Yves, great run for you out there. We're running with Scooter Gable. I know you're hot. Get that Classic 24 hat on. Tell us about your weekend.
The weekend was great. I was chasing Angus and Kevin all weekend, but they were too fast for me. But Scooter did a good job keeping up with them at night. It's great. I got my granddaughter here for the first time, so that was a lot of fun. And team at Ornage and boys and girls were really awesome. So it was a really great event, a lot of fun.
Great times at Daytona. And Scooter, your co-driver, doing double duty here in this race.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, he's got more practice than me, that's for sure now.
Great job, Yves.
Thank you.
We'll see you on podium here in just a moment. Here's Scooter right here. Scooter, great job. We're gonna trade your hat out here very quickly, if you don't mind. Here you go. There's a hat for you. So Scooter, you're doing double duty, driving with Yves and driving with Jim Norman.
I am. I can't be happy enough and grateful enough to these guys for sharing their cars with me. It's a huge privilege. This is such a fun event, and Yves did an awesome job. That car's been running like a freight train all night. We just couldn't quite keep up with Kevin and Angus. But it was fun trying, and then of course driving with Jim in this thing. You know, I grew up watching these cars, and so cool.
Great job,
cool.
Scooter.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're done now, right? Hopefully you're gonna take a break, Scooter. I think you're done, right? Are you co-driving with somebody else now?
No, that's it. So go home and try and catch up on some sleep.
Yeah, good luck with that. Congratulations. Jim Norman, Jim, great job. You can't ask for a better driver, really, with Scooter. Great job out there in a beautiful car.
Yeah, I'm glad Scooter came in for one of the stints, and I could try to get a little more sleep. But it's just an awesome privilege to take care of this car. I had a poster of this car on my wall when I was in high school. I never thought that 44 years later I'd own it and drive it, and it's just a privilege to bring it out here. The cars are the stars, and I love sharing this car with everybody because everybody's got memories of this car.
Yeah, what a great story. I wish I had the car that I had a poster of when I was younger. That's a great story.
Well, that was Farrah Fawcett, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah. Everybody had that one too, right?
Yeah.
Great job, Jim.
What a great time. Thanks for having us.
You're very welcome. Jim Norman there. We'll get a quick word over here now. Angus Rogers and Kevin Wheeler. Kevin, we'll talk to you first. Get you here on the camera shot. You're kind of relaxing there. Don't scratch the car, right? Don't scratch the car. Great job.
Yeah, it was a great job. I want to thank Angus, as always, for letting me co-drive. These old cars just rock and roll around here. It's so much fun, and they're just floating all over the banking at 165 mile an hour. It is so much fun. This is a great event. HSR has put on a great event for 10 years now, and we just love it. And we're just so happy to get this old girl on the podium. This thing ran like a top all night, all weekend. Great weekend.
We're glad you're here, Kevin. 10 years ago you were here. You're here 10 years later. Keep on coming back, please.
Oh, I will always come back to HSR. This is where I started my business in my home, preparing, taking care of all these old cars, and with customers like Angus and several of the other guys. And I also want to thank all my guys at KMW Motorsports. Great guys, up all night. This is a grueling event for the crew, and anyone out here who's a crew guy, you know it. It's just a grueling event, and thanks to everyone.
Great job, Kevin. Angus, come on in here for a moment, if you would, please. Sure. We'll trade place. Hey, you guys stand together. That'll work. Angus, this is your car, beautiful blue car. We've seen the battle of the blue Porsches all weekend here, and you guys are on the podium once again. Great job.
Well, thank you so much. It was a super event for us. The KMW team just put a great car underneath me, and we've had, like you said, this car for since 2011, 2010, so it's been a while, so we've gotten used to it. Great event. Unfortunately, these 935s, I feel like we bought a knife to the gunfight. It was a Crocodile Dundee knife, but it was still a knife. And these guys were the class of the field, and we're so geeked to be second place for the event. And thanks to you guys for putting this on and having us here and enjoying the Daytona Speedway. It was great.
We're glad you had a great time, and you guys are always a podium visitor, and glad to see you back again. Great job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. We are going to head up to the podium presentation and hand out some hardware here in just a moment, and because we get set for the next race coming here in just about a minute.
So, Marshall, we'll leave Jeff down there to sort out the podium presentation for Group B. We've got to press on, though. We've got plenty of more racing to go on. Group C are our next class out. I've got the runners and riders here and where they are. I've got two cars I've completed 60 laps, and that's a 1995 Porsche 993. It's Porsche versus Ferrari going into this one, as Corey Friedman and Travis Bedson have a 4-minute and 3-second lead. That's more than a lap here. However, they both finished on 60 laps.
In a 42-minute race, that would be a pretty big gap to overcome.
But
that's why we hold these races. You never know.
You never know, because it is motor racing. Patrick Milani and Chris Hall, it's their Ferrari 360 challenge car that lines up just behind Friedman and Bedson. On 58 laps, 2 laps off the lead lap, and on the third step of the podium, kind of all alone as he's got a full lead, one lap lead on the car in fourth. That's Michael and Colin Schmitz in their Porsche Cayman. The car in fourth is Kenneth Marlin. That's another of our Ferrari challenge cars. This one, a car from the year 2000. In fifth place will be Alan Benjamin. He's in a Porsche 964, a USA Cup. Now, That's one of the very first iterations of Carrera Cup, I suppose, isn't it? The USA Cup. It was when back in 1992, early 90s, when Carrera Cup was being born throughout the world. Can you remember anything? Where did that support? What series would that have supported?
We had a variety of things in IMSA. We had the Bridgestone Supercar Series. I wonder if that might have fallen somewhere in there. But why don't we step back for just one moment,
Let's
Joe?
take our breath.
Here's some wonderful, wonderful information.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Before we start focusing on Group C, Marshall, I just want to. I've just had a bit of a stat thrown at me. The Group B race that we've just seen. That's the first win for a Porsche 935 in HSR Classic competition. So we're making HSR history here.
How is that possible?
I do not know. I've kind of got a bit of an idea and a theory. The cars are so valuable. They're all, but also for these longer events, the cars are so delicate. I want to say, you're putting all that power through aged chassis, not so much aged components because we change components, we life components. But yeah, maybe it's that. Maybe it's the reliability factor. I mean, the reliability factor was a big thing back in period for a 935. So you bring them out 40 years later, and it's going to be, aggravated. I think. But hey, we've made history there. A 935 taking Group B.
Now we have a challenge for there to be a second winner here in future events. So
yes,
it can't be the
absolutely.
one and only.
We need more 935s. Quite
yes,
frankly.
we do. Absolutely do.
We had 19 cars start Group C. We've still got 16 cars that have come out for the fourth time. And as I say, it's the Ferrari-Porsche battle. Porsche leading Ferrari into this fourth and final race for these drivers. And
fastest car on the track, Joe. That just truly sublime. Porsche 962, Philip Midori and our friend Marino Franchitti had a fraught day yesterday with a wheel coming off in the very first race, some other issues overnight, tire rotating on the wheel, some other maladies as well, but they are indeed back out, not necessarily a threat for overall victory, but that car showing its pace, running at warp speed compared to anything else in the class.
Is that what it was? So the tyre moved on the bead?
Yeah.
Wow.
So trying to contend with some of the issues that come up despite the age and provenance of many of these cars, still having to deal with whatever conditions are in front of you today, and they're not always perfect. So you learn, you make adjustments, but back out, again, while not up front and in contention to win the event overall in class, for sure going to put on a show here, as we expect to see this car running anywhere between 10 and 15 seconds a lap faster than the others. But indeed, near the back of the field, we'll need to tread lightly coming through with GT machinery as we start here to round Joe. Coming out of NASCAR turn 4, pace car has almost everybody lined up nicely. A couple of folks maybe wanting to peek out early, but getting close for that pace car to peel off.
You mentioned to Marino Franchitti that it was probably going to be like a video game. This first lap or so is very much going to be a video game as the pace car pulls off.
Green flag, and off we go.
Keep an eye on that pink Porsche 962 making his way very tentatively, I would imagine, into turn 1 as the field of Porsches, Ferraris, BMWs and a 962 thrown in there for good measure, making their way around. And do we know if it's Marino that's finishing this car?
I think it might be, I believe Marino will be finishing. I believe Philip is starting, and it looks like Philip is following, was trying to follow that dark blue Carbier Sports 2000, one of the really innovative cars that came in towards the end of the peak popularity of the SCCA Pro Sports 2000 series. But oh, look at the 962 light up, just raw power in the infield, chasing that car beer, going down the inside here, heading into the second of the horseshoes. It might not be very long indeed before it is up front, the pink and white.
Well, just wait for the banking, Marshall. That's all we've got to wait for. And I'm pretty sure that's what Marino will be waiting for. We did say Marino starting the car, yeah?
He might be finishing.
All right, okay, so Philip making his way very, very tentatively, understandably so. But this is where we see the 962 finding its feet as we come out onto the banking. It gets around on the high bank, on the high side of NASCAR Turn 1, and about to go through NASCAR 2. That was a bit of heart and mouth stuff there, almost tripping over that white 911. Heading down to the Le Mans chicane, and only got one more car to go to tick off before he's at the front of this field for this fourth and final race for Group C.
Everything I said about treading lightly, we can just go ahead and forget that. Indeed,
I don't think he had a choice. He was on the bank and he was just slicing by. I mean, that car's got a lot more performance than the cars around it. The GT class of Group C.
Truly among the greatest prototypes ever made. Big deciding factor, Joe, and so many drivers getting involved in IMSA in Group C back in the day. As we see, I don't know if we're going to take the lead coming into turn 1. Waiting might be something, a transaction that happens in the infield here, Joe, but that car truly came delivered with a key that you would turn in those original versions of the 935s and 956 and 962s. But here we are about to have that change at the front of the field. Indeed.
Yeah, it's come. It's finally arrived, is the word. And we've got a Porsche 962. You and I only need one Porsche 962 in the field, don't we? That is the key to open up the world of the 962. I mentioned yesterday the 962 evolved out of the 956, which was a car that dominated Sportscar Racing internationally. And there's Marino just checking in to tell us that he is indeed in the car second. Well, he's no pressure, Marino. You're going to be you're in the lead at the moment, mate. But yeah, the 962 derived and had to be developed by Porsche to compete in IMSA GTP because the regulations didn't allow the 956. The 956 had the driver's feet, which was the fashion of the day, remember. Exactly the same in Formula One, where the driver's feet was actually in front of the front axle, which is bizarre these days when we think about it. But GT,
and in the event of an accident, unfortunately, with your feet that far forward, at risk of serious injury. And so thank you to the late John Bishop, co-founder of IMSA, Mark Rafloff, so many others in charge of the series, saying, for our sake, we're going to need to extend the front of the car, bring the drivers,
so logical now,
the pedals back behind that front axle for safety. That's where the 962 came from. And here we have, again, European variant of the car, firing across, start-finish line. Philip Kaduri telling us yesterday, reaching upwards of 190 miles an hour before dipping into the binders and slowing down into turn 1. I feel comfortable in saying we have the fastest car at the event. Just having fun here on a Sunday morning.
Yep, there's a Sports 2000 Cabra that you mentioned earlier, and that car then there in the hands of Andrew and Ben Myers. Currently fourth in this race. Not exactly the fastest prototype here. That's a big ask when you're up against the 962, but still a car that was very popular at the time, not just in the United States. The Sports 2000 series, I remember having it 30 to 40 cars on a grid in more than one national series back in the UK, and that is the car, the Pinto, 2-litre Pinto engine bolted in the back. Came out of Formula 4 2000, the idea, didn't it? Put a bodywork on it, make it, that's basically what that is, with a wider tub though, isn't it? The tube frame tub.
I spent an embarrassing number of years as a Pro Sports 2000 mechanic.
Did you?
Before moving into Formula Atlantic and otherwise.
Do you look on those cars affectionately then? Because you've been, you've seen the worst and the best of those cars.
I do. We had a couple of Swift Sports 2000s on the entry list. Unfortunately, don't know if they all made it here to actually take part, but Spent most of my life working on Swifts, working for a Swift dealer out in California, built many of them. And yeah, that 2-liter Pinto motor, fantastic. But these little prototypes, much like we see in IMSA's, say, Michelin Pilot Challenge series, where we think of some of the GT4 machinery that drivers would get into, or TCR, for example, preparing those drivers to step up into the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and GTD Pro, the GT3 level training categories, what Sports 2000 was, even though it was indeed a full professional championship from the SCCA, but it was a place where if you had aspirations of getting to GTP Lights or GTP, wonderful place to train. Worked for a gentleman champion in Sports 2000s, the ACRL on the West Coast, and his next station after winning those championships, Joe, was winning this race and the 12 Hours of Sebring in the GTP Lights class with Comtech and the Comtech Acura. So again, training, hardcore training, and moving up to the pro ranks, something that this car beer and many of the other chassis in Sports 2000 helped to facilitate.
Ferrari is a name synonymous with the Daytona 24 Hours, and there is a fine example of one there. Kenneth Marlin, that's a 360 Challenge car, and that is a one-make series car, the 360 Challenge, or the Ferrari Challenge. Still with us, this is a 2000 version, one of the early days from the Challenge concept, and with a car there just snaking as we stepped on the gas there, coming out of the East Horseshoe. Just waiting to see the number. That looks like the front engine Porsche. It's one of the Firehawk series cars, that the Turbo Cup cars, isn't it? The 177. That is currently down in 8th place. Gary Stanbury. You could see there a little bit of a early application of the throttle. Had that rear axle spinning up, and he had to literally catch it and back off there before he put the throttle back in. That's coming out one of the slow hairpins on the infielder.
Who doesn't want a little bit of oppo in the morning, Joe? Must tell you, we love waxing about these phenomenal prototypes that are in the field so fast. The quality of driving within the GT cars here, truly impressive as well. Them being driven not just hard, but with great precision. Really, really, and truly impressive to see. Pick your Porsche, pick the BMWs, across the board. There's just such a high level of driving that we're seeing, Joe, across the GT cars here, Ferraris and such. This is something where they are giving it the full beans.
Nobody coaxing it and just stroking it to the flag here, is it? They've got a chance. They've been waiting hours, quite frankly, 5 hours since these cars were last released on track. So, they've been waiting patiently. This is their last run of the weekend, last run of the week. In fact, we've been running here since, I think, Wednesday. And the drivers just wanting to get on with it. Philip Kaduri leading by 27 seconds now in the 962, as we've got side-by-side action there on the banking coming out of NASCAR turn 4.
Yeah.
These will be crossing the line nose to tail, but a change of position, and that's a 944 Turbo Cup battle there, taking us back to that Canadian series, no doubt, for you.
Exactly, that Rothman series. What else would you be doing with your cars that are fairly rare and unique, right? We don't get a ton of these in historic racing, so it's fantastic to see them. And while we were mentioning earlier the Porsche 9 series, there's so many models. Most of them that we see, Joe, are versions of 911, some sort of lineage 911. No, not at all here with 944. You could say maybe a bit of a different duck within the Porsche family, but they were quite competitive, quite fast in the 80s in particular.
Well, I would have loved to have seen this series in period. I mean, we've just had a place change there. The number 80 there, Felipe Kraus getting ahead of Ray Schaefer in the number 80, ahead of the 55. That was for 9th and 10th. But to have what sort of grids did we see with the 944 Turbo Cup? Did we?
30 to 40.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So it was well subscribed. But it had Rothman sponsorship, so it had good prize money, I would imagine.
Indeed, that, and also Formula 4 2000 in Canada was massively popular. It's a place where 1996 IndyCar Series champion Jimmy Vasser competed. Great teammate Ken Murillo competed, entrant in IMSA in Michelin Pilot Challenge for quite some time now. There was a lot of young talent that came out of Canadian Formula 4 2000, Paul Tracy being one of them as well, where you can run down the list and realize we're talking a long time ago.
So was the ladder Ford 1600, Formula 4 2000, Formula Atlantic, and then IndyCar
Indy
or
Light,
Formula
something
1?
like that. Yeah, but on those weekends you would often have the Porsche 944 Turbo, right? You'd have the Porsche Cup running, you'd have the Formula 4 2000s and such. It's just a great development ladder taking place in Canada that sent so much talent either within their home country, but a lot of that down here to the U.S. as we see Philip Kaddouri once again rocketing into turn one, braking so late, getting the car rotated, romping back onto the throttle, building out in that lead. What are we up to now, Joe?
Yeah, we're 30 minutes away. We're just about 12 minutes into this fourth race. We expected the 962 to come through. Just to give you an idea of where the 962 is in the overall scheme of things, 49 laps completed, so well off the target of 66 laps completed for the leader at the moment in this group. So Kaddouri and Franchitti, Marino about to take over at the pit stop. I would imagine that Philip is going to, are they going to just split it down the middle, or does he want to optimise the run? There's no point really. It's about driving the car, isn't it? About entertaining us.
I want to hear your thoughts on the spirit behind this, Joe, because to your point, 20-ish laps away from the leader, there's no chance of victory here. Had a bit of a rough event so far. That can often be the motivation to say, maybe the racing gods are telling us this isn't our event. Let's pack up, go home. We'll come back next year. No, we're going to stay and run and fight and have fun. Tell me about that spirit. I love everything about it.
Well, HSR, that is the spirit of HSR events, isn't it? It's about track time. It's about driving the cars. Where you end up on the result sheet, and yes, it's our job to talk about history being made with the first 935 HSR Classic win, or indeed HSR win. But I think fundamentally for the car owners and the drivers, it's the pleasure they get from actually driving this car. And Philip Kaddouri driving his 962 Porsche around the Daytona Motor Speedway, a car, yes, that had a history in Europe, but he's driving that history. He's driving that piece of history. And who better to drive with than another absolute geek when it comes to motorsport history, Marino Franchitti. How Marino isn't working in television, I do not know, because he knows more. He's forgot more than I know, and I'm a massive geek.
His brother does do some television. He's not the best of the two brothers, though.
Marino can tell. His knowledge of the history of the sport is so refreshing. I do a lot of karting back in the UK. And I'll tell you a little story. One of the organisers of this kart series came in and said, we have a motorsport legend in the paddock. And I says, yeah, I've already spoken. Yeah, I know Nick Tandy quite well. The guy went, who? He was talking about some other touring car driver. And he said, who? He didn't even know who Nick Tandy was.
Wow.
Now, Nick's kid's racing in electric cadets. But that's the kind of thing, they're not necessarily into the history of the sport. They're there to compete. This event is nothing like that. Everybody here is an absolute geek. We have a very demanding audience out there, Marshall, that probably, they know as much as we do. So here, we're very privileged to be the ones with the microphones, because there are hundreds of people out there who know as much and more of them than we do.
And that's another beautiful aspect of HSR. There are historians in every garage, under every tent, be it for their car, or they know everything about it, every nut and bolt, who installed the nut and bolt, who made the nut and bolt, but also about the sport as well. And you mentioned the Franchitti brothers, that absolutely fit that role. I think it was about 15 years ago. I think it was Petit Le Mans, maybe 2008, 2009, and I don't remember whether it was Dario or Marino sent me a text and said, hey, if you get a chance, pop by our bus. And so wandered by there a few hours later, and what did they want to talk about? Nothing in particular, other than they had both apparently bought copies of the new book on the Rodriguez brothers.
Yeah.
Right? And
They both bought the same book, their own copy though. There you
exactly.
go. There it is.
And however it was, they had gotten an extra one somehow and said, hey, we have an extra one of these. We know you would love it. Here you go. And so it was just, again, this beautiful expression of motor racing anoraks, nerds who love and know the history and just revel in its past, saying, oh, well, here's one of our brothers in that same collective. We have this extra book, and it weighed about 50 pounds. This giant thing. It'd take about 3 years to pay off if you had to. And they just thought, oh, well, we know he loves the history of the sport as well. Let's just share this with him. And that is absolutely a common theme. IMSA President John Doonan was instrumental in bringing HSR in-house. What did he do when he got here? One of the first things that he did, we're staring down here in the fan zone, and there's a trailer selling racing memorabilia. Doonan ransacked the place, bought an entire box of old racing programs, IMSA, Trans Am, you name it, and found stickers, patches. Here's the president of IMSA.
Yeah.
Wanting to go and find and bring home these things just to add to his collection and love, and you go, now we understand why folks love Doonan, love IMSA, love HSR, because from the very top all the way down to those working in the garages, there's shared passion for the history. Like I said, I gave him a hard time. I'm like, thanks, Doonan, for leaving absolutely nothing for the rest of us. But nonetheless, what a beautiful demonstration, Joe.
I
how
think,
much passion is here.
I mean, when IMSA acquired HSR, I said to everybody, John Doonan is the right pair of hands to take this on and bring this into the IMSA family. And we said to John on the grid, didn't we? It was kind of a logical thing to do. It was an absolute logical thing to do. HSR becoming part of the IMSA family, and IMSA now having an opportunity through HSR to exploit and showcase what is an absolutely very gorgeously rich history. The acquisition of HSR has just put icing on an already very rich cake that was out there. They just gathered the cake in and put the icing on it by acquiring HSR and bringing it forward and taking it forward.
And it's just getting started.
Absolutely.
Obviously, there's a long history to HSR, but within the IMSA family, it is just getting started. Another thing that's just been beautiful to watch as well, Joe, is the fact that new HSR president Chris Ward, to watch Chris and John Doonan together, IMSA CEO Ed Bennett here as well, they're all just the same person, right? Even though Chris is newish to the role, just coming up on the 1-year anniversary, it's just so awesome to see the shared passion, the shared visions that they have. You realize that this is a united force, and we're so thankful to have Chris in this role as president to look after the day-to-day. But their vision and thoughts, their ambition for making HSR bigger and more and better and servicing all of their partners and clients and entrants in the paddock, just an energy here that is infectious.
A clear indication of that is Matador Motorsports coming on board to bring us a live stream here this weekend to share what we're seeing at Daytona. This event being running since 2014. Yes, we did have pictures from the track last year. This year, TV pictures, actual TV pictures, bringing you the on-track action, and you can, we get to see that car on the banking there, and you can actually pick up the speed, the visuality of if that's even a word, of that car on the banking there, a Sports 2000 racer, looking down the back straight there towards the cars coming towards the Le Mans chicane. We've got great views. We can see the attitude of the cars and how they're being driven out there on the track. And as the cars weave their way through, the Myers, Andrew and Ben Myers sharing that car. We've had We are getting towards, we're about 9 minutes away from the pit stop window closing, so we've kind of sort of forgot about that aspect. We are going to see driver changes. We've had no one in the pits as yet for a pit stop as far as I can gather. I've not seen anybody in there. So we are getting towards the realms of somebody coming in the pits, and indeed
you are manifesting, you are speaking it into existence, Joe Bradley.
Absolutely, they must be listening to me as Philip Kaduri comes in, and he will hand over that car, the Porsche 962, the 962C, one of the later iterations. You can tell that by the rear bodywork, kind of stops at the rear axle, and the rear wing mounted high and far back from the gearbox. Is he going to take on a bit of fuel there? I don't think so. There's Marino Franchitti, and Marino there with the Scottish Saltire design helmet. Philip getting out. Little bit of a chat going on. Philip just mentioning, you know, he doesn't like it at White House, I think is what he's saying there. Doesn't like it round the outside at White House. Bit of a quote from the movie Le Mans. So we leave them to their pit stop. I can see Jeff Wright down there, so he's going to pipe in at any moment now. We'll give Philip Kaduri a chance to get his helmet off, and Jeff gets a chance to get a bit of insight of what it's like racing that 962C around the Daytona Motor Speedway, high on the banks.
Talk about appreciating an entrant and driver, and Philip Kaduri brought this car here a few months ago to race out at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, California coast, taking it now all the way across the country here to compete in Florida. Absolutely invested and fully passionate entrant here in Philip Kaduri, who is with our Jeff Wright on pit lane, having just gotten out of the car after his stint.
Here with Philip Kaduri. Philip, just got out of the car. You having a great time, smile on your face. Car's running great. You having a great time here at Daytona.
It's a pleasure to be here, Jeff. The car is running well. We had our issues earlier. They were a bit surprising. A wheel came off last night and put us out of contention, but we had a really good race at 2:30 this morning, and a really good race so far now, and it's been a pleasure to be here in America at Daytona, racing such an amazing historic circuit with this car and with great friends. Marino is no stranger here, and it's just a pleasure to share it with a friend.
What's the situation with that wheel coming off? Was it a hub, or what was the deal?
Unfortunately, we don't know. We never recovered the nut, so without that, we don't really know the point of failure. But we changed both the front uprights and had a little bit of vibration in the second race around 9:30, but otherwise she's been solid. And it's to be expected with these old cars. She's 1989. We run her in Europe. Of course, we had a great run in Monterey in the summer. And you know, we put a lot of mileage on her this year.
Great job, beautiful car as it takes back off right now and back underway, back into the race.
You can hear that long first gear pulling away, Joe, knowing that the car is geared for nearly 200 miles an hour on the banking.
He's nearly reaching there as well, isn't he? What did he tell you, 190?
190 or so, yeah.
190, wow.
Now we need to challenge our boy Franchitti. I want to see 191.
Well, yeah, let's put the challenge down there. The best lap achieved by Philip was a 149.7. So that's Marino's target. He is the pro driver in that car. Philip, the gentleman driver, and you could kind of feel the pleasure in his voice there, having just stepped out of that car. I mean, they are not easy cars to drive. That car will bite you if you drive it wrongly.
What you have to appreciate as well, knowing that Philip, obviously, like the majority of our participants, have a regular life. They're not full-time professional race car drivers. It's one thing to step into a lower horsepower touring car, GT, and play at that level. Someone like Philip stepping into a raging monster of a Porsche 962C, the amount of training required to be able to do that as a mortal like you and I.
Yeah, absolutely.
And not only the physical fitness side, but also the development of his talent. You have to have talent to be able to drive a car like that at speed.
Let's head down to the pits where Jeff is got. We've got a plethora of cars coming in there as we watch the Carber come in. Who have you got for us, Jeff?
At the 1-4 car, Corey Freeman in here. He's been doing the entire race. No co-driver. Travis Besson was listed at that. He's doing the entire race by himself. And you get a good look at that car as he comes in. Window service going on the 1-4 car, shown at the top of the group right now. And they'll get a 3-minute pit stop completed here. But he's been doing the entire race by himself here in the 1-4, the 1995 Porsche 993 RSR.
Thank you, Jeff. We do indeed, Joe, have seems like about half the field on pit lane now coming in for that mandatory 3-minute pit stop. Some now starting to peak out. We have one of our Ferraris having just completed their stop rolling down pit lane on the way out. But indeed, this is the time where everybody is, by and large, coming in to get that mandatory stop completed. And with a clear track in front of him, our friend Marino Franchitti, we know for sure, is smiling as wide as possible, getting to rocket around Daytona International Speedway, just flying heading into that second horseshoe here, Joe. But think of that. Most of the field on pit lane sitting, completing their mandatory stop, and Marino saying, thank you for letting me have Daytona to myself for a moment. And Jeff, we have you on pit lane with driver of the Carbier Sports 2000.
Benjamin Myers is in behind the wheel right now. Andrew is back in the garage somewhere, but we'll try to get word with him here in just a moment. But Benjamin's in the car right now, the number 51 car, shown in second on the line right now as he waits. The rear cover was off the car a moment ago. They were doing something on the back, you can see, but they had perhaps is clipping it in. Now the thumbs up from the team for the Whip Motorsports Carbier, number 51. And just waiting patiently now, just a couple more, about a minute or so before he gets back underway in that beautiful number 51. Sleek and low to the ground. Benjamin Myers behind the wheel of the 51.
Thank you, Jeff. I mean, that car is just like a wing on wheels, isn't it? And I noticed is that an addition that team has put on there? Those side panels.
Yep.
Just keeping the air contained over the full surface of the car. Was that in period?
Yes, that is
right.
Something we did. I'll admit I am a bit surprised they're on here. We found in testing with our Swift DB2 made 5 to 7 years before this Carbier, but we were using that, trying to develop the car Sonoma Raceway, what we called Sears Point back in the day. Did the same thing, ran those channels, the vertical channels on the outer edges of the bodywork, and found that we made what we thought was about an extra 100 to 150 pounds of downforce in improved lap time, because the majority of Sonoma Raceway involves turning left and right. There's not a lot of straight line, long straightaways to indeed have that extra downforce slowing your top speed. So it helped with a massive number of corners by raising those up, channeling the bodywork there, instead of allowing that air to fall over the side naturally.
Yeah.
Very laminar flow design,
and
you can see.
You're building up the pressure on there, aren't you, by containing this
Exactly.
more. As the air comes onto the body, it's got nowhere to go, so it has to stay there, and you're compacting it in there. So did you play with the height of those panels, depending on where you were? So you had shallower, for that gave you less downforce, and the more poundage created by the density of air with the panels coming up higher.
Exactly.
I mean, was there a regulation to stop you sort of having a 6-foot high panel, just sort of 2 channels going down the track?
Other than the driver not being able to see left or right,
of course,
unless we've done that in Lexan.
Yes.
But what's interesting, though, is when I see those panels on a Sports 2000, I think high downforce configuration.
All right.
Here, for the most part, where we spend the majority of the lap rocketing around straight line-ish on the banking and such, tend to go for maybe a sleeker choice, but that tells me certainly in the infield, car will be bathed in extra grip.
And that's extra grip going into the corner on the brakes. It allows you to brake deeper into the corner. It's not as important coming out of the corner because you need to slip through the air and accelerate. But that's going to give a car a very stable, balanced feel on the brakes and the speed that you can carry until, of course, that downforce bleeds off. And then you're on your own. You're on the mechanical grip level by the time you get through one of the horseshoes.
Without a doubt. So, not something I would necessarily choose on one of my Sports 2000s here, but who's to say this isn't the perfect setup for that car? So, but just wonderful to see the evolution choices made, what to use and what's best.
Staying with aerodynamics, that Ferrari there, the yellow Ferrari, that is continuing going around. I'm just trying to pick it up on the timing screen. Where is he? It's not the Milani Ferrari, is it? It's further down. It's the Kenneth Marlin. That yellow Ferrari. Very limited amount of aerodynamics on that car. It's a very slippery car, the 360 Challenge car. It has got a rear wing, but the bodywork is very smooth. The air is just channeling over that. You're getting little or no downforce created across that car. It's about getting it through the air as quickly as possible, in complete contrast to what we've been talking about.
Yeah, it'd be making a lot of its downforce on the underside, although a lot of it is indeed flat. Not a car meant to be making giant amounts of downforce. Once you would say be running the GT2 version of the car, well, that is indeed where we start to get more aggressive splitter, dive planes, more aggressive rear wing. But yeah, here in that challenge configuration, it is not meant to win the downforce wars.
I've seen Porsche 944s. I see a Porsche 924 there in the form of Steve Gambler. What I never see over here is the 968 Porsche. Then the 960, a derivative of the 944, the 924. But I mean, they're very rare in Europe, let alone. Have we got many over here?
I barely remember
the
them at all.
968s.
You know what we also don't have, which I wish we did, which is in the general 944 family, 928. V8
That's
powered.
right. Yeah.
We did have some of those racing here back in the day, and those were amazing as well.
They look like UFOs in the day.
They do, but that's what we love, right, Joe? Many of the models that we see running in historic events are familiar to us, right? 911 versions and so on. Some of the toys from that good old Misfit Island, where you say, "Wonderful! Look at that!"
Yeah, the 928 is. It is. Car just getting back out off the pits, fourth in the C5 class. That's the number 29. Currently down the order actually, 16th place for Patrick Fault at the moment, circulating. Patrick in the 29. Just want to see where he came out overall. 9th overall going into this fourth and final segment for Patrick. 54 laps completed, only 6 laps down off the overall leader, which is still Corey Friedman, as Franchitti has been responded to the challenge. 147.7 for Marino. Didn't expect anything less.
No, got about 9 minutes left in this race, Joe, and look at this. We do indeed have Turner BMW cutting to the inside here, coming across the front straight, and Marino going by yet again, also looking here into the hairpin. Indeed, another beautiful. I think there must have been. Do you have a beautiful blue Porsche? If so, bring it to this Classic 24, because there are so many here.
I've got to say, I know certain people who are big fans of blue cars in general, and I'm not a fan of blue, but there's a particular blue that we have here on the Porsche. There's two blues actually. There's
Bradley
the dark
blue is what it is. Since you don't like blue, but you like that is forever now known as Bradley blue.
Not quite Gulf powder blue, but there's a light blue there. Angus Rogers' car, for instance, that's the sort of blue. I'm getting some information here, and thanks to James Redman, who's sat at home watching and tuning in. Vic Elford and Richard Atwood raced a 928 at Daytona, run by Brumos. Well, I'm not sure. Tell me the year, James. I'm presuming it was the 80s, obviously.
That has fallen out of my memory.
Yeah,
I am
80s,
not
928
remembering
at
that at
Daytona.
all. But that is why we love James Redman.
Yes, absolutely. We've got a few people listening in and watching at home. Sean Gaffney, hello, he's got his feet up and watching from home.
Do you say feed or feet? Or it could
feet.
be both.
Probably feeding himself as his feet.
Watching the feed, feeding himself.
Dave Godek, he's having to miss this one this year. Hopefully we'll see Dave back. He's at home in Texas, watching in. And there's a few other people that I'll get round to mentioning, but glad to have you along as part of our Matador Motorsports live stream. There's Marino Franchitti in the Porsche 962. We've been wanting to talk about Marino. American Le Mans Series champion in, I'm going to say
2010 stands out, at least prototype with Highcroft Racing. I just would love to speak with some of the drivers in the Porsche 944 turbos, for example, to ask what is it like within 500 feet of turn one, top speed, you're flying, you're thinking you're traveling at warp speed, and you have this nut Franchitti flying by in a 962C at about an extra 50 miles an hour. What is that like? I know. I'd be screaming the entire time. The amount of air that 962 is pushing as well, you would think would move a car over slightly because there's so much air being disturbed. Just saying, we're here having fun at a historic race, but it must be frightening.
Well, I've been around Oulton Park in my Formula Ford Van Diemen at the same time as a Formula One Arrows, which was part of a historic at the same time. And when he came past, which was very frequently, my engine raised its revs and almost buzzed in top end, in top gear. But I got buffered around. My head was about to come off. As it went by, I just had to hang on to the car because I went from left to right. Oulton Park's not a very wide track as well. And yes, it is disconcerting. He wasn't going anywhere near 190 miles an hour. He was probably doing about 150 miles an hour, but I was only doing about 70 miles an hour.
And you wish you'd had a hook that latch onto the back of it and get towed along.
You did get pulled along for a few feet. You did get sucked along for a few feet, but then he was gone. That's going to answer the question. Just underneath us there, while we watch the carber on the infield, we have had a 944 turbo Porsche 944 just being passed right on the pit apron. The carber, though, we were talking about the aero on this car. Ben and Andrew Myers, I think Jeff said Andrew at the rear of the car.
I believe so. Another impressive thing is we see Porsche coming here into NASCAR Turn 3 about that Sports 2000, designed for sprint racing. You do 40-ish minutes or so, not a giant fuel tank, no refueling, single set of tires, no driver change, one driver doing a sprint race, whether it's club racing or pro racing, never designed for endurance racing. So full respect to them for being here and running the car for so long over the course of a number of days, running flawlessly. So never designed to do anything like this, yet here doing it so well, Joe.
Yeah, it is a great car. And if anybody's got a Sports 2000 in their garage and they're wondering where you can race it, well, you know what? Why don't you come along to an HSR event? Thank you, James. James, this is not going to work on either television or radio, but James has sent us a picture of that car.
We have proof.
Dickie Atwood and Vic Elford.
Not as if we ever questioned, but... And of course, Vic Elford drove it. Vic Elford drove every race car ever made ever in the history of Earth. The late, great Vic Elford. 4 drivers,
Dickie Atwood, Vic Elford, Howard Meister and Bob Hagstad in the Brumos Racing Porsche 928S in 1980, the Daytona 24. What you got there, Marshall?
Ferrari coming out of Le Mans chicane. Patrick Mullaney, second in the C3 class. Sound of that Ferrari V8, very unique. Another aspect that I love of HSR, Joe, and granted this is showing our age, but you and I and others can go out, close our eyes, and tell you what car is going by. Might not have the exact year, but the sound of that Ferrari V8, you can tell compared to any of its rivals in period. A lot of Porsches with flat sixes, different displacements, single spark, twin spark, turbo, air-cooled, water-cooled. You'd have to get a real Porsche anorak to be able to tell you which one of those was going by. But the sound, something that I don't know if we ever give enough thought to or respect to in motor racing. We see the shapes of these cars, the speed and the colors, a visceral thing for sure. But for me, no joke. One of my passions is just going out and listening.
Yeah, something that Formula One needs to listen up to. There is no sound these days in Formula One. It is dull and boring. You come to a sports car race, you come to the Rolex 24, and you will not just see or hear it, you will feel it. You come to the Daytona 500, you feel those NASCARs coming through the tri-oval here.
In your chest.
Feel it in your chest, absolutely. Marshall, we are getting towards thinking about unfurling that white flag here. Our overall leader is Marino Franchitti. That's the car, the bright pink Porsche 962 that the starter will be keeping an eye on. Inside of 2 minutes.
To win the heat, but
preparing to win the heat.
Give us Joe Bradley's strong estimation, but not 100% claiming exactly how the overall results might be.
That's going to be the number 14, Corey Friedman and Travis Bedson. They are currently second, just off. I think they are at least one lap off as the white flag flies for Marino Franchitti. Corey Friedman is not that far behind, and we will hopefully get a chance to pick up either Marino or Corey as they head towards the flag. We've got the last few minutes. In fact, we're about a minute away from the final checkered flag for Group C. We get to crown our champions. That is going to be the overall winner there. Great work from our cameramen, John, and Braden. I was going to call him Brandon there, so that's why I needed to check. John and Braden out there bringing us these great pictures. And there's the winner of race 4. I say the winner, the leader of race 4. I've hexed it now. If that car grounds to a halt, you can tell Marino it was my fault.
Joe.
He's into turn 6. That's the one that's going to bring him out onto the banking. So he's got one more braking area to negotiate. That's the Le Mans chicane.
Any issues?
Stop.
Your flight canceled.
Yep.
We're going to strap you into the passenger seat, duct tape the door closed, and that's how you're getting back to the UK on a ship. Yes,
yeah, absolutely.
In a crate.
Here he comes then down the back straight for the final time this weekend. And again, we just want to thank Philip Kaduri to bring not just a former ALMS champion out to show his driving prowess in the form of Marino Franchitti, who's at the wheel of that car, but to bring that car out and give us a chance to see that car performing at almost 200 miles an hour here on the banking.
But also massive thank you and respect to Philip as well for being one of our younger entrants and younger drivers as well. Again, youth just being infused within this paddock. But thank you to Philip for that passion to bring this car out. We have a checkered flag waving over Marino Franchitti, winner of this heat race. But overall, we do indeed have a different winner who will be preparing Joe ahead to victory lane and others succeeding in their respective classes.
So as Franchitti takes the checkered flag, across the line there is the 177 Gary Stanbury Porsche 944. We wait for Corey Friedman to take his checkered flag in the number 14. And when he does so, as the Ferraris come underneath us, Friedman just on the NASCAR's turn 3, transitioning into 4 any moment now. There he is. That's the winner of Group C. As he comes through, he came into this one with over a 4-minute lead over the Ferrari of Patrick Mullaney. He's kept that pace up, and he takes the checkered flag to take that BRM chronograph wall clock, which he'll be presented with when he finally makes his way to winner's circle. Solid drive. No surprise that a 993 RSR has taken overall honours. When, all right, we might have 962s in the field. They are the fastest cars here, but the attrition aspect is always going to be a factor in these longer events, longer drawn-out events.
Cannot stop, will not stop. Also, Joe, thinking back this century at least, whenever there have been mild issues in modern racing, the debut of the Daytona prototype formula, definitely some reliability woes being worked through. What did we get into victory lane for the overall win at the Rolex 24? That would be the Racers Group, Kevin Buckler, a Porsche 911 based GT machine. What did we have at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta 2015 or so? Massive downpour.
Nick Tandy.
Right, Nick Tandy.
Nick Tandy, mentioned him earlier.
Again, another 911. We're just talking roots back to the origination of that model, winning overall among the prototypes. So here we are, perfect, absolutely perfect. Corey Friedman paying tribute.
We're not exactly doing anything different to the real world contemporary racing. We're emulating everything here. We're here. The whole event, the whole of this Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24-hour event is paying homage to the Daytona 24 hours. And indeed, I think Sportscar Racing in general, HSR moving into 2025 with 4 kind of jewel in the crown events, Sebring. We've got this one at Daytona, we've got the 10-hour at Road Atlanta, and we've got one of my favourites, the 6 hours at Watkins Glen. They weren't in calendar order, by the way. All great events, and if you are thinking about, what motorsport events you're going to plan for your trips next season, then pick any one of those 4. I mean, I'm going to be getting the prayer mat out in front of Chris Ward about he needs an international commentator for the 10 hours at Road Atlanta. He definitely needs that to happen. I'm here, Chris. I'm here for you.
I thought you were saying Marino Franchitti for that role, but no, you want
for the commentator?
Yeah.
He can take your place if you want me.
Yeah, he'd be a lot better than me. But another thing just to think about, if you are a fan and a lover of IMSA and all of the amazing modern machinery, the hybrid GTP cars, LMP2, just amazingly diverse GTD class, those GT3-based cars, you have many events you can go to throughout the year, but you often hear from IMSA fans saying, I love this so much. I wish we had twice as many events to go to. And I tell them, well, it's not exactly today's cars of IMSA, but you can indeed extend your calendar if you do love sports car racing, endurance racing here in the U.S. with HSR. You can indeed go to the Rolex 24 Daytona in January, and here we are, Joe, in November, back at Daytona with endurance racing taking place again. Many of the venues you mentioned already, but just thinking about that, you have your full IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship calendar. You can extend that by paying a visit to some of the beautiful HSR events on the calendar as well. So we have a true embarrassment of riches here in front of us, and our friend Jeff Down in Victory Lane getting ready here in just a few moments to welcome some of the fantastic drivers and performers.
I think he's ready. I think Jeff's got the cats herded. Let's head down to Jeff Wright in the winner's circle to take us through our podium presentation.
Thank you, Joe. I'm here with Marino Franchitti. Just got out of the car. He recognizes me for doing the bikes. Marino, we'll get a kind of step back, get a beautiful shot of this car. Great job there. You finished it out. Cadorria handed it off to you about halfway through the race, and you made it happen the rest of the way.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't have many more Group C cars out there to race against, but we're just out there enjoying this car around this beautiful facility. It's an absolute honor to get to come here and to drive this car. Philip drove fantastically. I got to thank him for bringing the car here and allowing me to drive with him. I said to Marshall yesterday, this is like a childhood dream to drive a 962 at full noise around the banks of Daytona. 3 a.m. this morning, I think it's the most fun I've ever had around Daytona, and I've driven a few cars here.
I think a lot of childhood dreams are, have that same reference there. They'd like to drive a 962. Now, did you guys swap off on every round, or did you just do a full round? I knew you guys swapped on this one, but did either of you guys just do a full round and then hand it off to the guy the next time?
No, we were swapping midway through every race. We like to share the race and sort of understand where the car is. We had a wheel part company with the car in the first race yesterday, which was disappointing. Kind of took away the opportunity for the overall win, but it's still just, as HSR have put on an amazing show here. Everyone's been so welcoming, and we're definitely going to be back.
Great job. Congratulations. That is Marino Franchitti. We will look around and get a word with the Myers brothers. And the number 51, Ben, just getting out of the car. We'll come back with the other GT cars in just a moment. We're looking at the prototypes right now. Let's see, Andrew is over here. Andrew, your brother is getting out of the car and kind of cool off a little bit, but you guys did it. We talked to you on the podium a couple of times here this weekend already, and you guys each had a win in your respective classes there, and now you've done it together in the Classic 24.
Yeah, it was a blast sharing a car with my brother. We had a great race. We kept on it. We had our fair share of bad luck, as a lot of people did. Then lost fourth gear in race 2 and limped it home. We also had a pit lane penalty, which sucked. And then the third race, I was cruising behind the red Ferrari, and the whole car died. Luckily, right before I came to pit lane, we lost a lot of time in the pit lane because our transponder went down, so timing and scoring didn't even count. So we had to do another pit stop. So we were in the pits for 13 minutes. But overall, it was amazing. I can't believe we're here. The Wolf guys, they gave us a car with lights. This car should never run at night. This was amazing. It was such a blast.
Bart Wolf over here looking on, and he has a big smile on his face. Ben, let me jump over here. You just got out of the car. Hot in there. I know you're drinking some nice, cool water. a successful weekend here for the family at Daytona.
Yeah, it was great. I think everybody podiumed in the whole family, and big thank you to Wolf Motorsports. It didn't look like we were gonna be able to do much after 10 p.m. when we lost fourth gear, and then we lost the battery at the 3 a.m. stint. So it was pretty tough, but Wolf Motorsports made it happen. They didn't give up, and like Andrew said, I think we might be the first S2 ever to put headlights on and run at night. So running it here at Daytona against all this big iron is a blast. And then thank you to the family for putting this on, and can't wait for the 12-hour Sebring.
Whatever works for you, right? It worked for you here at Daytona. Yeah, we'll see you at Sebring. Let's turn around here and get a quick word with Bart Wolf, the Wolf Motorsports. What do you think of these guys? They did it for you.
Pretty amazing. Both brothers produce speed at different points, but their lap times are just about identical. It's great to watch, and we're really proud of the little car that can.
And it did. Great job.
Thank you very much.
That's Bart Wolf. He is with the Wolf Motorsports. Now we're going to head up to the front of the GT cars and get a word with the finishers there. Corey Friedman's here in Victory Lane at Daytona. Corey, beautiful car, great job of driving. You drove the entire Classic 24 by yourself.
I did. My friend Travis was signed up with me, but he was going to focus on his car in Group E, I think. So yeah, I decided to do the whole thing by myself.
I talked to him earlier on the podium, I think a couple of days ago, and he's a pretty good shoe himself. So, you wouldn't have been hurting if he did get in the car with you.
Oh yeah, it'd have been great. I mean, he would have been just as fast as I was. You know what I mean? So, but running the two cars, he decided to focus on the other one, because they got a pretty good race going on there. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a ton of fun.
I'm glad you had fun. That's what it's about here with HSR.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then the awesome thing is this is the car we ran in the Daytona 24 in 2001. So we sold it 20 years ago. Found it, bought it back, restored it, and then brought it out for these sort of events. So it's pretty awesome to be able to be here in this car. It's just incredible.
He sold a race car a long time ago. We got it back. We all have that car that we sold and went back. So what better would do than bring it back here at Daytona on Victory Lane?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I can't say, it couldn't be more fun. It couldn't be a cooler experience. I mean, it's just a great day.
Great job, Corey. Congratulations. We'll get your hardware to you in just a moment. Let's look up here at the Ferrari now. Drivers for the number 136. Patrick Mullaney, this is the 136, right? Patrick Mullaney and Chris Hall, you guys, great weekend for you here at Daytona.
Yeah, it was a great weekend. Yeah, we thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. Thanks to the organizers. Had some great racing out there too. Nip and tuck, nose to tail a lot of the time. And everybody behaved themselves, which is always a plus. But fabulous racing. Great to be with this guy. Great to be with my team, Speedworks. They got this old lady through for me for 4 hours. It's fantastic. Things couldn't have been better.
That's what it's about. You brought it home and in one piece in beautiful shape, and you're part of that. What do you think about your week here at Daytona?
Well, I always love coming here, and I'm a local. I live just 10 minutes down the road. So, but I've been coaching Patrick for about 10, 12 years now at least. And I've always had a great time with him, and Speedworks do a fantastic job with this old girl here. I've driven this car a lot over the years with Patrick. A lot of fun, and it's just nice to race here and finish.
Great job, guys.
He taught me everything he knows except for one.
Except for one, huh? Okay. Yeah, he's not going to give that secret up, right? Great job, guys. We'll see you up for trophies here in just a moment. And we have one more car, the 497 car. We're getting close to the next race coming up. And we'll look for Michael Schmitz and Colin Schmitz. I think they're here at the back. Let's get a quick run back to them. Mike, quickly here, we're getting ready for the next race and going back to back up top. But tell us about your race. You're on the podium here at Daytona. I've been saying that a lot, and I think it's just I kind of have to say it because that's what everybody wants to do.
Well, first of all, this event is just an absolute blast. Had a great time out there. We were supposed to run an LMP3 car, but we lost a half shaft during the prototype challenge. So we went to the Cayman. So its first time on track was the start of the race. We didn't qualify. So we came from the back all the way up to P1 in class. So that was a lot of fun. I have to thank my son, Colin, because he took the graveyard shifts. He took the night shifts. My eyesight isn't as good, so I took the start in the end, so I get the glory, but he's back sleeping. I wish he could be here to celebrate with us.
I was going to say he's probably sleeping, and I understand the night shift and the vision issue, so great job.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I also want to thank my team, CS Motorsports. They're the best. They give us great equipment. Right out of the gates, we go on and start racing without any testing, and we come P1. You got to love it.
Congratulations, that is awesome. P1 is the where to be here at Daytona, and we get set for the next race coming up. We're going to move up to the podium and hand out some hardware here at Daytona Victory Lane with the HSR Classic 24 at Daytona, presented by Mission Foods.
Thank you, Jeff. Greatly appreciate your insights from Victory Lane here. So we just concluded, Joe.
Yeah.
Wonderful prototypes.
Yeah.
In GTs, and what do we have following?
We have wonderful prototypes in GTs, Marshall.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is a delight, a very rich cake here at the Mission Foods. See what I did there?
Hey.
Very rich cake here at the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24. We've got a bit of history coming out onto pit road now. We've got Group D. 2 cars on the lead lap. The leading car coming out of 126 minutes of racing is Todd Sloan. He's in the Riley DP. We're going to talk about Grandam, my friend.
Yes, we are.
We're going
That
to talk about
being
Grandam.
ex-Meyershank Racing, Mike Shank Racing back in the day.
We're also going to talk about Trans Am, because the car in second place, 2 minutes and 37 seconds behind, is the Ford Mustang AGT of Ray Bonthron. I've been massively impressed with that. Before we start waxing lyrical, let's just catch our breath, have a sit back, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Learn about some friends.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Sun continues to shine here in Florida. That's why it's called the Sunshine State. And we have got absolutely beautiful weather across the whole of the property here at the Daytona International Speedway. You are watching the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24. The 2024 event it's been running for 10 years now, and it's become a very strong part of the historic and classic racing scene, not just in America, but I think across the globe. And right now, our Group D runners coming out for their final heat, their final segment. And as I mentioned there, just before the break, Todd Sloan and Ray Bonthron are leading, 59 laps completed. We've then got 3 cars having completed 58 laps. And I think this, Marshall, is where we're going to see perhaps a run to the overall flag with Jackson Dunn. He's leading. Got another plethora of Porsches from down in history. We've got a 2004 996 in 3rd overall. 14 and a half seconds ahead of a 997 from 2008 of Colin Doherty. And then we've got Simon Evans in their 996, a further 22 second gap to them.
Indeed, I think we have something like 16 or so cars, keeping in mind, Joe, that obviously with 3 segments being run so far since yesterday afternoon, attrition is indeed the one uninvited guest in endurance racing, but shows up every single time and takes some of the delightful cars that we have away from us. But we do still have a relatively deep field, a lot of Grand Am Rolex Series machinery here. We had some in the last race, but here in particular, leading and also at the tail of the field. We are topped and tailed by Grand Am Rolex Series machinery, the Daytona prototype formula, that being something that compared to, say, that Porsche 962C that we saw at blazing speeds, also extraordinary costs to run that. We look at the Daytona prototype formula fashioned by Mr. France, Jim France, Mark Raffoff, and a number of folks saying at the time the competition was the American Le Mans Series, the LMP 900 class, looking at a less expensive way to go racing in prototypes, and so a tube frame formula.
I want to talk to you about that.
500 horsepower, so downforce not being insane. One meant for entrance compared to big factories, and it thrived.
Right, before you go any further with that, I'm going to come back to that because that's what I want to talk about.
We're
I was
going
part
to.
of the American Le Mans series.
That's what's leading up front, coming to the flag here, getting ready for that green flag, Joe.
Because we've got the pace car painting off. We're going to have plenty of time to talk about that synergy that was going on in the early 2000s. But right now, we're going to get going. And there's Todd Sloan at the front now, the orange and black and white Daytona prototype, one of the early iterations of that Grand Am period, leading the field into turn one. And there is the Trans Am Mustang of Ray Bonthron, pretty much under his rear wing, and it's going to be a big ask, but I think the Mustang have the pace to get around? He may have the pace on the banking, but it's not going to be able to match the nimble handling of the Daytona prototype, was he?
Might have that speed on the banking.
I think
this
so.
is what I'm looking forward to the most. We would expect a purebred prototype to get up and run away from everybody, but you think about what that Trans Am car is, it's tube frame as well. It is composite bodywork. It is a powerful motor up front instead of like the DP with the motor in back, but I can't wait to see how these two fare as we get close to entering onto the banking on the first lap.
The Daytona prototype you mentioned there was the cheaper formula. A formula was created by Grand Am in a sort of cheap way, cost-effective way of going sports car racing, because in the American Le Mans series, which was the primary sports car series of that time, 99, 2000, into the early 2000s, we had the might of the Audi empire bringing in an Audi R8, which was like a spaceship at the time, carbon frame, built by Dallara, and it was kind of pricing itself out for the stalwart entrants from American sports car racing. Now, I was kind of on the inside of the American Le Mans series, and coming from England, I wasn't really aware of the kind of, let's call it the politics of the American sports car scene, but I saw the Grand Am series as the kind of series that if I was running a customer race team, I'd want to be involved in that, because they're kind of relatively easy cars to work on with the engineering that's going on there. We've got a front-engined car about to overtake a mid-engined car, while the rest of the field make their way across the line now, just behind them, too wide across the stripe.
But we have indeed had a change for the lead in this heat. That Trans Am spec Mustang moving in front of the Riley DP. Believe that would have been a Ford-powered car from that era with Michael Shank Racing back then. But indeed, talk about stretching its legs on the straights. That Trans Am car is a missile massed as a four-wheel car here, Joe. But to your point, there's nothing ever cheap about the Daytona prototypes. It was just a mindset that said, does everything have to be made out of carbon fiber and of the most exquisite materials, or can we go racing with cars that don't break the bank and put on amazing races? That's what everybody remembers about the DP formula. Nose to tail finishes, doesn't matter how long the race was.
Anyone who says it's a cheap form of motor racing knows nothing about motor racing. There isn't anything, and that's from karting all the way through to Formula One and World Endurance Championship or IMSA WeatherTech. There isn't anything. It's all relative. It's all about how much money you've got in the bank as to how cheap it is. The Trans Am car, I can't quite see that yet. The Trans Am
getting ready to come into the
era.
Le Mans.
How that formula didn't take off globally, I do not know. Again, tube frame, front engine car.
Australia
were big on
very
that.
Popular.
Was it called Trans Am?
Not exactly sure what they called it, but it was the same.
Trans-Australia.
Trans-Oz. That would be quite interesting, but nonetheless, it was a formula. Did move into South America as well. Not necessarily dedicated championships, but a lot of the ex-Trans Am cars went south, raced in Peru, Venezuela, you name it. But you just look at the raw power of the cars. Plus also looking onto the banking here, and what else do we have? A fairly normal sight from back in the day. DP intermingling with GT cars. That SunTrust car behind. We had the one in front of it, the Riley there, our friends, a number of friends who drove that car.
This Group D is capturing and emulating that period of Grand Am here at the Daytona 24 Hours, isn't it? The Rolex 24 was part of the Grand Am series for a lot of those years through the 2000s, and we've captured this right here. You mentioned Kevin Buckler winning the Rolex 24 overall in a GT car. We've got that mix of cars now with the Daytona prototypes getting right in amongst it, and there's a dive down the inside. That was a bit of a sneaky one there. There was a Porsche 911 size gap, and I'm trying to identify who that was. Have we got a little bit of contact there?
Don't think there was contact, at least coming through the kink here, but fighting hard early in the race. We are not waiting to get to the end before turning up the wick, Joe. It is happening right off the bat. But of course, this is the final heat for this class.
Yeah.
What are you going to leave? Why conserve anything for that matter?
Yeah, you're going to put the car back on the truck and fix it back in the workshop after this one, after this final 42-minute sprint, of which we have just under 37 minutes remaining. We've still got cars going too wide on the banking, and for 16 cars might be on the track, but it's certainly looking crowded out there, isn't it?
Indeed.
Down towards the Le Mans chicane, we've got that GT Porsche just holding off the Daytona prototype as the first left. That's quite a tight left there. You've got to get off a lot of speed off that top end straight coming towards the chicane. And as they continue out of the Le Mans chicane, that battle at the front of the field continues to rage, and we've got another swap. That's just ahead of them into the infield section. The leaders have gone as we concentrate on this little GT Grand Am battle. There's the change of lead right there as we go towards the East Horseshoe.
Putting on a show, Joe, for all of us up here. We're smiling and giggling, but also
and
for
everybody at home.
But also the many fans who've come out and are camping here, whether it's in tents, whether it's in motor coaches and one of the horseshoes here. So putting on a show for us, which we greatly, greatly appreciate. But back to the point of the Grand Am Rolex Series, had two classes. We have the Daytona prototypes, the Rolex GTs, a mix of tube frame cars and GT, but also production-based Porsches and Ferraris and whatnot. And while there was definitely a separation in lap time between the DPs and the GTs, they weren't as massive as we see in some other endurance racing, sports car racing formulas. So when we do see...
Is this what we're seeing now?
When we see
further
DPs,
back in the field.
exactly.
Yeah.
So when we do see these cars, different formulas, obviously prototype versus GT, not being too far separated on track, or at least there being a little bit of intermingling, not a total change from what happened back in the day. But this Trans Am car, an interlooper, not something that we saw for very long in Grand Am type competition. There certainly was, don't get me wrong, but this general formula, the AGT and whatnot, did have representation here. But once we got into the dedicated version of Grand Am, it was specific to the DP and GT formulas, bespoke to Grand Am. But we do see here just amazing speed.
Those cars there, they've got very similar technology on them. I mean, they're a tube frame car, mid-engine car of Todd Sloan there in the lead, but that Ray Bronthran's front engine Mustang, but that, I say front engine, that engine is slammed very, very low and rammed into the bulkhead.
It's basically in his lap.
It's virtually in his lap, yeah. So it's when you look at the wheelbase of the car, it's very, very close to being mid-engined. It's kind of mid to front, isn't it, rather than that. That's to keep the balance, the weight balance between the front and the back very neutral. You try to get a 50-50 split around the front and the back, don't you, and try to get 25, 25, 25, 25 on each of the wheels with regarding your weight balance. But mid-engine cars, you can actually achieve that. Front-engine cars, maybe not so much, but they certainly try to achieve that in what is effectively a Mustang-bodied tube frame prototype.
We're also looking at here up front this Riley Daytona prototype, that Ford-based Trans Am behind a tube frame as well. Pay tribute, pay respects to the recently lost,
I was about to say it,
Bob Riley, knowing that this Daytona prototype bearing his name, the name of his son, Bill Riley, but really I would say the finest Trans Am cars, IMSA GTO cars coming from the 1980s, Ford family, also Mercury family. They would carry a lot of different bodywork depending on the Ford Motor Company's branding ambitions, but be it Trans Am or IMSA GTO, Bob Riley, his mind, his hands, Draftsman's board. We're seeing two cars leading, very different cars, but these are effectively concepts from the mind of the Rileys.
It has gave us a lovely segue to be able to pay tribute to the recently deceased Bob Riley. But Bob Riley, in his collaboration as Riley and Scott, were a big feature internationally in sports car racing throughout the world. The Riley and Scott Mark III, for instance, comes to mind. Big part of the American Le Mans Series, big part of Le Mans. We saw that car in various iterations.
1996 winner here overall at the Rolex 24 Daytona, and shortly thereafter, 12 hours Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring. So
a car that if you did buy in 1994, 95, you were still racing it in 2000, 6-7 years later. It was a car that stood the test of time. The technology on the car, the engineering was right up there, top edge, state of the art, dampers, electronic systems, engine management, but fundamentally as a customer car, perfect, ideal.
Another hallmark of Riley designs. We think of some other classic sports car designs effective for a few years and then replaced by something different to allow the competitiveness to continue. So much of what Bob designed across the many decades, with his son Bill getting involved there as well, lasted for so long. Just as you mentioned, Joe, might have different engine as time went on, might have some reprofiled bodywork as time went on, but so much of what came out of, be it Riley and Scott or its follow-up with Riley Technologies, if you bought a car in whatever year, it was very likely you were racing it 3, 5, 7 years later, and in the Grand Am Rolex GT class as well. The classic Riley, they called it the 20-inch chassis. The side of it, the tube frame, 20 inches high.
Right.
Could carry the bodywork of championship-winning and Rolex 24-winning Mazdas, right? The RX-8s. Also, there were BMWs. A car that was universal in its chassis design, could take different motors, different bodywork design, obviously, and win equally. Just, again, another hallmark of the late and truly great Bob Riley. Was fortunate to host the IMSA Hall of Fame induction ceremony, Joe, here just a few weeks ago, the day after Motul Petit Le Mans, my second year hosting it, and the first year inducting so many legends and heroes of mine. Al Holbert, for example, just a central figure in inspiring me to want to be a mechanic and engineer. Inducted so many cars as well, iconic, amazing cars from the history of IMSA. And the last person, the final person in this year's induction was Bob Riley. And just share with you, I got through year one of inducting amazing folks in cars, and year two got through inducting all of the amazing people in cars, got to Bob Riley, the last person before we were done, and got through 1.9 years of an induction ceremony before I started tearing up, and was tearing up over inducting Bob, who was there with us. Just knowing that while for many fans, the drivers are your heroes, name whomever they might be in whichever class. In some cases, team owners, iconic team owners that we're very passionate about. For many of us who've spent our lives working on pit lane, in the garages, getting our hands dirty on these creations of others, looking to Bob Riley, a hero among heroes for folks like me. And so while it might sound silly to tear up over someone who designs the cars that we get to see go around, just knowing how much he meant to us in the sport collectively. So many of his cars here in this current race right now and here this weekend, but also just to think about his brilliance, his innovations, and his humble nature. He is someone who could crow all day about everything that his cars achieved over the years. Never was the least bit of that man's character. So just this humble giant of race car design and creativity.
Even after all he achieved, he still came across to me as a kind of sleeves rolled up kind of engineering guy. And any problem that was on one of his customer cars, he'd be right there in the garage offering help and offering assistance and offering guidance as to how to rectify whatever the problem was. Right up until he was here at this event last year. And I met a legend, and yeah, I totally get that. At the moment, we've had coming up to 15 minutes of this final 42-minute heat for Group D. At the moment, our leaders in this fourth race, Todd Sloan and Ray Bonthron, they're our overall leaders overall, and it looks very unlikely that Ray Bonthron is going to make up the 2 minutes and 38 seconds, which is what he has to. Meanwhile, though, plenty of racing going on here, and on the infield there, we've got the. I'm just going to try and identify who that yellow and red Porsche here is, and I've got no yellow and red Porsches on my end, so I'm going to have to look for the number. And beginning to space out, though, these two cars have come together into turn 6 now. We're getting towards that part of the race there where, yeah, we're still miles off the pit stop window closing, but we are probably, the crews and the drivers themselves are thinking about when to stop, taking their mandatory stop. You've got a 3-minute stop to take in. If you don't stop, or if you are outside of the pit stop window, you will take a penalty, and we'll explain what the pit stop process is. It's a 3-minute stop where you are timed from pit in to pit out, and that timer has got to be 3 minutes. If you are inside of that time and you cross the beam on the exit of the pit lane in 2 minutes 59.9 seconds, you haven't met the 3-minute standard, and you will take a 30-second penalty, which nobody wants. There it is, the 99. We've got on our screens Alan Turpin's. He's got 4 drivers down to share his 997, coming off the banking there and heading towards the tri-oval.
What do you figure, Joe? Like, one of those drivers gets a steering wheel, other one gets a throttle, other one gets the brake, and the fourth one shifts? It's a lot of people.
Oh, they're not in there together, Marshall.
Oh,
don't
come
worry.
on.
No, they're not.
Are you serious?
I'm sorry to spoil the illusion. 4 drivers down to drive the car. That might be, as we've got a spinner at turn 6, and is that the car that we've been talking about? Is that the 99?
Joe, you are just anything you talk about recently, we have issues with.
I blame
you centrally.
I actually don't. I dare not speak about anybody really, because I say, commentators curse and all that. We've got a spinner at. Is that at turn 6? Yes, it is.
Yes.
And he has just gone off again. I'm not
backwards,
sure.
getting the car rotated.
That's a new spin, though. That's just as I was looking for the car that had already spun. I think that's that car just perhaps gunning it up a little bit too early. And this is the area of the track where we're at now. And I think that might be Rob Parker in the yellow and red Porsche. I can tell you that the lead has gone out to 3 seconds now to Todd Sloan, as we've got side-by-side action coming down towards the Le Mans chicane.
Yes. It looks like good old Ketchup and Mustard's going to hold on to its position there.
All right, let's have a look at this spin again then. So gets it all wrong. That was actually a turn 1. Looked like it was on the outside of turn 6 there, but it's actually turn 1. Now he will... That is the 789 of Tim Haynes. That's a 997 Porsche. Gets that away, and then very soon after that we had another spin coming through turn 6. We're back live after that capture of Tim. Will be delighted to when he gets home to be able to watch himself mess up that turn 1. It's a very tricky turn 1 though, isn't it? Because you're turning and braking. You're trying to get the speed off the car, off the banking, and the car is kind of loading up, and you've got to be really, really tentative on the brakes, haven't you?
Well, you've got the back of the car wanting to go right. The corner goes left. You're turning. You are braking. You're trying to trail brake and carry as much speed as possible through there, Joe, but it is a physics lesson every time through, because yet again, you're trying to carry a ton of speed, you're turning hard left, you've just arrived at maximum speed, and indeed the rear of the car is wanting to go to the outside, as physics is saying, come join us here towards the wall, and you're fighting that the whole time. So spinning in turn 1, by no means anything to be embarrassed about. We have seen the greatest drivers ever in the history of sports car racing do that same exact thing here. We've seen folks hit pit wall from the inside trying to leave pit lane. So down in turn 1, there's always a bunch of action there we've seen in the past. But here,
you've got to be very brave as well to have a go on the brakes. There's the leader, Todd Sloan. He's leading this fourth and final race, taking himself up to the full 168 minutes mark in about 22 minutes time. We're still 10 minutes of the pit stop window staying open, and he's pulled a gap last time by of still it's been about 3 seconds to the second place Ray Bonthron. So he's driving a steady race. He's not, I wouldn't say in any way, shape or form, slackening off. He's fully aware that Ray Bonthron in the Mustang is not that far behind him, and all he needs to do is miss a braking point by a couple of meters, and Ray Bonthron's going to be right there on his rear bumper.
Riley DP here. Just fond memories of watching this car, not only back in the day, Joe, but knowing what this model of Daytona prototype, this Riley, in its Michael Shank Racing livery from back in the day, what this car, this model, did for Michael Shank and his wife, Mary Beth, to take their business, shoot it into the stratosphere.
Did it really?
Is
this what did it?
Won here overall, that being with A.J. Allmendinger. I believe John Pugh might have been involved there, but also the late Justin Wilson. But this was a victory for Meyer Shank Racing, what we know today as Meyer Shank Racing.
Yeah.
That was their greatest, biggest of all time at that point. Thinking about what that led to, more success, growing into bigger factory relationships, decided to branch out into other forms of racing. This team has now won the Rolex 24 at Daytona multiple times. We do indeed, though, have that car smoking,
Yeah,
Joe.
we've got some information there. Just now you've given it the commentator's curse, as reports of the 601 smoke coming from the tyres. We think it might be tyres, we hope it might be tyres, and hope it might not be engine. With the car making its way down to the Le Mans chicane and into that chicane, we'll keep an eye on this car as he makes his way out of the Le Mans chicane. We'll keep an eye. I can't see any smoke now as he will come underneath us. We'll get not just so we're going to see, it was as we came out of the horseshoe, might be a bit of tyre rub. Remember, by now they'll have got quite a bit of tyre pickup, and he's definitely slowing, because there's Ray Bonthron now in the Mustang right on the rear wing. So whatever that smoke was that our eagle-eyed producer Clark had spotted, I think you were spot on, Clark. There is a problem with that car, because that gap of 3 seconds has now disappeared, and we don't really need a stopwatch anymore, because that Ray Bonthron Mustang coming right up to the rear wing, and now he finds speed from somewhere and pulls away from Bonthron. But going into turn 1 there, Marshall, that was definitely looked like a problem.
They're teasing us, Joe. They're teasing us.
It doesn't take much to tease you
no,
and me, mate.
Very true. It all appears fine right now, as we were speaking about just a moment ago. Just a tiny bit more smoke again. So we'll keep an eye on this.
That's coming out the West Horseshoe, isn't it? It did it the same place. Same place, same time. Next lap, I think we're going to see that. So maybe he felt a bit of vibration there, but he certainly picked up the speed, and that gap it's now back out. Ray Bonthron going under the rear wing of Todd Sloan into the first turn. We'll stay with them for a little while to see if we can see any kind of. But that is remarkable how those two cars came together, and now Todd Sloan has kind of woken up. He'll have looked in his mirror and saw that his mirror was full of that Ford Mustang AGT, and thought, hey up, I've got to get away from here. We have got, 5 minutes of the pit stop window remaining open. We still have our leaders, our overall leaders, and indeed the race leaders of this fourth race owing us a pit stop, so we'll wait to see, and we might even get an indication, Marshall, if there is a problem on that DP. we might find out that the crew might find that in the pit stop.
And try not to give him a heart attack as well by diagnosing major problems here. But we have seen some wee puffs of smoke here coming out of that second horseshoe. But nonetheless, car will be due here very, very soon for a driver change.
We're heading towards the West Horseshoe now, which is where we've seen the smoke. Now, it may be tyre rub, like the voice in my head, Clark, has mentioned, and the car gets loaded up through the West Horseshoe, and then we get a puff, and this is the point here. Great camera work once again from our guys. Yeah, I did see that. I think that's a bit of tyre rub. Yeah, I think that's a bit of tyre rub.
Might have been left rear.
Left rear tyre rub,
telling me correctly here, but seems to be very situational just in that corner. Odd, though, knowing that it is among the slowest corners on the track, nor is the car heavily loaded on that side.
Not massively loaded, but it might be the piece of the bodywork where it mounts has just kind of come a bit loose, and that's just an area where the vibrations catch it. But it was definitely from the left rear wheel arch, wasn't it?
I believe so, but the good thing is, with a mandatory 3-minute pit stop, it affords the crew enough time to not just get the driver change completed, but to do a thorough inspection of the car. We have more takers on the pit lane. As you mentioned, Joe, the window for that mandatory 3-minute pit stop coming to a close, so I would expect our overall leader here to be paying us a visit, Todd Sloan, very, very soon. Ray Bonthron as well, his co-driver Darren Brassfield. And what do we have here? We do indeed have our overall leader, pit lane speed limiter, entering the top of pit lane. Would expect them to possibly take some body work off, but we do indeed have 5 cars heading pit lane at the same time, Joe.
Well, hopefully, as we watch David Smith negotiate the Le Mans chicane, hopefully, I think we've got Jeff Wright down there. I think I can see Jeff. He's right on the case. Just let us know when you are down there, Jeff. So hopefully we might get some insight as to what is going on that Todd Sloan car. I tell you what, the performance of the car hasn't dropped off too much as he's just put in the fastest lap. Let's head down to the pits. What can you see, Jeff?
Joe, I'm down here on pit lane. With the 601, and they looked under the back of the car, but everything appears to be dry right now. One of the grid officials, pit lane officials, looking at there as well, and you can see at the back of the car, they're seeing something drop there. Driver's still in the car, they're not getting out. They're talking to the driver, having a little consultation, and it appears that there is something. We'll see if we can get a word with the crew member in just a moment. Everything appears to be okay at the moment, but something dragging on the back of the car, maybe hitting the tire. So we will see if we can get a word with that crew member in just a moment. But I'm going to step down here while we focus on the car, step there and see what I can see from the backside. They have actually taken out flashlights to see what is there. We see some fluid on the ground behind the car, but everything actually appears to be dry. Looks like that's just water there, but nothing coming out of the car. The hands go up from the crew member. There's nothing that's dripping or flowing out of the car, if you will. So I think you guys are right. It might have just been some tire smoke.
Not uncommon, Jeff, for rubber to accumulate back there and for that to get picked up and hit, and for there to be a little bit of tire-to-tire rubber contact, a little bit of smoke. So we've seen that many times here, Joe, at the Rolex 24, where all of a sudden there will be puff of smoke out of the back of the car, and you realize, it's an accumulation of rubber. The marbles and whatnot build up into this weird cluster, gets big enough to where as the car is moving or downforce is compressing, the spinning tire hits that stuck stationary rubber in the fender well, and poof, smoke comes out.
We call it pickup, and pickup builds up until it's the size of a small planet under there. And I've even had cars where it's come in and the wheel has come off whilst there has been flames licking from this molten rubber, and the mechanics got in there, took the wheel off and dragged the burning rubber from underneath the wheel arch. It's quite common, and it's something that one of the formal processes of when your car is on the pit apron, one of those formal clean-up processes will be to dig the detritus out of the air vents, but also get your hand under the wheel arch and get all that pickup and detritus from it clags onto the inside of the wheel arch and can cause you problems. Because if it bursts into flames and you've got a proper steady conflagration under there, it can put you out the race.
Indeed.
So you've really got to keep managing that. And I
Todd
think that's
Sloan
what we've seen, isn't it?
Heading out back, full speed, coming out the end of that pit stop here. Thanks again, Jeff Wright, for your report here from pit lane. Heading through the horseshoe out. And now we're moving down to trailing close behind, also pitting at the same time. That Trans Am Mustang coming out of the first horseshoe as well. Joe, Ray Bonthron, Darren Brassfield, first in the D4 class. So action has resumed. Looks as if there's an even bigger lead for Todd Sloan coming out of this pit stop here. But now, 12 minutes left to go.
Yeah.
It is, if there wasn't go time already, this is just maximum attack until the end. 12 minutes left here for this class here.
Well, Todd,
Classic 24.
Todd Sloan went into the pits with a 3-second gap on Ray Bonthron. That's gone out to 8 seconds last time by. We'll get a better idea when they come under the across the tri-oval next time by. Behind these two that are not just battling it out for the overall lead of this fourth race, we look for Jackson Dunn, who was third coming into this, and Jackson was 14 seconds ahead of Colin Doherty. Colin Doherty into fourth place now, and Jackson Dunn just 1.3 seconds behind him. So that third place overall isn't exactly going to be affecting the overall podium. And we've got a slow running Ray Bonthron.
Yes.
So that third step of the podium could in effect turn into the second step of the podium. He has only got one lap to make up, as Jackson Dunn, and that's going to be easy if Ray Bonthron continues at that pace. He's off. That's the Le Mans chicane, isn't it, Marshall?
Exactly. Be curious to see. Looks like still slightly moving under its power. Is that something where they can get out of the way, or is that something where we'll need an intervention to remove the car?
If he can keep moving, and it looks like he hasn't, looks like he's stopped now. I was going to say if he can keep moving, he can keep low down on the apron and he can head straight back round to the pits. However, it looks like that car has ground to a halt. So that's Todd Sloan. The 601 is going to have an even bigger lead now. But what this means is that Jackson Dunn, Colin Doherty and Simon Evans, Simon down the order there in 9th place in this race. But the Colin Doherty, Jackson Dunn, they're 4th and 5th, about to become 3rd and 4th. David Smith in the DP, he had completed 56 laps coming into this segment, so he's not going to feature. All right, he's 3rd overall, he's about to be 2nd overall in this 4th race, but he's not going to feature in the overall results. And certainly the 2nd and 3rd steps of the podium at the moment look like Jackson Dunn and Colin Doherty are going to move up the order and ahead of Ray Bonthron. They're forlornly looking as Todd Sloan passes it by on driver's left. He'll have seen Ray Bonthron, and that, I've got to say, Marshall, that is quite cruel. 9 minutes, 10 minutes of this 168 minutes to go, and that's when the car chooses to fall out, wasn't it? It was the late great Hugh Chamberlain that said, if you're gonna fall out of a 24-hour race, make sure you fall out before the bars close.
You want to be done and packing up early, so at least while disappointed, you don't feel as if you've gone through effectively trial by sleep deprivation, trial by fire, heat, rain, whatever it might be, to wear yourself out for nearly 24 hours and within 10 minutes or so of the checkered flag to grind to a halt. Again, just something where you feel so bad for them. Also knowing they had a heck of a fight for this heat race, at least led quite a few laps and put on an amazing show for us. But yes, nonetheless, undeserved end to their race.
Round of applause to Ray Bonthron just for bringing out that car. It's not, I think I saw one Trans Am race. It was a support race to the Miami ALMS race back in 2003, 2002. And they just blew my mind. I just absolutely loved them. It wasn't Trans Am in its glory years. It was kind of a modern iteration, but the cars were still They were so
evocative.
brutal.
Oh, yeah.
They were brutal looking, let alone what they looked like on track. And of course, around a street course like Miami, they were just phenomenal. And so, thank you, Ray, for bringing that car out. And commiserations. It's not going to make any kind of, or not going to have any effect on the disappointment that retirement is brought. But we feel your pain. We absolutely feel your pain.
And still jockeying for position here, Joe, rocketing down this front straight here into turn one. All the great GT cars here. Still working, still trying to take positions off of one another.
That will go on to the checkered flag, I think. It's bragging rights, isn't it, in the chicane bistro at the end of this event. And the Porsche Cup races that have broken out. That's Colin Doherty. Now, Colin is heading for a third step of the overall podium.
One of the great characters of the HSR paddock. He has some beautiful Porsche machinery that he brings out here, obviously in a more modern Porsche, but also has the IMSA GTO spec electromotive, I'm sorry, not electromotive sponsor, but 944 Turbo that he brings out as well from the glorious 1980s in IMSA. Boy, he has not only wonderful cars, but a great family history in racing. Been involved for so long. We see indeed tow going on, getting that Ray Bonthron Mustang out of the way, off the track, so we're all clear there. But indeed, up front, Todd Sloan, the number 601 Riley Daytona prototype. Machine-like, as they were back in the day. They did that same lap time for 24 hours straight.
I want to say the Rob Bonthron car, nothing apparent that caused that car to ground to a halt. It kind of, without smoke, there is no fire. I'm thinking that is probably going to be one of those horrible little electronic things that maybe a coil pack has gone down, or the engine management is shut off because a fuse is blown or tripped. And you know what? Modern day, you get the Control-Alt-Delete kind of phase with, you see these modern day sports cars, the GTP cars, pulling to a halt and the driver cycling through the reboot, which is basically what you're doing. It's Control-Alt-Delete, you're rebooting the computer. Not so much on this kind of car. However, there was kind of a recycling process with the electronics on those early kind of electronic management systems, wasn't it?
Yeah, today you have the GTP driver saying, "Hey Siri, restart my car," and it does. As Siri now perks up on my phone, I apologize there, and anybody in the paddock who just had their iPhone perk up. But yeah, today that is a reality. Back in the day here, truly flipping of switches, old mechanical metal switches compared to, say, more electronic buttons, LED lit buttons today. But yeah, to your point, tend to have things that are less mysterious happen when some of these older cars decide to stop. It is not necessarily having to call out a crew of 10 people with laptops to plug in and diagnose some strange oddity. It tends to be, again, something electrical. If a car is able to roll, you know that mechanically suspension is working. We don't know if the gearbox is still in compliance, so there could be something there. Is it clutch related? Is it transmission related? We don't know. We didn't appear to see any fluids coming from the car. So again, you diagnose some of these things as you see the visuals. You go, all right, no smoke that we saw from it. We don't see any liquids on the ground. It's not limping. It doesn't appear to have a tire down. So yeah, is there an old school mechanical gremlin or electrical gremlin that said, sorry, you're not going to be able to finish this race?
That's a good point. Todd Sloan, though, has been left in a very lonely first place. He's going to be the first of the Daytona prototypes finishing overall. He's going to be joined by the GT runners in the form of Jackson Dunn and Colin Doherty, who will join him on the overall podium for Group D. And we are getting inside of the final 3 minutes of the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24 for 2024, getting into the final couple of minutes for Group D. It's their event that is coming to fruition. We've got 2 more races coming up to conclude the event. Next out on track will be Group E, one of the largest grids that we started the event with. And then the final race will be for Group F, and that's when we see perhaps the fastest cars here this weekend. However, you did say that Porsche 962 was perhaps the fastest car.
Individually, not necessarily class-wise, but at least individually. Not much to beat that Porsche 962 into turn 1. I remember...
And you've got Cadillac DPIs here.
Yeah, very true. Just the sheer big turbo horsepower on offer from that Porsche. A bit of a unicorn in that regard. Granted, the DPIs with their 700-ish plus horsepower, no slouch whatsoever. But remember Chip Ganassi telling me back in his driver days, he was here competing in a Buick turbo-powered March, of which made 19 million horsepower. Not necessarily for all 24 hours. You get a couple hours, but remember him telling me, waking up, getting a kind of urgent, hey, you're in the car, was sleeping in a motorhome or something in the infield. This would have been mid-80s, and said, within a moment's notice, I had to come up out of sleep, acknowledge the world, it's pitch dark, run to pit lane, put on my helmet, and back then, heading into turn 1, Joe, they had a radar gun and a big signboard showing the top speed. And Chip just tells this great story of being rushed out of sleep here as we're getting down into the last 2 minutes of this race. White flag indeed is waving. But Chip telling a story about getting woken up, and within 6 minutes of being woken up, he was firing down the front straight in this amazing missile of a Mark Buick GTP car and seeing 206 on the radar gun. And he said it twisted his mind to try and figure out that 6 minutes prior he was having dreams of, who knows, the Pittsburgh Pirates playing baseball, and all of a sudden he's exceeding 200 miles an hour into turn 1 in a GTP car.
Incredible. Todd Sloan has already crossed underneath the white flag. He's on his final lap of the race, his final lap of the event actually, and he's heading towards a BRM chronograph wall clock to be presented in a few minutes' time. He's kind of going for the photo finish here, isn't he? He seems to have backed out and making his way around, just feeling every vibration, feeling the engine climb. We're going to have a photo finish for the Daytona prototypes with slotting in behind. We've got
both Rileys fitting.
Both Rileys, Chip
so
Vance.
Fitting.
Yeah, tribute to Bob Riley here right now
fitting.
In this year's Classic there. As they're going to come through the Le Mans chicane, they're gonna photo finish. I hope they kind of fan out. And who's that? Is that the number 60 behind as well? In the form of who's that white one? That I'm trying to find. David Smith, is it in the 50?
I believe so.
Yeah. They are first, second, and third actually overall. That's Chip Vance and David Smith gone ahead of Jackson Dunn, Colin Doherty in fourth, Jackson Dunn in fifth, and we are about to see our photo finish.
Congratulations to these two, checkered flag waving, and thank you so much,
Bob Riley. What a great finish. What a great picture.
Thank you so much, Bob Riley. 3 cars in a row here, Riley Designs. What a perfect tribute.
Beautiful.
To the beautiful, beautiful contributors. So much of what we love in sports car racing, just really the backbone of IMSA years, Grand Am years, ALMS, even more modern as well in IMSA. Thank you, Bob Riley.
Well, the overall podium will be Todd Sloan, Jackson Dunn and Colin Doherty. Whatever has occurred in this fourth race has not affected the running order, other than, of course, perhaps the biggest drama of this one, Ray Bonthron in a very, very solid second place behind the leading and now winning Todd Sloan. Ground to a halt there with less than, I think it was about 10 minutes of this race remaining. It was a tragedy and a drama that is very typical of racing here at Daytona and not too unfamiliar for anybody who's been around motorsport for any length of time. We call it character building. If you've been in motorsport for 5 minutes, you've already got a big character. That's what I was always told. We're about to go down to Jeff when he gets those cars in with him. So we've got Todd Sloan, Chip Vance and David Smith. It's a Riley DP 1, 2, 3 in race 4. Behind the Daytona prototypes, we have Colin Doherty finishing in 4th spot, Jackson Dunn both in Porsches, and Jackson Dunn in 5th. Nicholas Karangalan in his Porsche finishes in 6th. It's Gary Stanbury, also in a Porsche 996 in 7th. Simon Evans is in his Porsche 996 in 8th. Larry Dix, the second in his Porsche. And then rounding off the top 10 is Alan Turpins, also in a Porsche 997. Here comes Todd Sloan, making his way onto the pit lane, where he'll make his way, then be guided into the winner's circle. Just seeing Todd there, and a big congratulations to him. He hasn't just won this 4th and final race for Group D, but he also takes the overall win. Being ushered behind the wall, he'll then make his way down behind the pit apron into the paddock, and then on and into the winner's circle. The gate not that far away from where he is now.
Spoke to Michael Shank just a couple days ago and said, feels like I'm stepping into the Michael Shank Racing Museum here at Daytona, whether it's your Daytona prototypes, a couple of the DPIs that we saw from the Michael Shank era, one of them in particular, championship winning car. So the Shank team ably represented and returning to IMSA here for 2025.
Yeah, I hear that.
They'll be shaking down.
Who's he with? What car's he running?
They're now the new Acura ARX 06 factory team, returning to what they were. So told us they'll be shaking down cars here at Sebring shortly, then coming back. And 2 weeks from now, I'll be back here for the IMSA balance of performance and homologation testing and such. So fittingly, we have a Shank car in victory lane. They certainly know a lot about winning this race, and he'll be coming back here in January trying to continue that tradition along with so many others at the Rolex 24 at Daytona, Joe. But yeah, we do indeed have our friend Jeff Wright down on pit lane, and whenever he is ready, we look forward to listening to his interviews with the winners from this class.
I actually think that seeing those 3 Rileys finishing in that race order, 1st, 2nd and 3rd in this 4th race, it was certainly a beautiful segue for you and I to talk about Bob. Talk about Bob Riley. We recently lost him. That legend in engineering, the sun shining down on the righteous, as they say, yeah. And Bob's memory, a big part of the Daytona 24 Hours, and also a big part of this HSR event as well. And I think that's quite a nice tribute there. You get a lot of negative feedback about that era of Grand Am, saying the cars were ugly. It wasn't about that, though, was it? It was about the practicalities of running the cars from the perspective of customer race teams. Customer race teams that didn't want to have to charge customers an arm and a leg. You weren't looking at the budgets that you were having to match the Audi R8s in the ENMS. This was a customer-led series of sports car racing at a pretty high level. We had some proper drivers in the Grand Am series and proper drivers at the Rolex in that period.
So many teams that came to life, and it sounds like our friend Jeff Wright is ready down in victory lane.
Let's head down to Jeff right now. Jeff, we leave it to you to present that beautiful BRM chronograph wall clock.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it here from Victory Lane at Daytona. Todd Sloan climbing out the car. Look at the smile on the face. That's what it's all about. We're right here. Great job in the 601.
Oh, thank you. It is so nice to have this car here. You know, it was built to run at this racetrack. Finished 3rd here in the 2010 when Mike Shank finished 1st and 3rd. So it's just an awesome experience for me to be able to bring it back here and be able to run it. Hats off to my crew. Hats off to HSR. It is a fantastic event. Everybody is fantastic, top to bottom, and it's just a privilege and a blessing to be here.
I hope you have some space on your wall for that BRM clock.
I do. I definitely do.
If you didn't, you'd make it, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Great job, Todd.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Todd Sloan there in the number 601 Riley. Let's get a word with Colin Doherty. Where'd he go? Right there. Colin, there he is, thanking his teammates and crew members over there. Todd, Colin.
Yes, sir.
It's exciting down here. Look at the smile. Tell us about your race. I think you ended up 2nd in GT.
Yeah, that was just fantastic. You know, we had just a great new bunch of cars out there. We don't see every race in HSR weekend after weekend. This young fellow here, just incredible driver, and we've been dicing all weekend long and swapping spots and that sort of stuff. It's really just a great time to be out there with the Daytona prototypes and feeling the fury of them come by, but also, drafting them a little bit and picking up a little distance from my friend behind me here and there, which was really a big help out there in the 2008 3600cc 997 GT3 Cup. So just fantastic.
Great job. Great showing here this weekend, this week at Daytona.
And it couldn't have been for Tom McCarthy and his crew at DOS Sport. There's just an incredible amount of people there, and just the way they keep the cars and your confidence so high is just amazing. And I got Betsy here this weekend, which has just been great. So thank you so much.
Great job, Colin. Good running here at Daytona for the 2024 Classic 24 at Daytona, presented by Mission Foods. The 111 car, Jackson Dunn, taking the win in GT. Jackson, great job, buddy.
Thank you so much. It was a tough one. It was really tough. It's hot out there. It's humid. I was struggling. I didn't know if I was going to be able to make the start, to be honest. But some bags of ice, the Lord Jesus Christ, and it saved me. So felt good.
Well, those definitely good things right there.
Absolutely.
Great job. We'll hand some hardware out to you in just a moment. You're going to get the clock for the GT class. So you have room on your wall as well, I suppose.
I hope so. It's my first big one in a while, so I'll make some room.
Great job.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Let's go back to the 7.5 car. 7.5, Simon Evans, James Littlejohn.
Hi there.
Simon, where's James? Is he here?
James is over there.
Okay, well, we'll get a word with him in just a moment, but you finished it out here. Great job.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's my second time here, so I was here last year as well. Absolute pleasure to be back. I've got the family with me this time as well, so it's brilliant. I think they're watching over there in the infield, and team did an amazing job as ever, so yeah, dead shaft.
Great job, congratulations. Head to Simon Evans in the number 75 car, and James Littlejohn. James, we talked to you yesterday. You're kind of relaxing here and just kind of leisure, watching the race here to end it out here at Daytona.
Yeah, no, what a fantastic race. Like, I thought I'd leave Cy to do the difficult stint during the day when it's nice and hot. He let me do the night stints, which was a lot of fun. It's been a fantastic experience to be here.
We've been talking about that. The older guys let the younger guys, because they can see better at night. Us older guys, maybe not so well.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, he probably just wanted to go and get some sleep for himself and make me do all the hard work during the night. But yeah, it's always a pleasure to drive with Cy. We've been racing together for a long time, and hopefully we're going to come back again for next season.
Well, I hope so. We all expect you to. Hope to see you then.
Thank you very much.
Great job. We'll see you on podium here in just a moment. We're going to head over here and talk to the driver of the number 50 car. David Smith.
Hey, man.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Good.
Great to see you.
Thank you.
David Smith in the 5-0 right here behind us. And, man, good weekend here. Tell us how the car was running. It ran well enough, I guess, right?
Good enough, yeah. It's not as fast as those guys are, but good enough. They slowed down for me at the end, which was really cool. So we got that picture of the three Rileys coming across the line. That's super cool, especially with Riley passing away. That's a great fitting tribute to him. So very cool. Great race.
Yeah, Joe.
Thanks to HSR and all the guys and my crew. It was awesome. Great race. Great weekend.
Joe and Marshall were talking about what a tribute there with the Rileys crossing all together. So can't think of a better tribute to Bob, and we're certainly going to miss him.
Very cool. It was absolutely a great finish. It was perfect. So very cool. Thank you.
Great job, David.
Thanks, man.
We'll hand some hardware out to you in just a moment. And now we have the number 10 car here, the SunTrust livery. And that is Chip Vance. Chip?
Yes, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, sir?
I'm all right. We had a little excitement in the middle of the night, so we had to put a different tail on the car, but got to hand it to all the guys we were out there racing with. Everyone was mindful, and especially to HSR and Mission Foods for helping put this great event on, these great cars, these great people. It's a fantastic organization.
Mission Foods sponsoring the Classic 24 and the live feed from Matador Motorsports. We certainly appreciate them being on and covering all this race the whole weekend long, or at least yesterday and today.
Yep, 100%. Got to hand it to Matador. Had family chiming in and texting that they were watching online, so it was great. And got to hand it to my guys. They did a great job putting the car back together again after I backed it into the wall. So thanks, Rich and Mason and Bear. You guys were awesome. So thanks.
Great job. We'll go send hardware out to you guys. Congratulations. We will hand out some trophies here to these top three finishers here and the BRM chronograph wall clocks.
Joe, we have a remarkable lineup coming up here for the next race. Just looking down on pre-grid, that is a delight of machinery. Tell us not only where we are leading into coming out of the 3 heats so far into the final heat here for Group E. Tell us about some of the cars.
This is the group, remember, that we kicked off the event with. This is the group that you and I had the pleasure of doing a little grid walk on and getting to talk directly to some of the competitors. We have got 5 cars on the same lap, 62 laps completed. The leading car is the car number 77 of father and son. What I can only say is British legends, Michael and Andrew Jordan. British legends in the form of, I've got a British touring car champion there in Andrew,
Indeed.
and we've got a GT champion there in Mike, and their Jordan Racing team, renowned, historic racing engineering. We've got a lot to talk about here. I'll give you the gaps in a moment. Let's just catch our breath, sit back. We'll have a little bit of a break. We'll be back with you shortly, and we'll give you the rundown. What's going to be a very exciting Group E.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
So thankful to our friends Joe at Mission Foods for looking after us. Also Matador Motorsports making this live stream possible, and thank you to everybody who is tuning in throughout the world on IMSA's YouTube page, HSR's YouTube page.
Just want to mention something about that.
From yesterday were remarkable. We know there's a lot of motor racing content today, modern racing content to participate in as well. Knowing Joe from so many of the IMSA races that we have called over the years, we know that the most ardent fans are likely sitting in their man cave, she sheds, or just simply in the living room with the main television on, maybe a second one, a monitor, a laptop open, an iPad or similar, maybe even their phone.
You described yourself there, aren't you?
All right, I just kind of lied. I told on myself a little bit, Joe, but we do know that on a day like this, whether we have NASCAR, we've got Formula One, we've got all kinds of today's cars running, I guarantee you there are plenty of folks plugged into this live stream, probably multi-screen experience going on. We get photos sent and shared with us so often when we see these great setups. So thanks once again to everybody who is tuning in to watch the final day here at Daytona with HSR.
Absolutely. And if you are at home, please join in on the live chat. Please, got any questions for Marshall or I or even Jeff down in the pit lane, then let us know what you think. Let us know also how you're enjoying the live stream. You'll find that on the HSR live stream page on YouTube. And right now we've got cars behind the pace car just leading out onto the banking for the first time. So 4.5 second lead is all that Mike and Andrew Jordan are bringing into this one. They've got the number 898 Michael Merritt and Steve Dunn car right behind them. They're all Porsches until I tell you otherwise. Corey Friedman, a further 38 seconds behind them. 2.5 minutes to the 4th place car of Emberson and Greensill, and that's the first non-Porsche, the Chevrolet Corvette C6R. We talked to John Emberson and Nigel Greensill yesterday on the grid, and they are just, we are absolutely delighted to see them bring that car out. Back to Porsches. In 5th place, the last car on the lead lap. 1 minute and 20 seconds behind in that 5th spot. I'll try and keep a handle on that as this race unfolds. They are starting in that order. The first car off the lead lap is the Dan Ammann and Owen Trinkler car. That's a Porsche 718 GT4 car, and that's in 6th place. We then have Enzo Lucas, who's only 4.5 seconds behind Ammann and Trinkler. And that is achievable to be the first of the GT4 spec cars. Actually, that's a 997 of Enzo Lucas. Alejandro Charwan is the next car in 8th. Tom McGlynn is 9th. Justin Di Benedetto is the first car on 2 laps down, and that is 10th overall. But we are indeed about to go racing as the pace car is already coming out of NASCAR turn 4.
They'd had no consideration for how long it would take for you to get through the entire field
well,
before we go to green here, but indeed the starter has that green in hand. Pace car indeed does a great job getting everybody lined up. Our friend Mark Webber, and the green is waving. Joe, off we go. Acceleration here. Porsche upon Porsche, and that Corvette streaking down into turn 1. GT machinery at its finest.
It's the Jordans that lead, the 77, the orange and white car, getting into the lead at turn 1 and hugging that inside line there and protecting that position. They are our overall leaders and indeed continue to lead this Group E overall. This is going to go one of 2 ways. It's either going to be they're going to play nice, or it's going to turn into a Porsche Cup race. And I hope they play nice here, because I'd like everybody to finish their event in some sort of style. At the moment, everybody's playing nice through the kink and onto the West Horseshoe. The beautiful sight of all of those GT cars through the infield section here. But question, Marshall, has anybody got anything in the toolkit to take with the Jordans?
First of all, I love your enthusiasm, but unlikely. But again, that's why we hold these races. 42 minutes of opportunities to try and overtake them. But this is a delight. This is something that we just love, right? We have GT machinery being driven hard. End of this event for them. So again, clock ticking down. Now, under 40 minutes left, and now it's time to get going and see what you can make happen for yourselves. So this is a part that we love, and compared to some of the classes that we've seen here recently or this morning, a lot of nearly identical performance capabilities instead of huge power here and a little less there. In some of the previous classes we've watched, there's a lot of nearly identical performance capabilities in front of us. That creates opportunities. So I think we're going to see not only close racing, but intense racing the entire time.
Well, it being the 4th and last race of the weekend, very familiar ground for the likes of Andrew and Mike Jordan, former British touring car drivers. Indeed, Andrew, a former British touring car champion. You had a 3-race format across the weekend on the Sunday. When it got to race 3, you knew that your car was going to return with a few more bashes and scratches that it did in races 1 and 2. Because you know it's the last chance saloon. If you are going to have a go, a little bit different ethic, I would like to think, in historic racing. There's a lot more respect being given than there certainly was on a British touring car grid. But there is that kind of mindset of, well, you know what, I am going to beat you. It might only be for 19th, but I'm still going to beat you, and I am going to do whatever I can. So I hope the ethic remains where respect is primary out there on the track. And at the moment, not sure if it is Mike or Andrew, they're both very capable drivers, and at the moment holding back Michael Merritt in that 991 Cup car and not keeping him, not pulling away. Merritt keeping the Jordan car in his sights as they go out onto the banking from the infield for the second time.
We should be getting tire pressures up where they want them to be by now. We're getting into this multiple laps here just to start the race, but everything should be up to temperature, Joe. Everything fully capable within these cars. Have had some cloud cover in some areas of the track. Clouds are starting to peel away just a little bit, so we expect full sun here momentarily, but we are at a place where you look out on the track, you look at this deep field on the banking, we have swarms of Porsches, GT cars in general up front. We have cars staying still somewhat close, the top 3 all within a relatively close distance of each other, same with 4th and 5th. We just see what we love here, and there's some opportunities. Maybe that Corvette that you mentioned could be hunting a little bit behind it. We have the 2 cars behind very close as well, a pair of Porsches. So wherever it is, we have folks who are still in the fight. More potential passing here going into the horseshoe, the first of the 2 horseshoes in the infield. But we do indeed see here a lot of close racing, Joe.
Fastest lap from the Jordan car leading. He's not backing off. He's not managing that car. Or is he? Is this his tactic? whichever of the Jordans, Mike and Andrew, they've both got a plethora of experience, and they're pushing on and extending that gap. The gap's already out to a second across the tri-oval, across the stripe, but looking at them at the West Horseshoe, I think that's going to be extended. There's the Corvette. That's not quite there. The bright yellow car, the C6R, was a car that you and I remember racing in contemporary American Le Mans Series, and indeed IMSA racing in, what year is that Corvette? 2009, so it would be American Le Mans Series.
You know what that means? We're
old.
historic.
We are
We're
old.
historic
2009.
as well. Oh, Lord,
that car still looks new though, doesn't it?
It does. It's so gorgeous. But
And Corvette with an engine in the front is a Corvette. I really struggled when they put the engine behind the driver.
it's become normal for me.
I know it has,
for,
yeah.
for all of us, I think. But yeah, it's something where you say, well, 50 plus years of history with something being up front, you get accustomed to that. But now the glorious C8 version of the car competing so well in IMSA and throughout the world. But what I'm seeing here, Joe, I'm seeing a race that is developing where, of course, the Jordans with their extreme knowledge and capabilities, not a surprise to see them leading, but I look throughout the field and there's so many mini battles going on, 2-car battles, 3-car battles, looking throughout the field, even just early into this race as we tick down to just over 36 minutes left. This is striking me that once this race is over, there are going to be a lot of drivers getting together, shaking hands, giving each other hugs. The fun factor happening right now in this class is just absolutely off the hook. So you love to see that, where, of course, we're here at Daytona, a legendary place to race, so fulfilling in and of itself, but you see what's taking place on track here as well. You know folks are having fun going wheel to wheel throughout the field.
This is a very fast class of car as well. These are more modern iterations of the Porsche 911, and hence the lap speed capabilities are right up there. In fact, they were the first class to complete the 20 laps within the 42 minutes, and not even the Group F class were just barely managed that. So they are proper race cars out there. The Jordan car 152.1, that's the fastest lap of the race there, and he's continued to be the fastest car on the track each time by. We're on to lap 4, and I suspect still early days for that car to start slackening off and plateauing, let's call it, plateauing out and keeping, not perhaps pushing as much as he needs to. His strategy is clearly, I need to build a gap and I need to maintain that gap. He's already gone out 2 seconds.
The point you mentioned about these cars being among the more modern of all the entries here this weekend in one consolidated class, the thing to preserve are the tires. This era of car being so modern, different than some of the other classes we have with cars more from maybe the 70s or 80s and such, where there's a true conservation mindset because brakes can't be attacked at 100% every single lap, or the motor might not want to be revved as hard every lap. So have to think about conserving all aspects of the vehicle. Doesn't mean you're taking it easy.
That's right.
Just means you're not on a qualifying lap every time around. Here in this race right now, the tires are the thing to conserve, but admittedly, with all the modern technology and the robustness and reliability, everything else, it's a free-for-all. Go after it, rev, push, just make sure you keep those tires happy for a full 42 minutes.
There's the Corvette that is being followed round by an absolute cracking scrap between the number 69, the Dan Ammon and Owen Trinkler 718. That's the GT4 Cayman that is having a right old ding-dong with Alejandro Charwan. Charwan just getting under the tail of the... now that's a different configuration, remember. That's it's a mid-engined Cayman, that car that's just behind the Corvette. And if anything, it's all over the back. I've got a feeling that might be Owen at that car. He's got that car performing perhaps a little bit better than it perhaps should be performing, if in consideration.
Competing here at Daytona, the Rolex, Sunbank, all the presenting sponsor names from the past, but been competing here since the 1990s. Owen is ageless and so fast, and I believe we're going to try and trademark Joe Bradley's Ride Old Ding Dong. We're going to make a T-shirt for you right there. Oh,
yeah.
that's an HSR instant classic right there, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, I'll let you have that one.
Here, a little transaction at the Le Mans chicane. That's what that chicane's made for, Joe, to create opportunities under braking, try and get past or shoot by on the exit. Amazing accordion effect we talk about, how cars get so close into that chicane, sometimes that widens up, just like we're seeing right here.
Yeah, it is. Now that is the number 8 that I thought was, no, that's the 08. That's Max De Angelis just coming up behind Russell G in his 981. Tom McGlynn. Now have I got more than one number 8 out there? He's got, Tom McGlynn in the number 8. That's the number 8. That is that a trying to pay homage to that 917 Watkins Glen winning livery back in 71.
The psychedelic.
The psychedelic. It's getting towards that, isn't it?
Did indeed have a little bit of that here in Ensign Grand Am, 10, 11 years ago as well, I think, the GTX category.
Yes, it did. Yeah, it did. Oh, got a car off on the grass there. That's a little bit of an excursion, not too much of a problem there. How many times have we done that? We think that's the 22 of Alejandro Charwan. Now, he was the car that we mentioned was chasing after, trying all he can to get past, we think, Owen Trinkler in the car. He's recovered nicely. I think that was just coming out the West Horseshoe. Easily done, isn't it? You squirt the car a little bit too early, you let the car breathe, and if it's going to go over the curb, you've got to let it go over the curb. If you fight it away from the curb, you're going to spin.
Exactly, and also we're thankful that Daytona is not one of the tracks that sends you a bill for unapproved mowing of grass and such. There are some tracks, no joke, Joe, who will indeed send you an invoice for alteration to the manicuring of the track.
That's right.
But not here, thankfully.
Big thing in the UK, mate. Mr. Jonathan Palmer, you put your car off on the grass at Brands Hatch, you get an invoice for the repair of the grass.
I mean, it is a Sunday, so we do thank Alejandro for a bit of that mowing of the grass there, but indeed back onto the track and running at full speed again.
Got Andy Hamilton saying hello, Marshall. Recognise your voice.
Andy Hamilton.
Yeah, hello, Andy. Mr. White Pony Derby. They've got some strange handles on
It's
YouTube.
you. Quit lying. It's you sending in under that name, Joe.
Well, it could be me because he's saying go on the Brits. He means the Jordans, I think.
Oh,
well, he means the Jordans and also John Emberson and Nigel Greensell, who were in that Corvette. Go on the Brits in that Corvette as well. Just being passed by Owen Trinkler around the inside of the East Horseshoe. And Owen Trinkler really shouldn't be where he is in that little Cayman, should he? Absolutely optimising the run in that car.
Another person with deep, deep roots here. Just, you think of endurance racing in the U.S., you think of all the different classes, all the different organizations here that we've had in recent decades. And Owen's been a part of all of it. Passionate man, truly someone who loves this. We all love racing, but there's levels and shades. Owen, he's nuclear glowing
his
red.
energy is immense, and whenever I get an opportunity, he's a big part of the Michelin Pilot Challenge in recent years, and I find if I get an opportunity to interview Owen, I know that he's like a little toy car. It's kind of metaphorically, you just sort of rub the wheels back on the carpet and let it go, and Owen will tell you everything from one question. He is a great guy to chat to, and he's really open, he's really honest. If he messes up, he'll tell you he messed up, and he'll describe and analyse how he messed up. Great insight. The fans love him. The fans love him. When we talk to him on IMSA Radio, he's absolutely a joy to talk to. Really is.
Did a podcast with him talking about a somewhat weird, limited duration prototype, the Kyler Kopf. We had just so much fun talking about one of the stranger cars that he's driven, and that was from mid to late 1990s, but been here doing this for so long, Joe, and so good at this. Not a surprise that we see him passing cars that he should not, based on the capabilities of the cars in front of him, but he has this nasty habit, Joe, of going in front of other cars. He likes putting them in his rearview mirror, one of his finer attributes of demoting vehicles.
You mentioned the corner workers here and corner workers throughout the world. Motorsport events just couldn't happen without this volunteer army of corner workers. And I just want to mention there, NASCAR and IMSA, they are, we've entered into a long-term partnership with the SCCA and investing in the future of corner workers and recognizing that without these people, we couldn't run these events.
Sportscar Club
and that's from karting
of
through
America.
Yeah,
exactly. So there are folks who are up in the tower from a race administration standpoint, effectively the referees calling the race, making sure that everything happens within the allotted time and within the regulations. But that is very, very different from the men and women spending countless hours out on the corners. The flagging stations from the starter tends to get the most attention, but then you realize that down in turn 1, there's a flagging team. Always more than one person, one looking one way up the track, one looking the opposite way. The cars coming at them and trailing behind. You often have a communications chief at each corner as well. And this is at every corner to be able to feedback, give that information to those up top here in race control. And that is a long-held, longer than you and I have been alive tradition of volunteerism. And here in the United States, the SCCA, Sportscar Club of America, has been the gold standard. USAC as well has had a presence in doing that more recently. SCCA, though, this volunteer base, one of the things, again, we've mentioned it many times in the live stream since yesterday, saying thank you to our volunteers for making this event possible, looking after the safety of the cars, attending to any issues. We also have the folks, whether it's in ambulances, the wreckers that go and attend to any issues as needed, drive out onto the track to do that. But there's also this great relationship, which you mentioned, Joe, between NASCAR, IMSA, and the SCCA to welcome new corner workers in. It's a long-held tradition, and admittedly, there are a lot of long-standing volunteer corner workers, and you do indeed get just about the best seat in the house, closer than any fan can get. It's a great community, a family-like community. Corner workers get together early in the morning, come together at night, have parties, social bits as well. There's a lot of great folks who make that possible, and we definitely need more folks to consider joining the SCCA volunteer works here, Joe, to make this possible for many, many years to come. So trying to build and invite the next generation of corner workers. If you love this and you're here, you bought a ticket to watch the cars, just saying look out on a corner, you'll find some folks dressed in white waving the flags. You could be there with them if you want to volunteer.
Let's head down to the pits. Jeff Wright has got something. He's opened his mic. Jeff, who have you got to talk to?
We just had the 034 car in here, Sean McKay, in for a tire change, which is kind of unusual. I'm not sure if there was an issue with the car. We'll see if we can get one of the crew members in here for the McKay car. Was there an issue with tires on this car?
Yeah, we are one of the only true 997 GT3 Cup cars, as the car raced originally in 2012 in the GT3 Cup Canada Series. So we've decided to keep this car original with the original sequential style gearbox, no ABS, and unfortunately, we had a little bit of a lockup there. The vibration got a little bit worse, so we were able to play that into the pit stop, and really, we did lose about half a second on this pit stop, so hopefully we can still keep the car in the top 3 in the E4 category.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there's the story there from pit lane. They locked up the tires, had a little flat spot there, so put some new fresh rubber on it, and back underway.
Thank you, Jeff. Keep us informed there. The pit stop window very much open now, so we will get more visitors to the pits. Just adding, it's an international brotherhood, isn't it? You guys call them corner workers. They're usually wearing the white overalls. We call them marshals. We call them the Orange Army because they tend to wear orange overalls. So that and we call them the Orange Army. And in the UK, the competition licensing rules. When you're on a novice license and you've just started racing, you have to do get 6 signatures, prove that you know what you're doing on track, but also you have to do a race meeting as a marshal, as part of that education education process. You have to kind of get a feel of what it's like for someone standing there. And to be honest, Marshall, you mentioned how close you get to the action. Yes, you have to be there from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. Yes, you have to be one of those who turn the lights off at the end of the day. But you are in one of the best seats in the house. And yes, it is a position of responsibility. You get those flag signals wrong, you're going to have to put a bunch of people that are going to be chasing for you. It is an element of responsibility, but it's a great way of being involved in the sport and not just sitting in the stand eating hot dogs. You can actually be part of the event. And there is an international brotherhood. We go to Le Mans, we go to the Rolex, for instance, the Dubai 24 Hours, which I'll be at in January. There is a huge contingency of British marshals that are connected to the corner workers associations here in the US. So they'll be part of the Petite race, they'll be part of the Rolex race, they'll be part of the Dubai race. And you've got, English marshals that'll come and join in and wave flags and wanting to be part of the event and not just come here as a fan. It is a great brotherhood to be part of, and it's great to see that, the NASCAR organisation through IMSA, through the SCCA, are indeed investing in that future, because without them we can't run races. So we need to invest in that future, and long may it continue.
We're halfway point here, Joe. The Jordans leading up front, a little bit over 5 seconds in hand here. Just to close on the track marshals and corner workers that you mentioned, you find so many men and women and their children here. It's often a family affair. Spoke earlier just a little while ago jokingly about mowing the lawn. Just saying, got a free weekend. Well, all right, you probably got chores and duties, got to mow the lawn, take out the garbage, do a whole bunch of stuff. Sorry, can't do that. I'm going to be at Daytona International Speedway volunteering with HSR. I'd love to do all the honey-do list or whatever chores you have at home. This isn't the worst way to spend a weekend, truly with dear friends, seeing amazing sights and sounds.
Right now, what's happening in the UK at Silverstone is one of the best race weekends of the whole season. It'll be chilly. It's very likely going to be wet. It's the Walter Hayes Trophy. It's a Formula 4 event.
Legend.
It's like a festival of Formula 4. 2 weeks after the Brands Hatch Formula 4 festival. But if I wasn't here, I'd be right there. I'd be right there in the pit and paddock of the Walter Hayes. And you know what? We're all kindred spirits. We're all part of the same geeky family that we are. And if we weren't here at this racetrack, we'd probably be at another racetrack somewhere else.
But thanks once again to all of our volunteer workers, to those who hopefully start to join that lovely world of those who do facilitate the races. Joe, we are getting into properly visits to pit lane here. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars. We now have the Corvette just leaving pit lane, but doing that mandatory 3-minute pit stop. Driver change taking place, as our friend and colleague Jeff Wright mentioned, spotted a rare tire change taking place here when we spoke to him last. But getting into the pause and changeover and sprint to the checkered flag portion of this event in this class.
There is Owen Trinkler getting into a spin at the Le Mans chicane, and that was the back end of the car. He turned in. The rear end of that car just said, sorry, Owen, you're going far too quickly for me to be able to hold this together. And the back end just come round. He was very lucky there not to slide and connect the barrier. He didn't touch the barrier. He gets back underway. He's actually back on track there. He's got a car that's about to trip over him, but a bit of a recovery now for Owen. He's going to drop down a place or two maybe. Yes, he already has.
Those tiger stripes quivering a little bit there, but oh boy, we don't get a lot of spins, and we don't get a lot of avoiding barriers when we spin.
But that to me, Owen, as you see here on the replay, he just turns in, and he's carrying the same amount of speed as that 997 behind him. That's a 718 Cayman. That hasn't got the same performance capabilities, but Owen, that just proved to me just how hard Owen was pushing. And he's straight into the pits there. New set of overalls and a new set of underwear, please. Not sure Owen's going to give up the car. He looks like he's staying in there. So not far. I'm not sure how far Jeff is away from that Owen Trinkler car. We're still waiting for the pit stops to be served by our overall leaders, which is still The Jordan car there, number 77, just coming out of the Le Mans chicane. Heading onto the banking now. It's, how many minutes are we away? We're about 5 minutes away of that pit window slamming shut. And it will be Mike or Andrew. Hard to tell just by lap times who it is. And there he is, peeling off into the pits. The leader, the overall leader in race 4. The overall leader in the event for the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24. Jeff Wright is down there. Jeff, are you ready to receive the race leader?
I'm ready for the Jordan car coming into the pit stall right now. Mike Jordan, Andrew Jordan, you see it come to rest right here. Andrew's going to climb out. Mike Jordan, his dad, is going to quickly climb in. Matching suits there on that beautiful race team. A little bit of adjustment on the seat. They will check the tire pressures quickly. They are your leader coming in this round and leading at the moment. A little bit of a check there by Andrew. He's going to look around on the other side, make sure everything is buckled in. And now he takes a look under the right rear of the car. No tire changes going on here, just some tire pressure checks. And apparently he's happy with that. We will get a word with him here in just a moment. But talking to his dad, Mike Jordan, he just got in the car. A quick consultation there as I hook up the communications. You see that hooking up the wires there for the comms unit. And we'll get Andrew Jordan over here in just a moment. See if we can wave him over. Let's go over here and get a quick word with Andrew. Andrew, if you don't mind, I know he's hot and looking for a drink. Andrew, how's the car? Any problems with the car? Are you good?
No, good. Yeah, it's felt a little bit low grip, so I was just checking tyres that they're all okay, and they look okay. So yeah, it was good stint, just nice, neat, tidy. Didn't get too much traffic out there. So yeah, over to Dad now.
You guys were leading coming into this round, this fourth and final round, and leading coming into this pit stop. So you guys think you can hold on to it the rest of the way?
Yeah, I think so. I think we'd built up a bit of a gap over the earlier races, so that's why I was pushing pretty hard then, just to extend the gap there. So yeah, fingers crossed.
All right, good luck. We'll see you a little bit later.
Andrew Jordan there talking to Jeff Wright. Andrew, former British touring car champion, enjoying his time at the wheel, sharing the driving duties with his dad, Mike. There is no slouch in that driver lineup. Andrew and Mike, you're optimising that car's run, whichever driver you put in there. What I want to ask you, for the benefit of the fans looking on there, and talking about fans, I just want to say hi to B-Man. He just got back home from the event this morning. He's had a couple of hours sleep in the car. He's gone home to finish off at home. Probably has the lawn to cut. But glad to have you along on the live stream. Big thank you to Matador Motorsports now that I've mentioned that. We see the teams, Marshall, they're adjusting tyre pressures. Now, they're not just interested in what pressures they're running. There is a very deliberate process going on there.
You have a lot of educated guessing going on, Joe, to start the race. So you look at the ambient conditions. Do realize here we've had a lot of clouds rolling in, had some pure sun, clear skies, but you go to start that race, you predict what you think the car is going to do in terms of growing those tire pressures on all four corners. It's a prediction. You start out at what's called your cold pressures, right? That is sitting on grid. You set the tires to a lower pressure number than what they will be used in competition. So we just use round numbers. Say you're wanting a target of 35 PSI. From running, starting out, get some good knowledge from the tire vendor as well of where you should start. How many PSI are those tires going to grow as they get hot? You build temperature into the tire, into that tire carcass. Can be lots of degrees, right? Triple digit for sure. But you go from the cold temperature, the cold pressure, sitting static. You get rolling, get competing. A lot of friction and heat happens. And like a balloon, it starts to expand. That pressure grows. The PSI number goes up. So say you start at a cold pressure of 28 PSI all the way around. You go out, you're aiming for a target of 35 PSI hot. You're guessing the right front tire might have a little bit more work going on than, say, the left rear. What happens? Well, you come in for this pit stop, you check the tire pressures, and maybe that right front tire is a little bit hotter than the left rear, so you bleed it down just a little bit, or you might even add if something is a little bit below. But why don't we go back downstairs to our friend Jeff Wright, who has something for us.
I'm your friend. I have my friend Russell G here. Russell G, your car in the number 17, you're currently in the 10th. Well, you dropped down to 12th now, but just out of the pit stop, you said Aaron Nash is behind the wheel.
We're going to leave him out there. He's the fast driver. It's frustrating, isn't it? This is a really tough group that we're running in, and Aaron, I was scheduled to go, but we were so close to a podium that we figured we'd roll the dice and let Aaron go after it. And if not, well, no guts, no glory.
You have to leave the hot shoe in there in the car, and certainly we saw the names on the top of the car as a tribute to our friends that we've lost several years ago.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to take those names off. Maybe I'll take mine off and put Aaron's on instead. And maybe that means the invoices will go to him. Who knows?
That would be helpful to you, right? Thank you, Russell. Good luck the rest of the way.
Always good to see you, and I don't see enough of you up on that podium.
I'm there, and I hope to see you up there real soon.
Is that your fault or mine?
Not my fault.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you, Russell.
Great stuff from the pit lane as battles continue out on the track there. And this was perhaps going to be the most competitive class. And we mentioned there tyres being bled out, the air being bled out. And the reason why the tyres inflate is because they're using air, which has moisture in it. And that, you ever used nitrogen?
Pretty much all that you use in professional racing.
And that's why?
Because you do not have that great variation in expansion.
Yeah,
so that's a better gas using tires.
Starts getting very complex.
No, there's a lot of gas coming out of the guy next to me here, and Joe Bradley, a very different topic. But if we look here what we have, Joe, we do indeed have, as you mentioned, the most competitive of the classes left to run. Possibly a change here for not just this heat victory, but the overall victory. So why don't you catch us up on what we're looking at here?
Yeah, they came into this Group E final race with a gap of 4.5 seconds. We've got Michael Merritt, who's taken over the lead of the race. I think it's Michael Merritt. I'm going to take a punt at Michael Merritt at the wheel of the car. Right, and the gap at the line was 1.2 seconds. He's got to bridge that gap of 4.5, and he's got 10 minutes remaining in this. So the race is very much on. Not just for race 4, but the overall event here for Group E. We have got a very intriguing race that is broken out here. So Mike Jordan is going to need to get that textbook of experience out, and he's going to need to fight. You heard that Andrew said he thought the car was a bit slippery, a little bit less grip, low grip. That might be the track evolution. It's a lot hotter today. There's less cloud cover, so that's going to be a very hot piece of tarmac. Hopefully they've got the tyres where they want. You saw them bleeding out the tyre pressure. Let's see if we've got enough for Mike Jordan to keep that 4.5 margin where he needs it to be. We'll keep an eye on that as they come round.
Got the sun now fully cleared of any clouds, full heat beating down on the track. So what do you want, Joe, when you're leading the race ably here? As mentioned, you have a car that's a little bit slippery to deal with, those tires not exactly in the window that you want. You make those adjustments, but now you need to push harder than ever if you do indeed want to try and maintain that overall victory. So not exactly the easiest task to ask of the Jordans.
No, it's not, and it's new ground, isn't it? They haven't been in the car for 5 hours, remember?
Yep.
And then it was dark, so this is in the bright sunshine of the daytime. And Mike Jordan, all he has to do is keep that number 898 in his sights, and he's going to win overall. Now then, that sounds easy. Let's see just how easy it is. The gap's out to 3.1. The gap is out to 3.1. Michael Merritt is absolutely on a charge.
They're also about to hit quite a bit of quote traffic as we have one car spun here. One of the Porsches looks like that might be
it's just looped around, doesn't it?
West Horseshoe here, getting rolling. Don't have the leaders here yet, but we'll be coming up here soon onto the grass, so hopefully get this reconciled here shortly. But indeed we have, yes, some of the faster cars here up front about to come by.
There he is. There's the leader just getting by that recovering back marker. I think that's the 898. We'll see if just how far behind the 77 is now as the cars continue out of turn 6 and get out onto the banking.
It looks like Michael Merritt, who again we believe is in the car. We apologize if we're incorrect, but looks like deft work, Joe, through some of the cars that they're coming through here. Perfect way to give up your lead is to mismanage traffic, but it looks like so far doing a really smart job of getting through cleanly, minimal time loss.
And it's about getting through cleanly and not costing yourself, and it's about timing where on the track you kind of can see the traffic coming towards you, and it's about just minimizing the loss of momentum, especially here through the likes of that Le Mans chicane where the cars are now out onto the banking. That defines the top speed all the way through the banking, all the way across the tri-oval to the finish line. The gap was 3.1 seconds, so it's still the Jordans in the lead overall. They are about to cross the timing beam any moment now. Merritt, 17 laps completed. Jordan, the gap is out to 4.1. He's still in the lead by 4 tenths. And 6.5 minutes remaining. So the gain advantage has reduced on that lap. However, Merritt is still pulling away, just less so.
A historic sports car racing thriller to close here on a Sunday on a Daytona International Speedway event. How beautiful is this? But yes, to your point, here we are after nearly 24 hours of racing, 6 minutes left, just over 6 minutes. There's truly a battle for the overall win.
Who's writing the scripts? Is it HSR President Chris Ward, is it? Because he's wrote a good one for Group E. If he is writing the scripts, this is a phenomenal way to finish. Not so phenomenal for the Jordans, who have let a 4.5 second advantage become almost a deficit as we continue watching the number 898. He's leading this race and about to take the lead overall of Group E. Incredible things are happening here. 5.5 minutes remaining. So there's definitely a bit of an advantage at the moment with this car beginning to pull away through the Le Mans chicane. It's not going to be long before we check the gap.
Exactly, and again,
officially
entered this final heat race for this class with the Jordans holding a 4.5 second lead. The aggregate over what was the second place runner. Now the Jordans find themselves P2 on the track and potentially P2 overall. We'll see what this measures out at once we cross the stripe and whether the 4.1 second advantage has tipped the opposite direction.
Here they come. Michael Merritt across the line to complete 18 laps. Mike Jordan across the line. The gap is out to 5.1. Merritt has taken the overall lead in Group E. He's just taking over the overall lead with 4.5 minutes remaining. That white flag will have been laundered and ready to unfurl in about 2 more laps. And to think that it's come down to literally the final 10 minutes of this race where we saw Michael Merritt absolutely driving that Porsche, absolutely on the edge. He's still dealing with traffic and this might stifle him somewhat. He's not exactly come out of the West Horseshoe as readily as he perhaps liked out. Looks down the inside of turn 6. Not quite going to happen there. He's discretion being the better part of valor, just lets that car go wide and then gets the traction down. Tricky part of the track there as well to get the power in.
And we see this happen so often, Joe, in stint-based racing like we have here. Might have a car, might have a pairing, a rocket to start the race, run out. It looks like it's their day. They're done. The Jordans, this is theirs completely.
Yeah.
Well, knowing that we have stints that you run for approximately half of that 42 minutes, pit, hand over the car, and continue, things can change. Just as we saw tire adjustments being done to the Jordans car, well, could be adjustments being made on other cars to make it perform better and swap fortunes.
Absolutely.
Exactly what we've had.
Absolutely. This is why we fell in love with this sport, because it's a sport that's got so many layers, so many elements to it. The planets have to align in so many ways to give you the type of run that we're seeing Michael Merritt do here. Here he goes, 19 laps completed. The gap was 5.1. What's it going to be this time? It's out to 6.3.
Ooh.
I don't think Mike Jordan has anything in the toolkit to perhaps affect the lead of this race and indeed overall the event for Group E.
A little over 2 minutes left to go, and to your point, Joe, it is not for a lack of talent or for a lack of trying. These machines, while they might look very similar, if not nearly identical, there are enough adjustments that can be made from car to car, make one perform slightly better than the other. So this isn't any sort of issue of talent or desire. Sometimes the car comes alive in the second half of a stint a little bit better than another one. You're a little bit of a victim to the changing conditions, how your car happened to respond technically. So we've seen this about 1 trillion times in the sport, even at HSR Classic 24.
Absolutely.
It's happening with minutes to go.
It's never over until it's over. Motorsport is cruel. Motorsport is cruel. That's what makes the glory points, the glory times, all the more glorious, because you've had to address so many elements to get you to that one, to the finish of the race, and even more so to get you to the front of any field, whether you're racing a kart or a Formula One car. There's so much effort, there's so much energy, and especially an event like this that's during the night. Everybody involved in prepping these cars, putting them together, the drivers, the mechanics, everybody has put a lot of energy and effort into this. And with the white flag, I think, about to be unfurled and shown to our leader, Michael Merritt. It flies now. One more lap for Group E as he concludes 20 laps. Mike Jordan will come through underneath us now, and there's no question that pace of the 77 has dropped off 10 seconds, the gap. It's going to be a 10-second win on the road in race 4 that will carry through, and the overall win going to Michael Merritt and Steve Dunn.
Unless the Jordans can somehow have their Porsche transform into Philip Kadori's Porsche 962 and pick up 10 seconds in a single lap, it looks like the outcome here might have inverted from what we thought it was going to be entering this race, Joe. But nonetheless, looking out on track, wonderful job up front. But even here, coming across start-finish line, a cluster, 4 cars fighting very hard for position as well. So although it appears the battle up front might have been resolved for the overall victory here for this class at this event, there's a lot of cars still fighting for position in this race.
Well, we're seeing Michael Merritt. We're giving Michael Merritt all of the glory and the accolade of bringing that car home. It might indeed be Steve Dunn. It's a team effort. Michael Merritt and Steve Dunn here. They're en route to take the final checkered flag for Group E of the weekend. And indeed, they're en route to taking the overall win for Group E. And as they negotiate the Le Mans chicane, he's definitely backed off through there. He's definitely just driven through there rather than raced through there. He keeps his foot flat. He goes up the gearbox to top speed, and he will come out of the banked corner at NASCAR Turn 4, and will come down that short chute to come underneath us and take what will be a very well-deserved checkered flag in a fight that went all the way to the flag, and a fight he had to fight hard for. The Mike and Andrew Jordan car 77 has been the car of the weekend, as we see Mike just coming under the line now to take second place. We've got the Corvette that will finish in third on the road, and I'm not sure that that car has been able to do enough to get ahead of Corey Friedman and Bedson in the 14 car. So I think that will be our overall podium right there. The 898 Porsche of Michael Merritt and Steve Dunn, the 77 Mike and Andrew Jordan, and then the Friedman and Bedson car 14, finishing fourth there, but finishing third overall.
Well done all. Just delightful battles. throughout this entire 42-minute run. Not everybody meant for the podium, but wonderful, wonderful memories abounding coming out of this race, Joe, for so many. So like I said, I bet quite a few of the competitors here just finishing up this class here in Group E, going to be meeting up afterwards, maybe enjoying a beverage together and regaling one another in the fun battles that they had.
I know we focused on the lead battle, and who wouldn't in a situation like that, but there's some great cars that have taken part. We mentioned the Corvette of John Emberson, and he had Nigel Greensill sharing the driving with him. John bringing that car out to race here. I'm pretty sure we'll see more of John Emberson. The Audi R8, David Ward in the bright red, maroon coloured Audi R8 LMS, the car from 2021. It's a GTD car. Yes, he came through in 10th place, but we've discussed this and we will continue to discuss this. It's not necessarily where you finish. It's, finishing on the podium is nice, yes, but it's about bringing your car out and being able to race it and drive here at Daytona. That's what it's all about, and that's certainly what Dave and all of those Porsche drivers, Porsche is, if we're going to pick, what's the favourite mark in HSR? There isn't a question.
The entry list tells us.
Absolutely. And there's a reason. We discussed this on the pre-grid, didn't we, yesterday? There's a reason why those Porsches are a car of choice. They are bulletproof to run, aren't they? Have you ever run a Porsche? I did a little bit in Carrera Cup in the UK and a little bit in GT Cup where we actually won our class.
Never ran a Porsche, worked on a Porsche in my time as a racing crew member and whatnot. Also, another fun fact, never been inside of a Porsche. Never driven one. I know. I've gotten 53 years old. I don't know if that's good thing, bad thing, or otherwise.
I don't know whether I'm more shocked that you're not driving a Porsche, the fact that you're only 53. You need to make that happen, actually.
Our friends at Porsche have offered many times, so I apologize that I haven't been able to take them up on that offer. But it is, hopefully we'll get that done before too long.
Absolutely need to get that done.
But seeing some of the great competitors here headed towards victory lane, also looking down, Joe, knowing of what's coming up next to close the show, Group F.
Let's not.
Oh, no.
I'm just letting folks know
that once we're done with victory lane, we're going to close the show with the fastest overall class. Cars from start to finish, the fastest overall class here. We're going to go out in style. But before we do that, not quite ready yet, but here momentarily, our friend Jeff Wright down in victory lane as we see Porsche after Porsche pull in, getting ready for a bit of celebration.
I can imagine the Jordan's been very disappointed in that. They came into the fourth race, a 4.5 second cushion.
You spoke so glowingly of them to start. I'm wondering if we pin this on you yet again,
Oh, you mean
Bradley.
I'm taking full responsibility
of that?
Okay, all right, okay. I'm just interested in what Andrew said about he didn't feel it's the same amount of grip. I'm not sure if that was a factor. I'm not taking anything away from the way Michael Merritt and Steve Dunn drove that car. They were up to the challenge. And certainly that whoever that driver was in that second stint, he was the hotshot driver, wasn't he? I don't know who that would have been, Michael Merritt or Steve Dunn.
But a significant change in fortune, though, and it wasn't as if it was an extremely hard-fought pass and then a separation of only a half second at the checkered flag. It did expand, which again speaks more to car not being in the perfect setup window to maintain its earlier pace. But nonetheless, we know for sure they're getting out of the cars worn out, having put in a heck of a drive on a very warm day in very, very physical cars.
Absolutely. We're about to get going with our Group E podium and trophy presentation. It will be the BRM chronograph wall clock that will be presented to Michael Merritt and Steve Dunn. And incredibly, I have only one sheet in front of me. We are about to get going after this podium presentation with our last race of the weekend. And
Can I call an audible and say this is going to be the classic 25 or 26? I want a couple more hours of racing, Joe.
Yeah, I've always said
I'm
that.
not ready for this
I've
to
always
be
said that.
over.
But in fairness, we did go for a break on the Matador Motorsports live stream. But I think we're ready now to head down to the winner's circle, where Jeff Wright has indeed herded all the cats, and he's got our winners with him.
Thank you, Joe. Here in victory lane at Daytona with Michael Merritt. He's the co-driver with Steve Dunn here in this beautiful car right here in front of us. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was a great race. Honestly, it's my first HSR event. Fabulous people, fabulous week, and we're just thrilled to be here. Special thanks to Steve. We didn't plan on running together until 2 days ago. It worked out great. And
I've heard of Steve Dunn before. I'm not sure where, though.
Charles Wick Racing, wouldn't be here without them and the team. They're great. And I got to say hello to my wife. She lets me do all this crazy shit. So thank you all. It's been great.
Stuff, yeah. Great job, Michael. He was co-driving with Steve Dunn. First time here with HSR. Welcome to the family. We hope you'll be back. Let me get a quick word over here with Steve. You're very welcome, sir, Steve. And get out of the car that last time around. And did you guys kind of split the duties between sessions, or did you guys do driver changes?
No, we did driver changes the whole time. Yeah. Mike kind of teased him up. It keeps us real good, and then we just try to get him, see how the tires do at the end of the race. Super fun racing with Jordan Racing Team and everybody else out here. Super clean. We love HSR. We love IMSA. Charles Wick Racing, the team did a great job. So we appreciate you guys.
HSR loves you too, buddy.
Thanks a lot.
All right, great job, Steve Dunn and Michael Merritt in the 898 car taking the win there. Let's see, where are the Jordan guys, the Jordan fellas? Here's Mike Jordan. Mike, let's get over here. You want to get in the shade? It's a little bit hot out here. Great job out there.
It was excellent, wasn't it? Yeah, we've had an up and down weekend, but our little 997's run super well. Ben's been on that car. It fell off the tail lift in the hauler when it was getting unloaded on Tuesday, and I didn't think we'd be racing it. So to actually do this and win our class was fantastic. It would have been great to have won the race overall, but saw Steve coming in the 4-litre 991, and he just got too much for me.
Yeah, those guys were tough. Yeah, you told me the other day that your car was vertical. Had a little mishap unloading it there, and it was standing straight up on in. Not a good way to start the weekend.
It was literally sat on its tail vertical. So, no, it wasn't good. And we had a challenging weekend with a couple of our other cars, but that makes up for it all. To be on the podium with your son here didn't get much better.
I can't think of anything better than that as well. So, Andrew, great job. Man, you did it right here. Second place, not on the top of the box, but you still in victory lane at Daytona for the Classic 24-hour at Daytona, presented by Mission Foods. Great weekend.
Yeah, brilliant weekend in ways. It's been a tough weekend in others, but our main thing was to win the class. To win overall would have been icing on the cake, but the main thing was to win our class. So the way the weekend started with this car wasn't great. So I still think it's a little bit crippled. It hasn't felt as good as it did last year. So we'll take it back to the workshop in Tavares and try and tune her up a little bit for Sebring.
I was just going to ask you, hopefully you're coming to Sebring, right? So, good.
Oh, yeah, we're coming to Sebring. We just need to work through. We've had a hard weekend, so we need to tune it up a bit.
Yeah, tweak it a little bit. Great job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very welcome. And the third place car, the Corey Freeman and Travis Betson. I think Travis had this all by himself as Corey was running the other car. Travis, great job out there. Let's move over here and get your car in the shot here and stay in the shade as well. So I talked to you a couple of days ago on the podium, and you've had a decent weekend here too.
It's always a great time here at HSR and the sprints. You guys put on a great show, and just exciting to be here.
Anything particular to talk about in the race as far as any excitement or whatever, or just kind of staying steady and bringing it home?
No, it was nice, really consistent competition here. It wasn't a gimme. Those guys worked their ass off. Really good competition. Autometrics and Corey did a great job coaching me, so I can't thank them enough. So it was a really good time.
Awesome, great job. We're going to hand out some hardware here in just a moment, so we'll see you up there on the podium.
Thank you, Jeff. Very pragmatic approach there from Mike Jordan. Incredible story of that car falling off the tail lift. It used to absolutely scare the living daylights out of me every time we used to bring a car off the truck and onto that tail lift. You used to have a couple of mechanics up there, guy in the car, his foot on the brake. it's just a terrifying process of, on the top deck of your truck, bringing it down onto wheeling it out, and then it used to terrify me. And it obviously in the paddock unloading it ended up falling off the truck. It happens. It's happened lots and lots of times. It just used to be a situation that terrified me.
More than it should happen. I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah.
But I just hated that always. It's not as if I'm excessively tall, but at about 6'1", you get up to the top of the transporters where the cars live. There's not a lot of room left.
No, there is not.
If I was about 4'5", I could walk without bumping my head. But yeah, wasn't surprised to see a lot of the taller crew members on the various teams over the years wanting to defer the retrieval and putting away of cars in the transporters to some of those who didn't have as much vertical.
I used to use lads who had little or no imagination. Actually,
there we go.
They were fine with it, up a height. Hello to Slick 56. He wants to thank Mission Foods and Matador Motorsports for sponsoring the event and the live stream. Yeah, we concur. Massive deal getting Mission Foods, and a big thank you to Juan Gonzalez and his family for presenting this year's Daytona Classic 24 Hours, and a massive thank you to Matador Motorsports, which has enabled us to bring you this live stream on both the IMSA and HSR YouTube channels. You can chat to us on the HSR YouTube channel if you want to join in. We've got one more race to go, Marshall. The cars are lined up. The pace car I can see just coming out underneath the Rolex gantry. It's been a class of attrition, this. We had 7 DPIs from that beautiful era of the IMSA WeatherTech series. It's come down to pretty much 2 of those Cadillac DPIs going for the win, but we've got a 2-lap gap for the lead car of Pierce Marshall and Eric Foss. They are in the lead of this class by 2 laps. The Matador Motorsports people have put an absolutely cracking car together, and I think I've been more impressed with Pierce Marshall. The Pierce Marshall that I saw last year is not the Pierce Marshall I'm seeing this year. As a driver, he has come on so massively. He's got the grips with that car. He was kind of, by his own admission, he was like, whoa, this is like driving a spaceship last year when he first brought this car out. He's certainly got his head around the systems, and he's been absolutely on his game pretty much from the outset on Wednesday.
What I love here as well, Joe, as we have our grid getting to roll out. We got 42 minutes left, brother, and what has been a phenomenal event. Thank you to everybody from HSR, everybody from Daytona International Speedway, and those aforementioned and beloved SCCA volunteer corner workers. We have 42 minutes of racing left, Joe. Fittingly, you've mentioned Matador Motorsports making this live stream possible. Biggest live stream we've ever had, most amount of viewers ever. So thank you to so many of you who've made that happen. But we have Piers Marshall rolling off P1 here. Piers Marshall, of course, Matador Motorsports. So thank you, Pierce. And who do we have? What entry do we have directly next or besides them right now? We have Juan Gonzalez and Mission Foods making this possible. So the two great benefactors.
This is not contrived. No. I've got to say, this is not contrived. We haven't done this because there are supporters here, Mission Foods, in the form of Juan Gonzalez. And you'll see that Cadillac being adorned with the Mission Foods livery. It never ran that Mission Foods livery in period. He's kind of brought it into the year 2024 by putting on his own livery from his company. And a big thank you to Juan Gonzalez for presenting this year's Daytona Classic 24. So we've got our two main big supporters there at the front of the grid, and that's just because they've been doing the job right. It's got nothing to do with us putting them there. They've worked hard for that over the course of this race weekend.
And I mentioned the 3 parties to thank for making this event possible between HSR, Daytona, and the benefactors as well, but the SCCA volunteer corner workers. We also genuinely, Joe, have to say thank you to the many fans come and bought tickets to watch this event. Really strong turnout. Those who are camping, those who brought motorhomes, thank you as well for coming to support historic sports car racing. So we know without a doubt, between the great Daytona Prototype Internationals, which are, oh boy, those things go so quickly. And then so many great, very, very recent GT cars as well, recently retired GT cars. This is indeed, Joe, the fastest combined class here at this event. So we might have had true fireworks last night in the dark, but we're going to close here with fireworks in this race.
I am going to talk about the DPI era in the IMSA WeatherTech. We got a glimpse there of a car that's had a bit of a tale of woe, completely out of contention now. It's the Stuart Wilshire, Richard Bradley Acura. They are 21 laps down off the lead. That's a full race distance. They had damage in that first segment that they raced in. That damage has been repaired. They're back out. I believe Richard Bradley is at the wheel of this. This was the schedule that he would do the fourth segment. He would do the second and the fourth. I think if they're still on that driver rota, we're going to see some fireworks there. Richard starting 10th on the grid here, and ahead of him, he's got quite an array of cars to get through, one of which is the Bob Neapol Guy Cosmo car of similar ilk.
Pace
It's
car
another
peeling
Acura
off,
ARX.
Joe.
Here we go.
Green flag, Pierce Marshall rocketing off.
For the last time this weekend, we've got a green flag starting the final race segment, Group F are our runners, and we've got two Cadillac DPIs. Pierce Marshall getting into the lead. I believe that's Juan Gonzalez who is finishing the car. So we've got a move down the inside, and is that Richard Bradley already up from 10th?
An Acura for sure.
And into
That's
third.
Wayne Taylor Racing.
That is Richard Bradley. Richard Bradley is going to be very much in contention for taking this race win. As we know the type of driver Richard is, and he's only got one real setting, hasn't he? His default setting is he has to win.
Yes.
And that's what he's going to be trying to do here.
100% at all times.
Through the West Horseshoe, that is the Mayor Shank car, the purpley pink. What is the actual colour of Mayor Shank's livery there on the Acuras? I call that pink. It's always been pink.
It is pink. I think of Pepto-Bismol. If you've ever had a mildly upset stomach, it's a beautiful color match. Absolutely love the car. So much money raised through their partners, AutoNation, for breast cancer research as well. So that pink is very intentional on the car. A lot of funds raised while it was in competition for charitable reasons, but nonetheless, we believe we can say with confidence, Joe, Pierce Marshall has found the throttle pedal.
Oh, yeah.
Good Lord, he is enjoying dipping into that. Firing out of turn 4 here, flying down the front straight.
As they come across the line for the first time to complete the first lap, Pierce Marshall leading the field along, Juan Gonzalez second. I'm going to take a punt at it being Richard Bradley, but if Jeff Wright is listening down there, Jeff, if you could find out from the ERA team who it is at the wheel of that car, is it Stuart or is it Richard? Just text me, just WhatsApp me the answer to that. You don't have to come on air to do that, but I don't want to talk about Richard Bradley if it's Stuart at the wheel, because he's doing a great job. Onto the infield section then. That is the battle for second. That's the Mission Foods Cadillac of Juan Gonzalez as they go into the West Horseshoe. Having got through to third, that Acura behind this car here just has not been able to get onto the rear wing of the car in second place. Pierce Marshall is a car ahead of this one. I'm a big fan of red and white. That's my football team's colours. And that car looks absolutely splendid in the Mission Foods livery. There's the leader heading down towards the Le Mans chicane. Oh, and getting very, very squirrely. He's not hanging about. You know what? That's not about driving that car in a straight line. The speed that Pierce carried through the chicane there, as he went to turn in, that back end was, he knew that back end was coming round on a rotation, and then you have to plant the throttle when it's doing that and get some drive back into those rear wheels.
Most important corners here on this road course, this Roval layout, the Le Mans chicane. You spend so much time firing out of that chicane, in and around NASCAR 3 and 4, down the front straight into turn 1. Any bobble just loses you compounding amounts of time before you get to turn 1.
We've got a nice little bit of stat here Pierce Marshall 10 seconds a lap quicker than the 962 with Marino in it. That is the technology of the 1980s against the 21st century technology of that Cadillac there, with 10 seconds a lap, Marshall.
And that is the power of suspension technology and aerodynamic development, looking at that speed, that 10 seconds, by and large, made up in the corners compared to purely straight line. That Porsche 962 horsepower sledgehammer. Get that thing pointed somewhat straight and it just disappears instantly, owing to the fact that the car is 30 plus years old. Getting into some of the corners here doesn't have the same height of technology that a 2018, 20 something along those lines DP would have. All the advancements, everything we've learned about damping and ride control, etc., drag, right? Lots of downforce in that 962, but a lot of drag. These DPIs made plenty of downforce, but also fairly aerodynamically pure, not a ton of drag. So nonetheless, there are a lot of areas just in time, Joe. Over the decades, you would expect these cars to perform much faster on the stopwatch, but still, some of the old horsepower monsters would flex a little bit.
Yeah, but the science, the development in the science of race car design is, as you say, it's not just about the improved electronics, the improved damping, but it's also the improved science of how you use the aerodynamics. So yes, you can produce downforce in the corners, but you are going to be slippery through the air. And a little snippet of information that I've repeated over the course of the week. In 2022, the DPIs were the fastest sports cars in the world. I was involved in the World Endurance Championship, European Le Mans Series. I was also involved in the IMSA WeatherTech Series, and I was at Watkins Glen, and the sight of those DPIs, it was a 5.5-hour sprint qualifying race for a 30-minute sprint at the end because of a full course caution. And to see those cars duking it out into turn one was phenomenal. The reason why I can confidently say they were the fastest sports cars in the world is because when they came together with the World Endurance Series LMP cars at Super Sebring, we had an 8-hour World Endurance Championship on the Friday. The Saturday was the 12 Hours of Sebring, part of the WeatherTech Series. We were able to directly compare, same weather conditions, same everything. Those DPIs were 5 seconds a lap quicker.
Monsters.
I mean, we've got GTP and LMDH and LMH that are across the globe now. But at the time, in 2022, the DPI regulations allowed for those cars to be the fastest sports cars in the world at the time. I loved that era.
We share that same passion. We see here, Joe, some GT versus LMP3 battle going on, and we see what I find just to be fun bit of lineage. LMP3 being today's most current, modern, original starting point for training category among prototypes, and behind it we have an LMPC car, the Eureka FLM 09 model, which lasted for so long in IMSA in that same role. More of an entry-level, training-level Pro-Am formula here, open top car directly behind the Ligier. But that's what we used here in IMSA, previously in the American Le Mans Series for so many years.
Yeah.
Before you'd think about getting up into a DPI, this is where you would go and train. Those cars retired from competition, replaced by LMP3, which we see here in this Ligier P320 coming up upon the Porsche. But just fun to see here how we have the two eras handing off that baton of training and development prototypes. And then we have here where one's trying to take the baton from the other, an Acura chasing up upon the Cadillac.
I've had that confirmed. Richard Bradley at the wheel of the Wayne Taylor Racing, the Konica Minolta liveried Acura. It's Stuart Wilshire's car. He will take over that car and take over the driving of that car at the pit stop. But right now, we've got, I believe, Juan Gonzalez in the Mission Foods Cadillac being caught by Richard Bradley in the Acura. We've had 8 minutes of this race, and it's took Richard a little bit of time to get that car wound up where he's had any kind of opportunity to get underneath the rear wing. And Richard's coming into the pits. It's very early on for this pit stop. 8 minutes of this race has gone by. So the Era Motorsports team of Kyle Tilley and his team down there ready to receive the car. Now, surely this is out of sequence. Surely we want Richard Bradley in that car longer than 8 minutes before we hand over to Stewart. I may be wrong. They've had limited running, remember, because of that damage caused in that first heat.
Just saw a driver come out. There is refueling going on. We throw to our friend Jeff Wright down in pit lane. What do you see happening there, Jeff?
You are correct, Marshall. There's some fueling going on. Driver has to be out of the car when they do the fueling. This for safety purposes in case there's a flare-up. Now the driver back in the car. We talked about a driver change happening on this number 110 car. Bradley out. Stuart Wilshire is in the car now, and they will continue it on for the rest of the way. Doing a quick tire pressure check and some window service. And of course the crew going back to putting more fuel in the quick fill can for the next time in case they do have to come in. But now the buckle going in. There's a lot involved. There's a lot involved with getting the driver in there, making sure the steering wheel is tight, making sure the harness, the seat harness is buckled in safely. And of course, you see the tire pressure check going on right there on the left rear. They've checked all of them now and checking that one. Tire pressure is an important thing here at Daytona. You want to make sure it's right so we don't have any blowouts. And we've seen that a couple times here this week as we look at this beautiful Konica Minolta number 110 car. And Stuart Wilshire will take it back on the track here in just a moment. The Acura ARX.
Thank you, Jeff. And yeah, I think a change of tactic there from the Era Motorsports team of Stuart Wilshire and Richard Bradley.
Because you don't usually get pit stops this early into a 42-minute race. It's normally about the halfway point, but 8-9 minutes in, rare. But there's a reason for that this time.
You also don't get you taking your pro driver out as early in the stint as you would. However, because of that accident that this car was involved in, some damage had to be repaired. They completely missed, I think, the second segment. It's all about driver time now. Stuart Wilshire is not a pro driver. No disrespect to Stuart. He's not as quick as Richard Bradley, and he knows that. So they're not exactly optimising the run. However, Stuart Wilshire is no slouch.
Owner of the car.
He's the gentleman driver, the owner of the car. He gets that car moving now, and that's him just coming out of the pits now. And it's all about enjoyment, like we've been talking about. It's the enjoyment of driving his car around the Daytona Motor Speedway here. And he will finish the car and take the final checkered flag of the weekend.
30 minutes left in the event. Who wouldn't want to say, let's get my car in here on pit lane. I want to go enjoy and soak up those last 30 minutes of fun here as Pierce Marshall doing what he has done the entire time from the moment that green flag was unfurled and waved, just streaking away. We believe it's Pierce, but great lineup between himself, Eric Foss, but nonetheless, just putting in a gorgeous drive.
Am I right in thinking, Marshall, that, Matador Motorsports, however, there are Ganassi personnel attached to running this car this weekend? There certainly was last year. Before you answer that, let's head down to the pits where Jeff has, I take it, is that Richard Bradley you're talking to?
It is Richard Bradley. I don't think any relation to you, but certainly a cool last name. I would agree. Big smile on his face. Richard, tell us what you have.
I mean, how can I not have a smile on my face after driving one of these things? Me and Stuart have had such a good weekend. HSR have put on a great race, great event. And the really cool thing is we've got the DPIs out there, and we've got gentleman drivers, we've got pro drivers. Everybody's, we've had a bit of a gentleman's agreement when we all go out and we're all together. So it's been really good. We had a good race 1, good race 2. Unfortunately, we had to change splitter halfway through the week, and it's a splitter which hasn't been used since the car was in period, and there was a small issue on it which you don't normally even consider, and that failed in the third race this morning. So we made a bodge repair, and I just went out there then to confirm it was all good, but and then let Stuart bring it home and enjoy his amazing piece of kit. But it's obviously we all like to win, but we've had so much fun, and also Stuart, from where he started to where he's progressed, it's the closest he's ever been to my lap times as well. So we've just had a great time.
All you fast guys are bringing the slower drivers up to speed, so they're gonna be faster than you before it's over.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have to watch my job, but that's what it's all about, though. It's about people taking these amazing generational sports cars out
and then we're helping them get up to speed, and then they get more enjoyment from it. And then, as I said, because we've got all the owners of the cars have bought them out, and they've all bought Pro as well. We've all been kind of doing the same thing, so we've all been out together, and it's been really a lot of fun. And me and Stuart have got plans to come and do as many of the HSR races that we can do next year, because it's been a blast. And then also in the sprint races, I mean, you saw that sprint race the other day where we had the 3 gents. They had an amazing race, and it's really nice to see.
Are you guys coming to Sebring?
Unfortunately not. We had a prior commitment for that one, but next year we're going to aim to do at least 4 of the races. But my heart will be in Sebring, I assure you.
Well, we'll be thinking about you as well. Hope to see you next year.
No, well, I can guarantee we'll be at Daytona and Sebring next year, and the others are very likely as well.
All right, thank you, Richard. Good luck the rest of the way.
Great news there from Jeff Wright. Richard Bradley, of course, a former Classic Sebring winner a few years ago, sharing with Juan Gonzalez in the Pescarola, if my memory serves me right. Full credit to Richard, though. He mentioned there, he's Stuart Wilsh's driver coach. And the gentleman driver that you are coaching, for you to have brought that guy up to the kind of speed where he's not that far away from you. Yes, you may be risking your job, but doesn't that just prove what great a job you are doing? So round of applause to Richard there for bringing Stuart on as well as he has.
Co-driver and tutor is effectively the role that gets played. Richard, of course, a mighty fine race car driver, but it's the reason among many that we come here and do this. So many of the owners of these cars, again, have a day job, a normal life, obviously tend to be fairly successful in their private lives, but have a passion for motor racing, a great love for some of the cars they've seen compete, able to acquire them. Some of these cars, if not many of these cars, Joe, require exceptional skill to wield them. Anybody can go out and trundle around in first gear, but to be in top gear and competing hard, amazing dedication required. So only natural for Stuart to look at someone like a Richard and say, please be my co-driver, but also my mentor, my tutor, help to teach me the tricks and the tools to become as quick as I possibly can in this sport that I love, but not one that I grew up and became a professional like you. It's the tradition of what we do here in endurance racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about a good relationship tie-in, Bob Neopol there in the Meyer-Shank car, the purple and white Acura, the second of the Acuras in the field there. He's got that very same sort of relationship tied with Guy Cosmo. He's the pro driver in that car. Bob Neopol has been going so well, and Richard mentioned what a great race these guys had in one of the WeatherTech sprint races, where it really was wheel-to-wheel dicing that was going on there. As just a time check, 25 minutes of this race remaining. We've still got Pierce Marshall leading by just under 10 seconds from the Juan Gonzalez Mission Motorsports Cadillac. 2 Cadillacs at the front of this field. Then we've got the Bob Neopol Guy Cosmo car. The John Manship Porsche there that you see there, that's the car in 4th place overall here at the moment. And John, 4th place overall in the scheme of things going forward in the Daytona Classic sort of 4th segment. He's maintaining that 4th place. We'll keep an eye on and have a look at just how much he's gaining on the Tobias Luca Orica in a moment, but first let's head down to the pits where we've got Jeff. Jeff's opened his mic, so hopefully he's got more for us.
David Hansen just got out of the car. You guys are running well up in 3rd position right now on track, and 3rd coming into this round.
Yeah, it was really fun out there. I mean, it's so fun to see all those historic cars. It's not that often you get to run something pretty modern, like an LMP2 car, right next to a bunch of machinery that's already been retired from racing. So those DPIs just look amazing. When they pass me on the oval, I'm smiling ear to ear.
Yeah, you feel the ground shaking underneath you, and that's just from your own car, let alone what they're putting down.
Yeah, I think they probably have a good 200 horsepower us maybe. We're right there at the 500 mark, but it's just a lot of fun. I mean, the track is wonderful. We got beautiful weather. Absolutely zero to complain about.
Great job there. Good luck the rest of the way as the car gets back on track. David Hansen.
Yes, in disguise, I know him as David Hannemeyer Hansen, of course. His full name, David Hansen in that car, talking to Jeff. I was going to bring you up to date with the progress of John Manship for the overall standings. He was needing to finish, he is 2 laps behind that car of David Hansen. David Hansen now putting that car into the pits and dropping to the back of the field by, where am I? Well, I've lost sight of it. Yeah, he's dropped a gap of, he's 3.6 seconds off. 9 laps completed. John Manship just gone a lap ahead, but that will come back into play as we get towards the final 22 minutes and we see John Manship in the Porsche taking his mandatory stop. So we'll get a better feel for that, Marshall, when the cars have gone through their pit stop phase. That's the car there that we're looking at there. He's currently 4th on the road, 4th overall, but he needs to gain 2 laps on that Orica of David Hansen, and whether that's a big ask, isn't it? 2 laps right there.
Extremely, and also getting into the halfway point of this final race of the event. We're having a lot of pit lane callers coming in, so getting those mandatory 3-minute stops done, driver changes as well. So getting into the one and only, but the final true pause and change over here, and then we will sprint to the checkered flag, Joe. Oh, you could not ask for more. All you need to do is just look up at the sky and say thank you. What a gift for beautiful warm weather. A little bit of sprinkly stuff last night just to remind us of how lucky we are.
Yeah, absolutely.
But these amazing cars
caused a bit of consternation with this Group F. This Group F group
was standing there being rained on, speaking to our friend Phil Binks, crew chief, running the car here, as you mentioned, some really strong ex-Chip Ganassi Racing folks. But yeah, look at this that we've been just blessed with in terms of amazing weather, amazing cars and racing, the sounds and the sights. This is just, it's November, yet it just feels as fresh as things are in January when we're here for the Rolex 24.
I'm going to show you, Florida Novembers are completely different to Novembers in England.
Yeah.
We don't even get summers like this. The cloudless sky virtually, certainly not the cloud cover we've had, making for a very, very hot racetrack as Juan Gonzalez continues in the Mission Foods Cadillac. That's the Acura of Stuart Wiltshire there. That's come back out from its pit stop, just making its way back up the order. The cars ahead of him need to pit stop themselves. That's including the overall leader, Pierce Marshall, and Juan Gonzalez in that Mission Foods car. Stuart Wiltshire getting a good run here. We had a problem in their 3rd race. I thought it was the 2nd one. It was their 3rd race where they had a few issues with a bit of damage to the car. That put them right out of contention, unfortunately. So now it's just the pleasure of driving that Acura as he goes through turn 1, heading down through the little left and right, or the right and left, I should say. Meanwhile, that's our leader at the West Horseshoe. He has completed 13 laps. He's on his 14th lap here, is Pierce Marshall, and he is the overall leader of this group going forward into the last 19 or so minutes, just inside of the final 20 minutes, not just of this race, Marshall, but actually of the whole event. We've got our final checkered flag looming large.
5.5 liter V8 Cadillac powered car. If you remember, Joe, when the DPI formula debuted, Cadillacs were so demonstrably faster than anything else. They were originally 6 liters. And after trying to use tools through balance of performance to pull the Cadillac performance back a little bit to align with the other DPIs, decided we've pulled on those levers as hard as we can. The car is so good. We actually are going to ask you to take that 6 liter and return next season, having given up 500 cc's, come down to 5.5 to pull just a little bit of power away to make it easier to align the Cadillac DPI V.R DPI here with the other DPIs. That is a rarity, and you know this from your long career of calling. Le Mans Racing, WEC, ELMS, etc., American Le Mans Series, IMSA, it is rare when a brand new model comes out and it is so fast and good that it is asked to return in a mildly detuned state. That is how wicked the Cadillac was as a DPI.
Yeah, I do love that era. It's a visceral era. It was the cars were just so great to watch, and when you saw them battling wheel to wheel, they still are, and we get to see that. We get to prolong that memory, and watch them here at HSR's classic events. It really is fantastic, and massive thanks to Pierce Marshall and Juan Gonzalez for bringing those Cadillacs out and giving us the pleasure to continue and relive those memories.
Think about how fortunate we are to be here right now to see those Cadillac DPIs running and to hear them, right, just shake the earth. And then to know they've been replaced by its younger brother, the Cadillac V-Series .R, the GTP car, hybrid, with a V8 engine, I feel confident in saying, has been the most popular sounding IMSA GTP car there is. So just to maintain that status of really being the favorite sound among prototypes in the DPI era, and then to continue that in the GTP formula, truly amazing. We are living in heady times, my friend.
We absolutely
It also
are.
sounds like our friend Jeff Wright on pit lane has indeed.
Before we dive down into the pits to get a word with Jeff, let's go down the pits now. Jeff, what have you got?
Thank you, Joe. The number 81 car, Juan Gonzalez Butch Leisinger car, coming into the pit stall here with the pit stop going on. Fuel going into that car. The driver has to get out. Obviously, as we talked about earlier, it does not look like a driver change going on. It is Butch that got out of the car. He's going to get back in the car. That was a quick pit stop, as you see there on the camera. He has to kind of slide back down in there. It's really tight in that driver compartment. And then the crew members have to obviously help him buckle up in there. They are going to do a quick tire pressure check on the 81. You see a little bit of damage right there on the left front from the grueling Daytona Speedway here. It's been a long week and a long weekend here, so 4 rounds of 42-minute races. And I didn't get a report on where that may have happened, but you see that damage there. Again, patiently, they have 3 minutes on pit lane, so it takes a minute for them to get there. Here comes the 02 car now, as we will head back there and get a shot of that. That's the Matador Motorsports, who is, by the way, presenting this live stream here. Pierce Marshall is here in the pits. Pierce, we'll get a quick word with you. You're not suited up to drive, but you've probably done enough driving this week, huh?
Well, it was, yeah, and Eric and I basically agreed right up front. Let's split it regardless, good or bad, and that's exactly what we did. And fortunately, things have gone really well for us this race. We've been very fortunate not to have been involved in any accidents, and we've been able to execute, and the teams have done a phenomenal job. So I couldn't be happier about where we sit today.
So how did you guys split sessions up, or did you kind of do driver changes in between?
No, we don't do driver changes. So we did. And we actually kind of have a little bit of a gentleman's agreement with some of the other DPI guys, where the AMs will do the first and third sections, and the pros will do the second and fourth sections. So now, so I got a little messed up, unfortunately, with Bob and Guy, that their tire issue. So Bob's out there finishing it for them, and obviously Stewart and Richard are swapping up a little bit. But look, I get it. I mean, it's their race to run, but we wanted to stick with what we did.
You guys looking in a pretty good spot. You're coming in first place coming into this round, and you're currently first place on the board.
Yep, I think we just, like I said, we got really fortunate in terms of execution over the night, and we've got a little bit of a cushion. We can just hopefully just bring this thing home.
Brings it home on a Sunday afternoon here at Daytona.
Absolutely.
Great job, Pierce.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
The things you learn, Joe Bradley.
All the pro drivers at the wheel of this car, so we can start talking and applauding Eric Foss and Butch Leisinger, and also Guy Cosmo. I just want to mention this, and that you remember this. I've got a chap called Brian Heiselman who's messaged in. He was part of the races group of Porsche's when it won the 24 hours overall at Daytona. Beat the Daytona prototypes. The first race, haven't been back to Daytona. Hopefully I'll be there in January. Well, hopefully you'll be involved. He wants to say thank you to everyone for taking the time out to make the race happen, and again wants to thank all of the corner workers. So thank you, Brian. You've been part of the history, the very rich history of the Daytona 24 hours. And that was an incredible race, wasn't it? The Grand Am, the Rolex 24 was part of the Grand Am series there, but like you say, that was very rare when Kevin Buckler did win that race overall. Was it a weather anomaly that?
No, it was the debut for the Daytona prototype formula.
Ah, right.
And not a surprise back then. Brand new formula, brand new concept. Reliability was not fully where you'd hoped it would be on their first ever 24-hour race. So that certainly lent itself to TRG coming forward in a Porsche, a GT Porsche, to win overall and beat all the prototypes. And the TRG company, the Kevin Buckler owned and led group, got to know Kevin, met him for the first time back, I think, in 1994. Joe was a Monterey-based Porsche performance part retailer working out of his garage effectively. Had done so well, needed to move into a proper shop, as we have Eric Foss rolling back out here, leader in that beautiful Matador Motorsports Cadillac DPI, but needed to move out of his garage and move into a proper shop. And the team I was working for at Sonoma Raceway was just about to shutter at the end of the Indy Light season, and so was helping to not only move all of our equipment out of the shop, but also to help at the same time the incoming Kevin Buckler TRG group moving into their first ever shop.
Wow,
so look how far they've come since then.
Right, we've got Jeff giving us the ambience of the pit lane. So let's head down there. Jeff, who have you got?
Thank you, Joe. Very noisy down here on pit lane. I just turned around and saw Juan Gonzalez relaxing. Of course, Juan Gonzalez, the man behind Mission Foods. Juan, how's your weekend going? It's great to see you.
Well, it's great to be here. You know, it's been a challenge this week for us because we had a pretty good first hour race, and then on the second one, we got some issues with the map controlling the steering wheel. We got him in the wrong map. I lost a lap and a half there. Then I got a spun. But then after back, this morning, we got him back to third place, and now Bush is on second place. He's doing his job.
Yeah, he's definitely doing his job. I hope you're paying him well for that. Yeah, definitely. Good luck the rest of the way. You guys are looking pretty good right now.
Well, thank you, guys.
You're very welcome. That is... had a brain fade there. That is Juan Gonzalez there. Andy Wallace is over here as well. Andy's kind of hanging out watching the racing. We'll just stay on for just a moment. Andy, how you doing? Welcome to Daytona. How you doing this weekend?
Well, it's always great to be back in Daytona. I feel like I spent a lot of my life here, you know, so it's such a thrill to be here again. And of course, I'm cheering on my good friend and co-driver Butch Leitzinger. He's doing a good job out there. And last year I was lucky enough to drive Mr. Gonzalez in the Pescarolo. So big family.
Have you done any driving this weekend, or you just kind of hanging out?
I've been driving the Group 44 Jaguar, but we had some engine issues, unfortunately. So
sorry to hear that, but it's great to see you here at Daytona.
Thank you very much.
That's Andy Wallace here from pit lane, watching on the number 81 and 02 cars.
Yeah, one of the biggest disappointments, I think, of this weekend is for that Group 40. I think we only saw it on track once, and then it had problems. Andy down to drive that car. That would have been a great... We would have been able to wax lyrical about the Jaguars in GTP, and then moving on to Andy Wallace's Le Mans win for Jaguar back in the 80s, late 80s.
I can admit, Joe Bradley, that Group 44 Jag GTP car, they had the original version, the XJR5, the final variant that ran through 1987 being the XJR7, possibly my favorite GTP car of the 1980s. Had a different sound. So that V12 in the Group 44 Jag GTPs, different sound than the TWR, the Tom Walkinshaw Racing Jaguars that came over in 1988. I thought the Group 44 sound was a little bit sweeter. I can't tell you why. I don't know what was different within the motor or maybe the headers and such, but I can tell you here as we have under 10 minutes left to go in this Classic 24, that Jag with Andy and Rick Knoop and all the good folks there meant to drive it. That was the car I wanted to see and hear more than any other. And so my only disappointment from this event is motor problem there, not allowing them to compete in the 24-hour contest here. That's the only bit of sorrow for me.
Yeah, me too. Very disappointed. Always nice to see Andy at any kind of racetrack. Eric Foss has just dropped back behind Butch Leitzinger last time by a gap of 24 seconds now. So the lead has been lost. Now then, it's a 2-lap gap that the Pierce Marshall Eric Foss Cadillac has come into.
Lead lost in this heat race, but not in the four combined
that's what I was about.
The overall standings.
What I was about to say, with 7.5 minutes remaining, 25, let's call that a 25-second lead, for Leitzinger and Gonzalez to take the overall win in Group F, we're going to need the Mission Foods Cadillac to come around twice on the other Cadillac to take the overall lead.
Are you telling me they might
in 7.5 minutes
might have infused that car with some extremely spicy wraps and salsa, right? For not just the fuel going to the tank, but also some of the great Mission Foods products. He's adding some extra horsepower to get those laps back.
He's going to need a lot more strength and spice than a few jalapenos, I'm afraid, to make up 2 laps.
Well, still giving Butch Leitzinger the task to try and draw down a gap. That he's the perfect man for the job.
Just to add a bit of war to our already disappointment, the only disappointment of this weekend, James Redmond tells us that the XGR 701 was Brian Redmond's Miami Grand Prix winning car. We got a glimpse of that earlier in the week, just before you arrived, mate, so that was a bit of a disappointment for you. Thanks, James. That just adds a little bit of salt into the wound, doesn't it?
How would James have any historical knowledge of that guy Brian Redmond you mentioned? I'm still trying to figure that part out. How would he Oh, that's his dad.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, he kept getting told off of it from him when he was a boy.
No, his father, Brian Redmond.
I love the guy. James, that is.
His father as well, one of the sweetest people. Routinely reaches out and asks how my wife Chabrelle is doing. So, just again, the kindest of hearts and some of the greatest natural talent in a sports car driver, race car driver in general, we've seen in our lifetimes as well. So huge contributions from the Redmond family to all forms of racing. A little over 5 minutes left to go. Joe Bradley, we see Daytona prototype at Visit Florida from the Spirit of Daytona team, originally fielded the Fliss family here. That firing around 2nd generation Daytona prototype. We know that 2nd generation because of the larger splitter at the front of the car, the larger wing at the back of the car. Beautiful. That very custom bodywork done.
I like that period. I really loved that period. There was a crossover period, wasn't it, with the American Le Mans Series and Grand Am amalgamating as the IMSA Series, where we had those cars mixed in with the LMP cars, and the sound of that era of Daytona prototype was phenomenal. And here for the Rolex, just seeing a grid of those cars firing into turn 1, under the darkness, under the lights, flames belching out of those rear exhausts. Fantastic. And a real massive thank you to the Owens and Hudson Historics for bringing out that. It's a 2014 car, that. Really? Is it? Oh my God. Is it really that? I mean, it felt like, maybe 3 years ago, because obviously, 3-4 years ago was the DPI era. That's what time flies. We've been around this sport far too long. It all blends into one, and I would have lost money on that being 10 years old. I tell you what, we are getting close to, Marshall. We're getting close to the last white flag of the weekend as we continue watching on the high banks there of the Daytona Motor Speedway. The cars beginning to get towards the final checkered flag of the weekend. Keeping the pace up, Butch Leitzinger, 23.8 seconds the lead as we watch the chasing Eric Foss Cadillac The black and red, the maroon and black livery of the Ganassi car. That car ran in period, being maintained as it comes around. Let's see what the gap is as Eric Foss chases down Butch Leitzinger, crossing the line now. Gap stays at 23 seconds. So they are matching each other's lap time pace here. Stuart Wiltshire is in third place, and he is due to come across the line as we watch Eric Foss continue his race. We're getting very close to white flag. I said 3 minutes on the clock, so it could well be next time by. In fact, it's being unfurled as we speak, Marshall.
The final unfurling, the tears are
final
starting
unfurling.
to well up. No.
We've got a bit of incident there for the Meyer Shank Acura, as we've got an LMP3 car, the bright green version of the, what is that? That's I think that's Dave House in the number 86 there. That could have been nasty for the Acura. Yeah, easy done at turn 6. You're accelerating and turning at the same time.
The stock and supply at AcuraDPIparts.com, not as big as it once was, Joe. Not an accident you want to have take place. Just not enough spares to be able to replace damage here on a frequent basis. But as you point, here we have the white flag being waved here in front of Eric Foss, co-driver Juan Gonzalez, and that Mission Foods liveried Cadillac overall lead here in this heat race. Behind them coming up here, 20 plus seconds behind, Eric Foss coming out of NASCAR turn 4, looking solid for the overall victory across this event in class here, coming under the white flag with a thumbs up from the flagger, the starter there. So we are indeed, brother, final lap.
Wow.
Final lap of the event.
Final lap of the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24 for 2024. And it's going to be an overall victory for that car there. It's been a great weekend for Pierce Marshall and Eric Foss. Eric Foss taking the majority of the driving duties, as we heard Pierce tell us. And why not? It's a bit of a firework of a car to drive that Cadillac DPI. And it's been the fastest car here this weekend. 10 seconds a lap quicker than the Porsche 962. Puts it into perspective. We know how much we love that era of Group C and GTP racing with the likes of the Porsche 962s, the 956s, certainly across in Europe. As we look at the final few corners, the actual fourth segment is going to be won by that car there, the Mission Foods car of Juan Gonzalez, being pedalled by Butch Leitzinger, the legend that is Butch, a driver that has done a lot of laps here at Daytona at the very highest level of the US sports car scene.
Joe, coming to the checkered flag here, Eric Foss, Juan Gonzalez, fantastic performance by them in this heat. And also someone you've been tracking the entire time for the overall win here to close in Group F.
Here he is now for that checkered flag. It's the Butch Leitzinger Mission Foods car that takes the fourth race win. But here is our F Group champion crossing the line now, and that's Eric Foss, with Pierce Marshall, his teammate, in the pits cheering him on. He will take the win. It'll be Leitzinger and Gonzalez that join him on the second step of the podium, and it will be the David Hannemeyer Hansen and Tobias Lutke Orica that will share the podium with these two. A car that's had a great run, actually. It's just gone round and round, hasn't it? We see that car into third place overall, and we've got one more podium presentation to get through. It will be a sad time, really, when Jeff closes and hands back to us from the podium, because we will be saying goodbye. I hope everybody at home has enjoyed the live stream, being able to bring you proper TV pictures from the event. I think, yeah, we brought you pictures last year. It wasn't quite the live stream that everybody was expecting was what it was. It achieved bringing this event to people's homes. But I think this year has been topped off, and a massive, massive thank you to Matador Motorsports for enabling us to do that. And great work from Clark in the truck, as it is, the voice in my head. John and Braden out there on the track. They've had a great job, though, following these cars with their cameras too.
We had Justin yesterday with me on pit lane doing a phenomenal
job.
job.
He's down there with Jeff now and Bailey.
We had no communications, by the way, the entire time. He could not hear a single word I said. So just think about the incredible quality of work done yesterday downstairs on camera by him, having
there was some sort of mind reading going on.
Yes,
intuition and mind reading
going on.
Phenomenal
work by all of the crew putting on this live stream, and to the more than 100,000 folks who tuned in to watch.
I want a massive thanks to Bailey. He's the behind-the-scenes tech guy. When things aren't working, Bailey goes into action. I don't know what it's not a screwdriver or a penny wheel. I think that's a magic wand, a bit like Harry Potter's twisty wand. He does something. But whenever we've said, Bailey, this is not working, he appears over your shoulder. It's been there. A great job from everybody at Apex. Clark, you should be very proud of the staff that are here on site. As we watch Eric Foss bring that Cadillac to the winner's circle, we'll head down there to Jeff Wright, who will get a bit of insight and the pleasure that will be seeing those drivers achieving the accolade of being the F Group champions for 2024. They'll be given the BRM chronograph wall clock. It's something that we all pine for. You had to drive a Cadillac very fast to win it this year.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Also hope to hear some final words and farewell to the event from HSR President Chris Ward. So looking forward to one final time down in Victory Lane as soon as they are ready to get the thoughts from those who put beautiful finishing touches on this event. Some truly star drives.
It's an event going forward. We've got the HSR family convening for the Sebring Classic coming up in a few weeks. That'll be taking place at Sebring, of course, and staying in Florida because of the weather. Don't forget to make the journey out there. I'm just listening for Jeff in my ear. HSR got big plans going forward into 2025. We heard Chris tell us about that. And going forward into 2025, 4 big classic events. We've got this one, of course, the Classic 24 that kicked off HSR's Classic eventage. We've got Sebring, we've got Watkins Glen 6 Hours, and a brand new event that we've got kicking off at Road Atlanta.
You know what else we have?
What do we have?
We have Chris Ward, president of HSR, downstairs with our friend Jeff Wright. Mr. Ward, what a fantastic week of racing here. What do you think, brother?
Marshall, what can I say? To you and to Joe, to Jeff, the countless hours in the booth, thank you so much. I want to kick off with a list of thank yous, but first, an in memoriam, unfortunately. A long-time serving member of Daytona International Speedway staff, Mr. Stanley Olmsted. He was a well-known face at Gate 132 at Pit-In here at Daytona International Speedway. On behalf of all of the HSR staff and the competitors here this weekend, I'd like to just pause for a moment of reflection to remember Stanley, once again a much-loved member of staff here at Daytona International Speedway. Let's bow our heads just for one moment. Thank you and God bless Stanley. May you rest in peace. I have a list of thank yous, and please forgive me. We've all been up for many hours now. I want to thank first and foremost the fans that have tuned in online to our incredible broadcast, to the fans that have made the commitment to this sport to come here to the Speedway to support our competitors this weekend. To each and every one of you, thank you. To our dedicated team of SCCA corner workers, track services, this sport simply couldn't function without your timeless dedication. We in Sportscar Racing are forever grateful for the time and energy and your commitment to this sport. Thank you. To Frank Kelleher and the entire staff, Jennifer Young, the entire staff here at Daytona International Speedway, the World Center of Racing, we owe you a debt of gratitude for putting on another incredible event. Thank you from each of us. To our competitors that have traveled from near and far, I hope you would all agree in joining me in saying that this was by far the most exhilarating HSR Classic 24-hour here at Daytona, an incredible event. Thank you to each and every one of you. To our partners, all of the HSR partners, but in particular this weekend, for the live stream partner of Matador Motorsports, Mr. Pierce Marshall, to Mr. Juan Gonzalez of Mission Foods. Thank you to each and every one of the HSR partners for making this event possible. The HSR staff. I joined HSR as president only on January the 8th of this year and was warmly welcomed by the staff and quickly learned that we have the most dedicated, committed, hardworking staff in all of motorsport. To each and every one of you, I thank you. Last but by no means least, I would like to thank Mr. Jim France, the entire France family, my colleagues at IMSA, and in particular my dear friend Mr. John Doonan, not only for the opportunity of serving this role, but also for their commitment of preserving the rich the rich legacy of vintage and historic sports car racing here in North America. Mr. France, the family, John, thank you. Now it's time to celebrate our last podium of the weekend for the deserving winners. I'm going to hand it back to you, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Chris. We are live here on the Matador Motorsports live stream at the Classic 24-hour at Daytona, presented by Mission Foods, and we are set for the podium presentation. We're going to start off with the GT classes. We're going to bring them all up here, and we're going to live stream it out to the world as we get through it. Are you ready? I think we're ready down here. All right. In third place in the GT class in the 95 car, Michael Flynn. I don't think he was on the track, so he didn't make it out here, but if he's nearby, Mike, come on up. Second place in the GT class. In the 515 car, Shannon Herford. Shannon's going to make the way up there. And in GT first place, in the number 16 car, John Manship, Peter Toombs, and Lonnie Pechnick.
Second, please.
All right, so we didn't get Irish Mike up here. Let's get over here and get a word with Shannon Herford. Shannon, smile on your face right there says it all. You've had a great week here at Daytona, I suppose. You're on the podium at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, we kind of hung in there, and it came back to us. I didn't know that we would have enough pace to be up here with you, but it turned out that way. Session this morning when the sunlight was coming up and being out there with all these cars, it's pretty amazing. We really enjoyed it. So we appreciate HSR and Autometrics for giving me a great car. It was good times.
Great times here at Daytona. We have a hat for you coming up. Rick's going to bring you a Classic 24 hat. That's part of your celebration, a great looking award there. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
My pleasure, sir. Shannon Herford. And we're here with the winners here in the number 16 car. John Manchett, Peter Toombs, and Lonnie Peshnick. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much. Been a fun event. Really enjoyed it.
So tell us about your experience here. You've you probably got here Monday, Tuesday, and it's been a long week, huh?
Yeah, it's been a long week, that's for sure, especially for an old guy.
Young at heart, right?
I love my car. Yeah, car's great. Yeah.
Great job. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my teammates here, Peter Toombs and Lonnie Peshnick, and my family's here too to watch me for the first time, so that's pretty cool.
Always good to have family here. Lonnie, congratulations to you, buddy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Wright Racing did an amazing job. The car was great all day and night, and we had some competition early on, fell to the wayside. We're happy where we are, and it's amazing here at Daytona.
We're glad you made it out here. You guys swap positions if you would, please, and we'll get a word with Peter. Come on over. You guys just sprayed there. That way I'm not having to jump around. There you go. Do the little podium dance. Tell us about your week here. Yeah, the little side there, I can tell everybody's tired at this point.
Yeah, we are a little tired, but it's a lot easier in this side of this fence than the other side, that's for sure. Now, look, we did this back in 2017, and we've been here most years since. I think we only missed maybe 1 year, so great event. Really appreciate being here and John making this all happen, so great to be on the podium.
Great job, guys. Congratulations to you. You guys get together, and we'll hold those awards up. You guys, if you guys move over to the left just a little bit. Oh, the video. Yeah, we'll get the video. Okay. We'll get another shot here. You guys hold your positions. We have one more award coming out. You guys, center up on the backdrop. Okay. Here we go. Once again, this is your podium for GT. Third place, Mike Flynn. Second place, going to the 515, Chandler Herford. And your winners, John Manship, Peter Toombs, and Lonnie Peshnick. Congratulations. And with BRM Chronograph to present the BRM wall clock, and with Chris Ward, Frederick Brasser. Give it up for him. He is the designer of all the BRM beautiful chronographs. So we'll get a photo there. You guys, congratulations. Hold up those awards and look out to the cameras. Congratulations once again. Beautiful wall clock there for the team. You guys will have to fight it out between who gets the wall clock. Congratulations, guys. Thank you. All right, we have one more podium to do here in the prototype class for Group F. Let's bring out third place finishers. In the number 18 car, Tobias Lucky, David Hansen, and Ryan Dial. Great job, guys. If you make your way right here. Thank you. Second place goes to the number 81 car, 81. Juan Gonzalez and Butch Leisinger in the 2017 Cadillac Delora. Juan, of course, the man behind Mission Foods. Juan, thank you for that. Of course, Mission Foods sponsoring the HSR Classic, Daytona Classic 24-hour presented by Mission Foods. So thank you for all your participation in that. And now we'll bring up the winners in the prototype class in the 02 car, another 2017 Cadillac Delora, Pierce Marshall and Eric Foss. There's a smile from on Pierce's face. All right, here's Ryan DL here. He's just been kind of chilling this afternoon, huh?
Well, I had shorts on, but the guy wouldn't let me in pit lane, so I had to go put my jeans on. But yeah, this was Toby's race today, and I got to drive the 1 a.m. and the 6 a.m. stint. So always a fun event for me. Daytona's home race. This car's seen victory lane here a few times for the 24, so pretty cool to have it here for the Classic.
Certainly under your control with that too. Where is David? Why did you make it up here?
David just ran for a flight. He came over just to congratulate Toby and then left.
Great job. Yeah, I think a lot of people are running for flights at this point. Toby, great job. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jeff. I wanted to quickly thank our team for all the preparation and the entire HSR team for the wonderful event. I love coming here, and it's been a blast this weekend. It had it all. We had rain at the beginning, perfect prep, absolutely fantastic experience. Thank you.
Great show, guys. Congratulations, Ryan DL, Tobias Lucky, and David Hansen. He didn't make it to the podium, but that's the team there taking third place in prototype. Mr. Mission, Juan Gonzalez, congratulations to you, sir. Great run out here at Daytona.
Well, it was a great weekend, and thank you to Binks Motorsports. They put two cars together, very good cars, very good team, and thank you to all the HSR staff for putting together a great event. We're looking forward for next year, all the classics.
All the classics. Are you coming to Sebring in a month?
I'll come to Sebring in next month.
Oh, good. Bring some Mission chips, right?
Bringing lots of Mission chips, of course, yeah.
Thank you, Juan. Congratulations.
And there's more in the supermarket if you want.
Yeah, we'll find them out there. You can always find them there. So keep supporting Mission as they support us. Thank you very much for that. Butch, great job.
Thank you. But yeah, just echoing what Juan said, everyone at Binks Motorsport does a wonderful job. And congratulations to Pierce and Eric. They drove flawlessly all weekend, and they really deserve the win here.
Yep, you guys did a great job, and it was a great battle. I'm sure the fans loved it with the prototype cars battling out there in Group F. Congratulations. Butch Leitzinger and Juan Gonzalez, second place in the prototype class. I'll squeeze in here between Butch and Eric, if you don't mind. Eric, great job. Congratulations. Got a good partner here in the car.
Pierce made my job easy all weekend. Just killed it in all of his stints. And thanks to Matador Motorsports for the great prep on the car, along with Binks Motorsports. It's fun also having Butch and Juan as our teammates, so just bouncing stuff back and forth, so it's been really helpful with that. And what a great event. Pierce and I have been trying to win the prototype division here for several years, and so it feels really good to finally get it done.
And now I was told earlier that you have now matched the Greg Gregory team. You've actually won a race at Daytona, Sebring, and now Watkins Glen, and now Daytona for the season. So you've matched the Greg Gregory team, which is a tough deal. They've been around for a while, and now you've matched their record with that.
It's awesome. Didn't know that. We appreciate it. I mean, again, it's just about coming here, having fun. So many friends in the paddock, and it's just great to get the experience this weekend with everyone. And thanks for all the fans. I can't believe how many people are here this weekend. It was great.
Yeah, it was a great turnout. Glad to see all the fans out here for sure. Pierce, and here you are, top of the box. End of the weekend at Daytona. Can't be any better than that.
No, I'll take it. And again, thank you for HSR for putting on a phenomenal event. It just gets better every year. I'm really, really proud of the changes that they're making relative to try to increase the exposure for vintage racing. And obviously it gives us a great venue to bring these cars to and get an opportunity to show them off to the fans. So thanks for putting on such a great event. Obviously, thanks to Binks Motorsports and Matador Motorsports for prepping the car, and obviously for Eric for great coaching and incredible co-driving. I just couldn't be more proud.
Yeah, you guys were back and forth. You told me earlier you made a gentleman's agreement to let the pros run together and let the amateurs run together. Seemed to work out very well. All you guys did a great job out on track.
It worked out great. I mean, I'm really sorry for Bob and Guy. I'm obviously still sorry for Gerard and Marcel not to be able to be there right there with us. I appreciate them agreeing to try to do that, to just really see what the AMs can do against each other and the pros can do each other. And I want to thank them for agreeing to do that and doing their best at it. I really do appreciate it.
Great job, Pierce and Eric. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. I'll step aside. You guys hold those awards up. We'll get a photo. Look out at the bleachers and center up there. There you go. Kind of tight. 6 guys up there. Congratulations. Hold your positions right there. We're going to bring up Frederick Brasser with BRM Chronograph and Chris Ward, president of HSR, once again for the presentation of the beautiful BRM wall clock. How many people would like to have one of those, huh? Aren't those beautiful? So we will squeeze these gentlemen in there and get another photo. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Frederick. All right, we good? All right, congratulations. Congratulations once again. That is your prototype podium. Tobias Lucky, David Hansen, Ray and DL, Butch Leisinger, Juan Gonzalez, Pierce Marshall, and Eric Voss taking the win, and the BRM chronograph wall clock. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Jeff. That was a... Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Great podium there. Big, massive thanks to everybody involved in putting this Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24 together. My name is Joe Bradley. I've got to say a massive thank you to everybody for making and allowing me to be involved. My colleague, Marshall Pruitt. Marshall, thank you so much, mate. It's certainly added your experience and insight and information that you've been able to give the fans. I hope everybody at home has enjoyed themselves as much as you have. You are too kind.
Sportscar Racing community, so we have you here as frequently as possible, and thank you as always. You bring so much great quality to everything you do.
I hope everybody's enjoyed our coverage on the Matador Motorsports live stream. We hope to bring you some more going into 2025. Stay tuned on the HSR Facebook pages and also the IMSA Facebook pages for more information of more HSR Classic events coming to you in 2025. For now, I bid you farewell and hope you enjoy the highlights.